Mira found the old painting tucked behind dusty books in the basement, its colors strangely vivid in the dim light. The frame was carved with tiny symbols, almost seeming to shimmer as she held it up. That night, whispers drifted from the painting, soft and unintelligible at first. Curious and unnerved, Mira leaned closer, trying to catch the words. Suddenly, cold fingers grazed her shoulder. She spun around, but no one was there. The whispers grew louder, shaping into faint, urgent pleas. Mira decided to research the painting, uncovering a tragic tale of a trapped spirit. Legend said the artist had cursed it, binding his sorrow into the canvas forever. Determined, Mira brought the painting outside at dawn, planning to destroy it. As the first light spilled over the frame, the whispers begged for release. She hesitated, sympathy mixing with fear. Was it truly a plea for help? With a deep breath, she smashed the glass carefully, then unfolded the canvas. The whispers turned to a low, grateful sigh, fading into the crisp morning air. The symbols on the frame glowed faintly one last time, then dimmed into silence. Mira felt a sudden warmth, a presence no longer restless. She wrapped the fragile canvas in cloth, intending to keep the memory safe but the curse broken. The basement felt lighter, as if a shadow had lifted from the house. From that day, Mira never heard whispers again, only the quiet peace she had given. She sometimes looked at the empty frame, a reminder of the night when silence returned. Some whispers are meant to be heard, but not feared, she often told herself, smiling quietly. Every morning, Emma stopped by the same cafe for her coffee. It was her little ritual, a quiet moment before the day spun out of control. Today, the cafe was unusually busy. She glanced at the counter, hoping for her usual order, a simple black coffee, no fuss. As she waited, she noticed an elderly man struggling to reach the sugar packets. He was a regular too, always sitting in the corner reading. Emma walked over and offered him one, smiling warmly. "Here, let me help you with that." He looked up, surprised but grateful. "Thank you, young lady. It's the little things that make a morning better," he said. They struck up a conversation, sharing stories about their favorite books and the city's changing streets. Before long, the barista called out, "Emma, your coffee's ready." She took her cup, then turned back to the man and offered, "Would you like to share it with me?" He chuckled softly. "I think I'll stick to my tea, but I'd enjoy the company." They found a cozy spot by the window, watching the world move briskly outside while their conversation slowed to a comfortable pace. Emma realized this unexpected encounter was the best part of her day so far, a reminder that sometimes slowing down brings new connections. As the cafe began to empty, the man glanced at his watch. "I have to get going, but this was lovely." Emma nodded, feeling a warmth deeper than the coffee in her hands. "Me too. Maybe tomorrow, same time." "I'd like that," he replied with a smile, gathering his things. She watched him leave and took a sip of her coffee, savoring the moment. The barista approached, wiping his hands. "Looks like you made a new friend today." Emma smiled. "Yeah, sometimes the best part of the morning isn't the coffee, it's the company." She gathered her things, ready to face the day with a lighter heart. As she stepped outside, the sun was climbing higher, and the city seemed a little less hurried, a little more welcoming. And Emma knew that every morning held the promise of something new, something warm, just like this last cup of coffee. Elena Ward arrives at the dimly lit apartment on Marrow Street, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows that cling to the cracked walls. The night air is thick with tension as she moves cautiously, every step measured and quiet. Her gaze falls on shattered glass scattered beside a locked antique chest against the far wall. The fractured pieces glint like broken memories, hinting at a struggle that happened not long ago. From a shadowed alley nearby, Marcus Flynn watches Elena intently. His calm demeanor masks a flurry of concern as he fixes his gaze on the apartment window, contemplating his next move. Inside, Elena kneels to pick up a silver locket from the floor, turning it over under the flickering light. The intricate engraving catches her eye, pulling her deeper into the mystery woven around it. A distant siren wails through the night as Elena's eyes catch a faded photograph tucked beneath the chest. The image shows 4 figures, one unmistakably Victor Hale, their faces frozen in a moment from another time. Her phone buzzes suddenly, a text flashing, a terse warning urging her to stop digging into the past before it's too late. Elena's fingers tighten around the device, the threat crystal clear. Back in the alley, Marcus speaks in a low voice on his phone, mentioning Alina's name with uneasy concern. His words suggest that the shadows around Marrow Street conceal more than just secrets. From across the street, Victor Hale emerges from the darkness, his intense glare locked on Alina through the window. His unreadable expression blurs between menace and something more complicated. A flashback unfolds in daylight. Victor stands at a park bench, handing the silver locket to a young girl, his face softer than before. This memory hints at a hidden connection tied to the locket and the secrets Alina seeks. Returning to the present, Alina slips the locket into her pocket and moves toward a nearby cafe where Leela Marks waits anxiously. The streetlights cast long shadows, mirroring the unease that settles between them. In the cafe, Leela pushes a folded note across the table, her curly red hair bouncing as she glances nervously at the door. Her eyes flicker with urgency, signaling the risks they face. Alina unfolds the note, reading about a hidden room beneath Marrow Street's oldest building where answers might lie. The promise of revelation tightens the knot of tension around them. The cafe door creaks, drawing a sharp breath from Leela as Victor steps inside. The atmosphere shifts instantly. His presence is a silent threat that chills the air. Alina sips her coffee calmly, eyes discreetly flicking toward Victor. Her outward composure masks the heightened alertness of someone navigating a web of danger. The true stakes emerge. A missing heirloom tangled with a betrayal long buried, its revelation capable of upending lives. The dangerous secret at the heart of the mystery sharpens their resolve and deepens the peril. Alina descends into the hidden room, guided only by faint wall markings illuminated dimly and the silver locket's engraving. The darkness confines her, fragmented reflections hinting at the fractured truths she searches for. Marcus appears unexpectedly, stepping into the underground space with a reluctant offer of help. His cryptic warning about trust hangs heavily between them, complicating their fragile alliance. Faded letters pinned to the walls surround them, words revealing conspiracy threads tying all the main players together. The layered betrayals echo in the silent underground. A loose floorboard shifts as Alina steps, uncovering a hidden compartment containing an aged diary. Its pages promise secrets long obscured by shadows and silence. Flipping through the diary, Alina finds entries chronicling a coup decades ago within a powerful family. Each word deepens the web of intrigue, binding past and present more tightly. Outside, Victor intercepts Leela in the misty street, his voice low and demanding information on Alina's location. The threat in his eyes leaves Leela cornered and tense. Suddenly, the dim light flickers and dies as Alina reads passages implicating Victor in the darkest folds of the mystery. Shadows twist ominously around her, swallowing the room in silence. Marcus pulls a small flashlight from his pocket, its beam piercing the gloom to reveal a hidden map etched behind the diary. The illuminated lines trace a path into the depths beneath Marrow Street's catacombs. The map leads them to a forgotten vault, its heavy doors sealed by time and secrets. The path ahead promises danger, but also the key to unlocking the tangled past. Alina and Marcus move toward the vault's shadowed entrance as Leela sends a covert message on her phone. Each step forward tightens the threads of their intertwined fates, shadows stretching long into the night. The heavy vault door groans under pressure, its rusted hinges groaning before it grudgingly swings open. Inside lies a trove of artifacts and documents, frozen in time and cloaked in dust. The air smells of old paper and secrets long buried beneath layers of shadow. Abruptly, the echo of footsteps ricochets off the cold stone walls. Victor emerges with two shadowy figures at his side, their presence a dark blockade at the only exit. The tension coalesces, thick enough to cut through with a whispered threat. Alina swiftly raises the silver locket, catching the flickering light to reveal a concealed symbol matching the vault's emblem. The gesture freezes the room, the locket's glow defying the darkness around them. This emblem ties the present moment to a deeper, hidden history. One of Victor's companions lunges for the locket, but Marcus intercepts with practiced precision, his hand slamming down to halt the snatch. The sudden clash breaks the fragile stillness into sharp urgency. Alina sidesteps, heart pounding beneath fractured glass reflections. A glance catches Alina's eye on a cracked mirror, its fragmented surface offering glimpses beyond the vault walls. There, faintly outlined in shadow, is the entrance to a concealed escape tunnel. Hope glimmers alongside the fractured truths around them. Seizing the moment, Alina and Marcus slip through the hidden passage, silent against the cold stone. Behind them, Victor's roar of frustration echoes, restrained yet simmering with menace. The night swallows their flight as shadows lengthen across Marrow Street. Leela's intercepted call crackles in Victor's ear, revealing betrayal not only at hand, but woven through their ranks. Conflicted, Victor wrestles with loyalties pulled tight between past alliances and present threats. His gaze darkens, torn between fury and reluctant strategy. Emerging near the aged clock tower, Alina and Marcus catch their breath, the weight of pursuit pressing behind. Their eyes meet, determination flickering amidst exhaustion. The urban night cloaks their resolve as they prepare to untangle the threads of the mystery. Inside the ancient tower, Alina's hands deftly turn gears and cogs, orchestrating a silent dance of mechanism. The hidden compartment swings open, revealing a faded portrait tucked beneath layers of dust. Time's shadows flicker across their faces, frozen in painted stillness. The portrait reveals younger versions of Alina, Marcus, Victor, and Leela, bound by smiles and secrets alike. Their youthful eyes hold unspoken stories, the origins of entangled fates now slowly surfacing. The past breathes in every cracked line and faded hue. Alina's scar tingles unbearably, memories fracturing and flooding through her mind. Shattered moments coalesce around the conspiracy that has haunted her life, each shard piercing deeper than before. The link between past wounds and present danger sharpens with chilling clarity. Marcus lowers his gaze, admitting a hidden allegiance entwined with the family's ruin. His revelation complicates their fragile alliance, threading betrayal into their shared quest. Secrets once buried now surface amidst flickering shadows and fractured trust. Tracking Alina's movements through twisting alleys and dimly lit streets, Victor pieces together fragments of the puzzle. His eyes narrow beneath the play of shadows and streetlight reflections, calculating each step closer. The city itself seems to watch, silent and waiting. Cornered yet composed, Alina extends an offer of truce to Victor, proposing a joint effort to unveil the truth. She speaks with conviction, hoping to channel past enmities into preventing further harm. Shadows and reflections flicker as loyalties hang in the balance. Victor, hesitant but drawn by curiosity, consents to her proposal. He reveals a hidden safe, its lock clicking open to expose a confession letter bound in time. The weight of the letter promises turbulent revelations beneath the fractured layers of their past. From the letter unfolds the story behind the fractured glass motif, a violent confrontation years before that shattered more than just windows. The confession paints a raw scene of betrayal and broken bonds etched deep into their histories. The shards of truth glisten under the dim light. The trio debates the timing and manner of exposing the betrayal, aware the wrong move could destroy them all. Each voice carries the burden of consequence, their shadows tangled as uncertainty lingers. Strategizing in whispers, they weigh revelation against survival. Leela interrupts, brandishing surveillance footage, capturing a crucial scene from the past. Her discovery corroborates the confession's claims, offering irrefutable evidence from fractured moments frozen in time. The flickering screen illuminates faces and deeds once hidden in shadow. United in purpose, the group plans to leak the evidence anonymously, their actions cloaked beneath Marrow Street's lengthening shadows. The city hums unknowingly as truths prepare to surface amid fractures and reflections. Change pulses quietly beneath the urban night. As dawn stretches its first light, fractured glass from a broken window glints one last time, symbolizing the cusp of transformation. The shards scatter prismatic signals across the walls, reflecting hopes and fears alike. The city stirs, on the brink of awakening and revelation. News of the uncovered conspiracy spreads swiftly, igniting public intrigue and unease throughout the city. Conversations ripple from shadowed corners to bustling streets, the mystery no longer confined to whispers. Marrow Street pulses with a tension that refuses to fade. Returning to the antique chest, Alina places the silver locket carefully inside, locking it away from prying eyes. The act is both a closure and a safeguard amid the swirling chaos of truth and deceit. The locket's intricate engraving catches the fading light, silent amidst secrets. Marcus melts into the crowd, his intentions veiled and his departure marked by quiet ambiguity. Elena watches, reflecting on the tangled interplay of trust and betrayal that has defined their tangled journey. The city's heart beats on, unyielding beneath fractured skies. From a shadowed rooftop, Victor surveys the sprawling city below, contemplative and unmoving. The lights flicker like distant memories, each pulse a reminder of battles fought in both darkness and daylight. His expression is unreadable, wrapped in the weight of unfolding fate. Leela joins Elena quietly, their shared glance an unspoken acknowledgement of survival and the burden of secrets kept. Together, they stand on Marrow Street, shadows stretching long around them. In the silence, their resolve hardens against the gathering night. A sudden flashback illuminates the truth behind the locket's engraving. It is a symbol of sacrifice and hope, carved by a hidden ancestor who protected their kin from a terrible fate. The fractured glass from earlier scenes reflects in this memory, breaking the past into shards that finally fit together. Back in the present, Elena carefully opens the silver locket and discovers a folded, aged letter addressed to her. The handwriting is familiar, belonging to someone she loved and lost long ago, the words etched with a deep sense of urgency and care. As Elena reads, her eyes well with emotion, the letter speaks of promises made, to protect, to remember, and to bear the heavy burden of knowledge passed down through generations. The weight of the past settles over her, but so does a newfound strength, as the fractured pieces of truth begin to heal. The group gathers once more on Marrow Street, their faces marked by the trials endured, but now united in fragile trust. Despite the scars and shadows that cling to them, an unspoken bond forms, knit by the shared revelation and the enduring mysteries they've faced together. As the sun dips low, its fading light casts long shadows across the cracked pavement of Marrow Street, mirroring the lingering secrets that still haunt the night. The city's atmosphere holds both the weight of past darkness and the delicate promise of dawn yet to come. Elena steps out from her apartment, locking the door behind her with a decisive click. She leaves the past firmly in that quiet space, but carries the lessons it imparted, etched in the silver locket that now hangs heavy around her neck. In the calm of her home, Elena sets the silver locket on the mantelpiece, its engraving catching the faint light. It stands as a solemn reminder of what was lost, what was fought for, and the silent hope that endures beneath the surface. Across town, Leela tends to a small plant by the window, nurturing new growth amidst the decay of the city. It is a quiet symbol of resilience and renewal, an echo of the fragile beginnings that rise from broken roots. A message pings on Marcus's phone, his voice calm and steady over the recording. He promises aid should darkness return, a reassuring tether to strength and solidarity in an uncertain world. The city breathes as night fades into morning, alive with secrets and shadows that twist through its streets. Elena steps into the soft light of dawn, ready to meet whatever comes next with eyes clear and purpose renewed. Maya wakes slowly, the morning sun casting a warm, golden glow through the curtains. Her fingers curl tightly around the cool silver locket at her neck, as if drawing strength from it. In the quiet kitchen, Maya moves with purpose, preparing a simple breakfast while the soft, haunting melody of an old music box hums somewhere in the background. The tune feels familiar yet distant, weaving through the stillness. Elias enters silently, his sharp blue eyes immediately fixed on a stack of yellowed letters spread carefully across the table. Concern deepens the furrows on his brow as he reads, sensing the weight these papers carry. Maya reaches out, holding a faded photograph in front of Elias, a smiling woman clutching the very same silver locket. Elias' guarded expression tightens, as if memories long buried stir uneasily. Suddenly, the door swings open and Lita bursts inside, her auburn hair wild from the wind. She announces breathlessly that the entire neighborhood is plunged into darkness, a sudden power outage casting uncertainty over the day. As the last artificial light dies, the room becomes enveloped in shadow. Flickering candles sputter to life, their warm glow painting fleeting images on the walls around them. Maya suggests they make the most of the unexpected darkness, searching for clues hidden in the past that might link to the photograph. An urgent determination settles over the group. Elias retrieves a dusty shelf's lone treasure, an ancient clock, its face cracked and frozen in time. He studies the broken hands with a careful, almost reverent touch, trying to glean hidden meaning. Nervously, Lita begins to hum a melody taught by her grandmother, a haunting tune once locked inside the now silent music box. Her voice trembles softly as shadows seem to gather. Maya pores over the photograph story, piecing together fragments as flickering candlelight casts, shifting shapes across the walls, playing tricks on their eyes and minds alike. A sharp knock at the door jolts them. A weathered messenger, eyes full of caution, hands Maya an old envelope sealed shut, thick with mystery and silence. Breaking the seal, Maya unfurls a cryptic note hinting at buried secrets beneath a forgotten garden. Each word seems steeped in shadow, beckoning them onward despite unseen dangers. With exchanged wary glances, the trio silently agrees to follow the lead, tension thick in the air, as uncertainty creeps forward with every heartbeat. They ready themselves with flashlights and warm coats, a protective barrier against the cold, and the unknown looming beyond their threshold. As Maya steps into the cool night, the silver locket catches a sliver of moonlight, glinting like a beacon of hope and determination on her chest. Cautiously, they tread toward the overgrown garden marked on the note, where long shadows stretch and twist beneath the dark sky. Lita's foot strikes something hard. She kneels and finds a shattered clock face half buried in the dirt, mirroring the broken one inside their home. Elias crouches beside her, tracing the jagged hands frozen at a precise time. His brows knit tighter, the weight of this discovery deepening their unease. The faint wind carries Lita's melody anew, now more urgent, almost ghostly. The notes seem to swirl around them, entwined with the night air and unseen presences. Maya uncovers a weathered wooden box hidden under the tangled roots of a gnarled tree, its surface carved with strange, intricate symbols. Opening it, she finds a yellow journal filled with delicate handwriting and carefully pressed flowers. The fragile pages whisper secrets long kept beneath the earth. As Maya reads aloud, Elias notices the fading photograph clenched in her hand beginning to shimmer faintly, as if awakening from a long slumber. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembles slightly, sending a ripple of fear through the group and testing their resolve. Lita suddenly points toward a figure lurking at the edge of the tree line. Its features are lost in shadow, but its watchful presence unmistakable. The figure vanishes as a gust of wind sweeps through, scattering dry leaves across the soil and wrapping them in a chill that reaches deep into their bones. Maya's voice trembles with resolve as she reads aloud the journal's entries, revealing stories of lost promises and wounds that time has failed to heal. Each word echoes in the quiet room, stirring a heaviness that hangs in the air. The pages seem to carry the weight of sorrow and unresolved pain. As Elias carefully flips through the fragile journal, his sharp eyes catch a torn piece of paper tucked between the pages, marked with the same cryptic symbols etched on the wooden box. His furrowed brow deepens, sensing a connection that beckons deeper investigation. The enigmatic markings hint at secrets yet uncovered. In the dimness, Lita's voice falters as the persistent melody grows louder, its haunting notes seemingly reverberating off unseen walls around them. The music envelops the space, weaving through shadows and stirring an uneasy sense of anticipation. The atmosphere thickens with each passing moment. Clutching the silver locket tightly, Maya finds strength in its familiar weight against her palm. It anchors her amid swirling doubt and a rising tide of fear, its cold metal a reminder of the stakes they face. The locket pulses softly, as if responding to the growing tension. Their discovery beneath the garden floor sends a thrill through the group, a hidden door partially concealed by earth and winding roots. The secret entrance feels like a gateway to truths long buried. They exchange determined looks, ready to uncover what lies beyond. Elias hesitates momentarily, but soon joins the effort, carefully digging away soil to expose cold stone steps leading downward. Each unearthed root and clod reveals the passage deeper into mystery. Despite his reservations, he feels compelled forward by the pull of the unknown. Descending the stairs, their flashlights flicker as the melody shifts into a somber tune, echoing softly against the damp walls. The changing music mirrors their cautious steps, casting an emotional shadow over their journey. Every creak and whisper heightens their awareness. Maya's eyes lock onto faded murals along the underground walls, depicting moments from the photographs past with haunting clarity. The images tell fragmented stories, each stroke hinting at memories suspended in time. She traces the scenes silently, feeling history's touch. Elias uncovers a cracked mirror embedded in the stone, its fractured surface reflecting distorted images back at them. The broken shards symbolize hidden truths yet to be revealed. He studies the reflections, sensing the mirror as both barrier and revelation. Lita reaches out tentatively to touch the mural, her fingers brushing a loose stone that unexpectedly shifts aside. This movement reveals a small, hidden compartment nestled within the wall, inviting discovery. Excitement and curiosity flicker across her face. Inside the compartment rests a delicate music box, its surface intricately adorned with the same carvings as the mysterious wooden box. The craftsmanship speaks of care and significance, linking past and present. They exchange looks, realizing its importance. Maya wins the music box with reverent hands, unleashing the melody that floods the chamber once more. Emotions long kept beneath the surface rise, with the haunting tune, stirring memories and unspoken feelings. The music binds them in a shared moment of vulnerability. As the melody swells, shadows within the chamber coalesce into a faint, ethereal figure resembling the woman from the photograph. She reaches out silently, an apparition woven from memory and longing. The group stands still, caught between disbelief and awe. Elias steps forward, his sharp blue eyes reflecting memories and regrets etched deep within his gaze. Confronting this spectral presence challenges his reserve, revealing the depth of his personal connection. The moment weighs heavily on him, intertwining past and present. The figure slowly dissipates as the music slows, leaving behind a whispered hope that lingers in the chilled air. Silence returns, but the echo of the encounter remains, offering a fragile sense of closure. The trio exhales collectively, their resolve strengthened. They ascend the stone stairs carefully, the weight of revelation settling on their shoulders but lifted slightly by newfound understanding. The path behind them feels less obscure, shadows giving way to light. Together, they step toward dawn's promise. Outside, the first light of dawn breaks over the garden, casting warm hues that soften the quiet landscape. The world seems renewed, bathed in gentle gold and a fresh breeze. This new day feels like an answer to their quest. Meyer opens the journal to a final entry, revealing the woman's last wishes intimately tied to the secret held within the silver locket. The words pulse with urgency and tenderness, guiding their next steps. The locket's significance deepens like a heartbeat. Elias unfolds a carefully drawn map tucked inside the journal, its ink marking a path to a nearby hill promising answers and closure. The terrain seems familiar yet charged with mystery. The map becomes their compass forward. Despite exhaustion, the group resolves to follow this path, driven by purpose and the invisible threads that bind them. Each step carries them closer to the truth, fueled by connection and determination. Their journey gains renewed momentum. At the hilltop, they discover a stone altar engraved with dates matching those chronicled in the journal. The carvings speak of time's passage and enduring remembrance. The altar stands as a silent witness to history and hope. Maya reverently places the silver locket on the altar, feeling a subtle pulse of energy in response, as if the locket itself acknowledges their presence. The moment vibrates with significance, linking object and spirit. A quiet power settles over them. The familiar melody returns softly, harmonizing with awakening birdsong and the gentle rustling of the breeze. Nature's soundtrack blends with their own hearts, weaving a tapestry of peace and continuity. The scene embraces them in calm reassurance. Elias, usually reserved, reflects quietly and breaks his silence to share personal memories of the woman, revealing layers others had never seen. His voice carries warmth and regret, bridging past and present. His openness deepens their collective understanding. Lita sketches the serene scene in her journal, capturing the moment for herself and those who may come after. Her spirited touch preserves their shared experience in ink and paper, a tangible record of their journey. The drawing holds hope and history intertwined. As they stood silently before the altar, the earth beneath it trembled unexpectedly. A section of the stone floor slid aside, unveiling a hidden compartment. Within lay a sealed letter, aged but impeccably preserved, inviting them into a secret long buried. Maya carefully broke the seal and unfolded the letter, her voice steady but filled with emotion as she read aloud. The words spoke of sacrifices made in shadows, sacrifices born of love that endured through trials unseen. Each line wove a story of devotion and resilience, connecting past to present. Moved by the revelation, Maya, Elias, and Lita embraced tightly, a shared understanding bridging the gulf of years. The sorrows of bygone days weighed on them, yet now balanced by hope and the possibility of healing. This moment united them beyond mere words. Maya's fingers tightened around the silver locket hanging around her neck, now radiating a warm, gentle glow. It pulsed softly, as if alive, signaling closure and newfound strength. The locket was no longer just a keepsake, but a symbol of enduring resilience. Elias fetched a small sapling and, with deliberate care, planted it beside the altar. This fragile sprout stood as a living testament to renewal and the promise of growth after hardship. His furrowed brow softened, reflecting a rare moment of peace. Nearby, Lita's voice rose softly, humming the familiar melody once more. Her mischievous smile, now transformed into one of genuine hope, brightened the morning air. The tune intertwined with the warmth around them, stitching their spirits closer. The trio settled together, watching the first light of dawn pierce the horizon. Shadows that had lingered retreated slowly, replaced by a gentle glow that spoke of new beginnings. Time seemed to pause, honoring the quiet strength of the moment. Around the altar, the once broken clocks were gathered in a circle, their hands restored by unseen forces. Each ticking second echoed symbolically, marking repair not just of timepieces, but of fractured histories. The melody hummed once more, tying past and future seamlessly. Maya's gaze fixed firmly on the horizon, her resolve clear and unwavering. She pledged silently to carry forward the legacy that had been uncovered, honoring those who came before. The silver locket warmed against her chest, a steady heartbeat of determination. As the camera pulled back, the trio leaned gently on one another, united by shared journeys and newfound hope. The persistent melody threaded through the dawn's light, weaving together the strands of their intertwined stories. Together, they stepped into a future bright with promise. Lena sprinted through the dense jungle, the mysterious compass clutched tightly in her hand. Every step felt heavier, but the compass needle pulsed with an eerie glow, pointing deeper into the unknown. "Where are you leading me?" she whispered, heart pounding with adrenaline. Suddenly, the dense foliage gave way to the ruins of an ancient temple, vines crawling over majestic stone pillars. The compass tugged insistently toward the temple entrance, urging her forward. Inside, the air was thick with dust and secrets, shadows dancing as sunlight filtered through crumbled walls. A faint hum echoed, as though the temple itself was alive, beckoning her onward. Lena stepped carefully, eyes scanning hieroglyphs etched in gold, revealing a tale of lost explorers and hidden treasures. She followed the compass down a narrow stone corridor, feeling the weight of history in every breath. At the corridor's end, a door barred her passage, covered in intricate symbols. "The key must be near," she murmured, examining the carvings. Her fingers traced a pattern, triggering a hidden latch that slowly revealed a small chamber. Inside, an ancient chest lay covered in dust and cobwebs, waiting patiently through the ages. With trembling hands, Lena opened it to find a radiant gemstone pulsating with warm light. The compass needle aligned perfectly with the gem, its glow intensifying. The heart of the jungle, she realized, understanding its power. As she lifted the gem, the temple walls seemed to sigh, like a long-lost secret finally unveiled. Outside, the compass stopped glowing, its purpose fulfilled. Adventure isn't just about treasure, Lena smiled. It's about trust, courage, and discovery. With the gemstone secured, she stepped into the sunlight, ready for the journey still to come. Elara awakens just before dawn in her quiet village, clutching her silver pendant nervously as a strange, swirling mist snakes along the valley below. The air feels heavy, almost charged, and the usual morning stillness carries an unsettling edge. Stepping outside, she joins villagers busily preparing for the annual harvest festival. Yet whispers ripple through the crowd, their voices laced with unease about the mist's ominous arrival and what it might portend for the season ahead. Suddenly, Kale appears among the villagers, his dark curly hair tousled from travel. Beneath his rolled sleeve, The mysterious tattoo on his wrist glows faintly, drawing curious and wary glances from those nearby. Alara approaches Kale, her piercing green eyes locked onto the glowing mark. She demands answers, suspecting he knows far more about the mist and its dangers than he admits. At the village's edge, a figure emerges, the veiled seer, cloaked in shimmering azure robes. Her face remains partially hidden as she glances toward the mist before vanishing silently back into its swirling depths. Fear takes root as villagers begin falling ill without explanation. One collapses amidst the bustling marketplace, sparking panic and confusion. The mist seems to thicken around those affected, as if feeding on their plight. Alara clutches her silver pendant, which tingles against her palm. A faint connection stirs inside her, linking the pendant's energy to both the spreading illness and the encroaching mist enveloping the village. Kale confesses he journeyed to seek the veiled seer, hoping to understand the mist's true nature. Yet he hesitates, unwilling to reveal the full scope of what he learned, casting doubt on his trustworthiness. Night descends with unsettling sounds, whispers and shifting shadows that crawl alongside the thickening mist, wrapping the village in ghostly veils. The air chills, and unseen eyes seem to watch from within the haze. Resolved and unyielding, Alara decides she must venture into the mist alone to find the veiled seer and unlock the secrets hidden beneath the veil. Her heart pounds with determination as she prepares for the unknown. While packing, Alara notices Kale watching silently from the doorway. His expression unreadable, yet the glow of his tattoo suggests he contemplates following her into the perilous mist. A mysterious symbol glows faintly on Alara's silver pendant, pulsing in time with the swirling mist outside their homes. The rhythm feels alive, as if the mist itself breathes beside them, warning and beckoning. The village elder confronts Alara, issuing grave warnings about the dire consequences if they tamper with the veil. But the growing menace and urgency leave little room for caution or hesitation. As dawn breaks, Alara silently slips away from the village, stepping boldly into the swirling, hallowed mist. The world around her shifts as the mist envelopes her, the familiar colors of her clothing deepening in tone with resolve. Kale follows her trail, his tattoo on his wrist glowing brighter as he approaches the mist-cloaked forest. The glow intensifies with each step, signaling the rising presence of supernatural energy. Within the mist, Alara is engulfed by shifting shadows that whisper cryptic warnings and riddles. The eerie voices toy with her mind, testing her courage and determination at every turn. Her silver pendant begins to glow softly, illuminating hidden paths and spectral images of past travelers caught within the mist's eternal grasp. These visions offer clues, but also deepen the enigma surrounding the veiled seer. Meanwhile, Kale confronts illusions crafted to undermine his resolve. As darkness presses in, his tattoo pulses rhythmically, forming an unseen protective barrier against the encroaching shadows. They reunite briefly amidst the swirling haze, sharing fragmented clues about the veiled seer's intentions and the mist's formidable power. Yet mistrust lingers, their clothing hues subtly shifting as uncertainty colors their alliance. Suddenly, the mist warps violently, separating Alara and Kale and plunging each into personal trials. The swirling veil becomes an imprisoning labyrinth, testing their resolve and deepest fears. Alara faces harrowing visions of her deepest insecurities and loss. Her pendant's glow dims, but stubbornly resists fading completely. She steels herself, drawing on inner strength to withstand the spectral torment. Kale battles relentless shadow creatures that claw at his defenses. His tattoo flares with an intense blue light, granting bursts of strength as he fights to survive the relentless onslaught. In a hidden clearing, Alara discovers the veiled seer's glowing hourglass, resting reverently atop a pedestal shrouded in the swirling mist. The artifact emanates a powerful energy that seems to bind the realms together. Approaching cautiously, Alara senses the hourglass controls the delicate balance between worlds. The mist pulses in response, alive and watching as the seer's pact weighs heavy over the fragile veil. Flashbacks reveal the veiled seer's ancient history, a solemn pact made eons ago to guard the veil between realms. Her burden is immense, safeguarding the veil's secrets even as darker forces seek to unravel the balance. Kale approached a door emanating ethereal light, unlike any tangible barrier he had seen before. As his tattoo began to glow fiercely, a burst of energy surged forth, unlocking the door with a resonant hum. Beyond it, an otherworldly passage beckoned, thick with swirling mist that danced like restless spirits. Elara delved deeper into the secrets of the mist, realizing it was no mere fog, but a living manifestation of unresolved souls. They drifted between seeking release and clinging to vengeance, trapped in an eternal limbo. This haunted mechanism hinted at deeper forces at play beneath the village's calm facade. The unrest within the mist intensified, shadows lengthening and whispers growing harsher as the village teetered on the precipice. Every heart seemed caught in the delicate balance between peace and disarray, their fate intertwined with the spectral unrest. Only by restoring fractured harmony could destruction be averted. Kale and Elara exchanged faint signals, messages hidden within the spectral energies that enveloped them. Their synchronized glimmers through the mist served as silent vows, strengthening their fragile alliance despite looming dangers. These ephemeral communications underscored their desperate hope amid chaos. An ominous crack fractured the mystical hourglass, a sacred artifact only seen in the presence of the veiled seer. Its shards threatened to collapse the barrier separating life from the supernatural realm, a calamity too terrible to contemplate. The balance of existence now hinged precariously on this fragile object. Elara raced against time to stop the hourglass from shattering completely, but was suddenly confronted by a vengeful spirit, its eyes burning with ancient fury. The apparition barred her path, its form shifting like vapor, a tangible menace drawn from the mist itself. Her resolve was tested as never before. Kale arrived swiftly, stepping between Elara and the spirit with steady calm. As the tattoo on his wrist flared bright, he revealed it was a mark bestowed upon ancient guardians tasked with protecting the veil. His presence and heritage quelled the spirit's rage, anchoring it back to peace. Together, Elara and Kale channeled a soothing calm into the restless apparition, easing its tortured anguish. The mist around them responded, a fragment of tranquility restored to the swirling chaos. This small victory hinted at possible harmony despite encroaching darkness. The veiled seer reappeared, her azure robes shimmering as she spoke in a voice like wind through leaves. "Resistance feeds the unrest," she warned. "Only acceptance can save your village from ruin." Her cryptic counsel urged them toward embracing the mist rather than fighting it. Under her guidance, Elara and Kale discovered the mist was truly a veil of transition between realms, delicate and essential. It was neither enemy nor ally, but a force meant to be respected and harnessed carefully. Understanding this fragile balance changed their approach entirely. They resolved to unite their powers, combining Elara's silver pendant and Kale's glowing tattoo to stabilize the veil temporarily. This fusion of heritage and resolve formed a bond strong enough to hold back the escalating chaos. Their collaboration breathed hope into the fading barrier. The hourglass's glow intensified alarmingly, casting deep shadows and setting a countdown in motion. Time pressured their every move, a relentless reminder that delay could doom them all. The urgency spurred their determination to succeed against overwhelming odds. Suddenly, an ally's facade cracked, revealing a betrayer driven by desire to control the mist's power for selfish gain. The betrayal shattered trust, striking like a blade through their fragile alliance. The village's fate now hung in even greater jeopardy amid this unexpected threat. A fierce struggle erupted as the ally shattered a piece of the hourglass, fragments scattering and magnifying the chaos. The fractured barrier allowed restless spirits to surge forth, threatening to engulf all in darkness. Every moment became a desperate battle for survival. Amid the turmoil, Elara was pulled into a liminal space between reality and mist, the boundaries dissolving around her. Disoriented yet illuminated, she glimpsed hidden truths and felt the weight of the spectral realm's sorrow. This revelation deepened her understanding of what must be done. Kale fought fiercely on the village's borders, holding back spirits emerging through the weakened veil. His tattoo flared with ancestral energy, a beacon against the encroaching shadows. The conflict was brutal, but his guardianship remained unyielding. From her liminal realm, Elara communicated with the veiled seer, receiving crucial insight into the mist's nature and the path forward. The seer's wisdom illuminated hidden connections and the necessity of unity. This guidance sharpened Alara's resolve as she prepared to reunite with Kale. Reunited, Alara and Kale combined their strength, channeling energy from the pendant and tattoo in perfect harmony. Their powers intertwined, creating a radiant shield against the storm of spirits. Together, they became a living conduit of balance and hope. Guided by the Veiled Seer's ritual, they raced to mend the hourglass, hands trembling as they worked against the ticking clock. Incantations wove through the swirling mist, binding the shattered pieces with renewed magic. The success of this rite was the village's last hope. The mist pulsed violently, shadows twisting and turning as the ritual climaxed around them. The air thickened with spiritual tension, blurring lines between realms and reality. Every breath felt charged with ancient power as the veil responded to their efforts. Beneath their hands, the hourglass shimmered and repaired, glowing with a newfound strength. Its surface gleamed like starlight, symbolizing fragile restoration and renewed protection. The barrier regained its form, holding back the threatening surge for now. A stunning revelation emerged. Alara's silver pendant contained a fragment of the veil's original essence. This timeless shard was key to the renewal process and linked her fate inseparably with the mists. Her resolve took on new meaning in light of this profound connection. Kale's tattoo was revealed to be directly connected to the ancestral guardians who first sealed the veil's breach. His lineage carried the responsibility and strength of generations, a living thread to the past protection. Together, their combined heritage was a powerful force against dissolution. Their uniting of pendant and tattoo rekindled the veiled bond, halting the mist's destructive surge. The swirling energies calmed, drawing back from the brink of devastation. The village's fragile sanctuary was secured for the present, a testament to their combined strength. The Veiled Seer bestowed her blessing upon their union, imparting wisdom on maintaining balance in the fragile veil moving forward. Her words echoed with solemn promise and gentle caution. The future remained uncertain, but their path was lit by newfound understanding and hope. As the swirling hallowed mist began to recede, the village emerged transformed beneath a soft, restorative light that bathed every corner in a serene glow. The once ominous fog gave way to clarity, revealing vibrant fields and homes touched by newfound vitality. Life seemed to breathe anew, as though the air itself held a gentle enchantment of healing. Alara and Kale returned to the village, their presence marked by the subtle glow of Alara's silver pendant and Kale's tattoo, now shimmering softly with a steady light. These symbols revealed their newfound status as guardians, bound by the mystical forces they had harnessed. Together, their figures reflected strength and quiet resolve, a protective force watching over all. One by one, the villagers awoke, their bodies healed and minds peaceful, unaware of the fierce supernatural battle fought on their behalf. Confusion mingled with relief as they sensed the lingering calm, yet the true extent of the ordeal remained cloaked in silence. The everyday returned, untouched by the shadows that had briefly encroached. From a distance, the Veiled Seer observed the scene with a measured gaze, her shimmering azure robes catching the light before she began to fade into the horizon. Her mission fulfilled for now, she vanished gracefully, leaving behind the treasured mystical hourglass, a silent reminder of the fragile flow of time and fate. The balance was preserved, yet her presence would be needed once more. Alara stood quietly, her fingers brushing the cool surface of her silver pendant as she reflected on their harrowing journey. Each trial had carved strength and wisdom into her spirit, underscoring the immense responsibility now resting upon her shoulders. The path ahead was uncertain, but her resolve had deepened alongside her understanding of sacrifice and duty. Kale shifted his stance, eyes dark with acceptance as he tightened the bond between himself, Alara, and the pendant's legacy. His mysterious tattoo pulsed with a steady rhythm, symbolizing his newfound role as protector intertwined with hers. Together, they had sealed a pact, keepers of the fragile harmony between their world and the shimmering beyond. As the last light faded from the sky, a new mist arose above the village, gentle and harmless, curling softly around the ancient trees. This delicate veil signified renewal, a fragile peace forged through courage and unity rather than conquest. The mist's embrace was one of quiet guardianship, promising that balance would be preserved if respected. Beneath clear skies and twinkling stars, the village celebrated a restored harvest festival, their joy warm and unburdened. Laughter rang out as lanterns swayed gently in the evening breeze, a testament to life's resilience and hope's return. The sense of community felt stronger, sealed by the unspoken gratitude toward unseen protectors. Ilara and Kale stood watchful at the village edge, cloaked in shades signaling trust, eyes fixed on the horizon where worlds intertwined. Their silhouettes blended with the landscape, guardians of the delicate balance sustained between realms. In their presence, the village found not just safety, but enduring harmony between the seen and unseen. As twilight deepened, Ilara's silver pendant and Kale's glowing tattoo pulsed softly in unison, a quiet beacon of their unbreakable bond and shared purpose. The rhythmic light echoed the heartbeat of the village and the protective mist that now lingered harmlessly. With this harmony established, the scene gently faded into the enveloping night, signaling the beginning of a guarded peace. At the first light of dawn, Leora wakes clutching her silver leaf pendant tightly, the symbol a small comfort amidst the unease settling over the village. Outside, the ancient forest stretches silently, its shadows long and mysterious under the pale morning sky. As Leora walks through the village, she notices worried faces exchanging nervous glances. The fading light and wilting crops weigh heavily on everyone's spirits, hinting at a deeper, unseen affliction creeping through the land. Near the village's edge, Theron hunches over his forge, the heat and smoke mixing with the morning air. His soot-streaked hands carefully sharpen tools, eyes steady and calm despite the unsettling changes they all face. Leora approaches Theron, holding out a broken shard of a prism glowing faintly green, its fractured edges catching the light erratically. She hopes he can decipher its origin, sensing it may hold the key to their village's plight. Theron examines the shard, his brow furrowing as he recognizes the ancient symbols etched into its surface. They are the same carvings he's seen in the worn stones of the forest temple ruins, linking the mysterious object to a place steeped in forgotten power. In the village square, the community gathers with growing anxiety as the flowers around them lose their vibrant hues and the sunlight dims unevenly each passing day. Whispered fears spread like wildfire, the natural world turning against them in subtle but ominous ways. Leora recalls the old tales of the Prism of Verdant Grove, a mystical artifact believed to sustain the life and color of their land. Now fractured, it seems the very heart of their forest and village is faltering. Determined, she resolves to venture into the ancient forest, seeking the temple to reunite the prism's scattered shards. The weight of hope rests heavily on her shoulders as she prepares to face unknown dangers. Before she departs, Theron presents her with a finely forged knife, the metal gleaming and sharp. He warns her of the forest's lurking perils and pledges his support should she need it. Stepping beneath towering trees, Leora watches the dappled sunlight flicker with an eerie inconsistency, as though the forest itself breathes and shifts with secret magic. She grips her silver leaf pendant for reassurance as she moves deeper into the woods. Strange insects emitting glowing hues flutter around her, their movements guiding her toward an ancient moss-covered path inscribed with runes. The path seems alive, whispering of forgotten enchantments and hidden dangers. As she nears the temple ruins, shadows twist and shift unnaturally, hinting at unseen watchers lurking just beyond the edges of her vision. A chill runs down her spine, the forest's magic growing more intense and unpredictable. Suddenly, Elendra emerges from the shadows, her gray eyes piercing and her blue tattoos glowing faintly in the dim light. She warns Leora that sinister forces seek to block the prism's restoration, their intentions dark and relentless. Elendra reveals herself as a guardian marked by ancient power, her glowing tattoos a symbol of her sacred duty. She offers cryptic guidance, urging caution and resolve in the trials to come. Leora steels herself, her grip tightening on her pendant as she vows to collect all the prism fragments before the encroaching darkness extinguishes the land's magic completely. Her determination shines through despite the overwhelming odds. At the temple's altar, Leora discovers the first major shard embedded within, pulsating with a gentle, soft light that hints at its lingering vitality. Its fractured surface gleams, promising both hope and challenge. When Leora touches the shard, a sudden burst of vibrant color spreads across the clearing, briefly reviving the wilted flowers around her. The momentary revival fills her with cautious optimism that restoration is possible. Without warning, dark roots surge violently from the earth, twisting and lashing like serpents as they attempt to ensnare her in magical vines. The forest itself seems to resist her quest, its ancient magic turning hostile. Leora narrowly escapes the grasp of the tendrils by slicing through them with her knife, but in the struggle, the shard slips from her grasp and its light dims once more. The fleeting hope flickers, reminding her of the delicate balance she must maintain. Deeper within the temple, Leora uncovers ancient murals depicting the prism's power and a shadowy figure breaking it apart. The imagery warns of a malevolent force determined to shatter the land's lifeblood. Unexpectedly, Theron appears, having tracked her trail through the treacherous forest. His presence offers much-needed strength and companionship in a place so laden with peril. Together, they navigate traps forged from shifting light and shadow, their hands clasped tightly, the silver leaf pendant between them glowing softly with a reassuring light. Their unity becomes their greatest defense against the temple's enchantments. They arrive at a chamber where a large shard hovers, partitioned and imprisoned within a glowing cage of shimmering energy. The air vibrates with powerful magic that resists their approach. Elendra returns to warn them that to claim this shard, they must face their deepest fears, illusions conjured by the prism's protective magic. The challenge is as much of the mind as it is of the body, testing their inner strength. Leora confronts a vivid vision of her village withering away and her silver leaf pendant crumbling into dust, a haunting test of her resolve and hope. The fear threatens to overwhelm her, but her determination to save her home pushes her forward despite the torment. With Theron's calm encouragement, Leora summons her resolve, pushing through the harrowing vision. The spectral cage shimmers and cracks, finally shattering to release the glowing shard. The silver leaf pendant on her chest pulses softly, a reassuring beacon of hope. She carefully positions the new shard beside the first, their edges fitting together like pieces of a puzzle. Light bursts forth, the forest responding instantly, roots curl back gently while blossoms burst open in radiant colors. The prism's fractured light seems to pulse with new energy, weaving through the ancient trees. Suddenly, a low rumble shakes the temple's structure, dust falling from stone carvings etched with ancient forest symbols. Unseen forces awaken, reacting unpredictably to the partial restoration of the prism. The air around them thickens with shimmering light and shadow intertwining. Outside, the sky darkens as a swirling storm of Inkai black energy coils above the land. The sun is swallowed by roiling clouds, halting the forest's revival in an instant. A chill freezes the air, leaves shriveling even as flowers remain poised to bloom. Realizing time slips through their fingers, Leora and Theron steel themselves to retrieve the remaining shards before darkness claims the entire grove. Each moment the storm grows stronger, blotting out natural light that once guided them. Their determination burns as brightly as the silver pendant at Leora's throat. Following cryptic clues left by Elendra, the trio ventures deeper into the forest. At last, they find a hidden glade, a serene clearing where ancient trees rise tall and proud. There, beneath one venerable tree, the third shard lies buried beneath a carpet of moss and roots. The glowing symbols etched into the tree's bark mirror those found on temple stones, faint blue light swirling around them. Leora's silver leaf pendant flares warmly in response, as if connecting to the ancient magic. The shard's refracted light dances across the bark's intricate patterns. As Leora reaches out, spectral wolves materialize between her and the shard, their eyes blazing with ethereal fire. Low growls ripple through the clearing, their presence a chilling warning. The silver pendant remains visible, a steady pulse amidst growing tension. Theron steps forward swiftly, hefting his crafted weapons with practiced ease. The clash is swift but intense, his strength and precision keeping the wolves at bay without harm. Colored light flickers around their struggle, the magical energy tangible in the air. With the final strike, the spectral wolves dissolve into wisps of blue light, their menace ebbing away. In their place, faint luminescent paw prints glow briefly on the earth before fading. The shard is now safely in their grasp, radiating a renewed shimmer beneath Leora's pendant. The trio hastens back toward the temple, urgency propelling their steps as the storm outside intensifies. Lightning crackles unpredictably, painting jagged shadows against twisted branches. The forest's renewed life struggles against the encroaching darkness closing in rapidly. Elendra begins chanting ancient words, her glowing blue tattoos blazing fiercely along her arms and face. A shimmering barrier of light and color spins around them, rippling against the storm's assaults. Despite her effort, the tempest's wrath grows relentless. Suddenly, the protective spell falters. A jagged surge of black lightning strikes the earth nearby. The ground splits open with a roaring crack, jagged edges glowing with erratic colors like fractured glass. The trio is thrown off balance by the violent upheaval underfoot. In an agonizing instant, Leora tumbles into the glowing chasm, her silver leaf pendant the last visible trace as it flickers faintly. Prism shards scatter deeper into the twisting, luminescent tunnels below. The forest's fate now hangs precariously with her survival. Theron and Elendra gaze down in horror, their voices lost in the storm's howling wind. The pendant's faint gleam fades slowly into the shadows, a fragile thread tethering her to the surface world. Fear and determination etch their faces as they prepare to follow her plunge. Within the glowing chasm, Leora moves cautiously through erratic passages alive with fractured light. The colors shift unpredictably, disorienting yet mesmerizing as they refract through countless crystal surfaces. Her pendant remains a steady source of calm in the surreal depths. She finds scattered shards embedded in the crystalline walls, each fragment radiating a shard of the forest's lost warmth. As she collects them, patches of vibrant color pulse through the tunnels, slowly pushing back the surrounding darkness. Hope glimmers in the depths below the shattered earth. Suddenly, a wraith of shifting shadows blocks her path, formed from the chasm's darkest fears. Its form writhes with malice, bent on capturing the prism's power for itself. The silver leaf pendant flares with defiant light, casting away creeping darkness momentarily. Summoning all her courage, Leora channels the pendant's radiant glow to repel the wraith. The dark entity wavers, then dissipates into flickering shadows spiraling away. The fragments gathered in her hands shimmer brighter, empowering her resolve to escape. Breaking through to the surface, Leora reunites with Theron and Elendra, her hands clutching all the recovered shards. The storm above still looms, its dark tendrils writhing around the trembling forest. Yet their combined presence offers a fragile beacon of resistance. They race toward the temple altar, urgency sharpening every step, knowing full restoration is their last hope. The shards begin to levitate and spin, slow and deliberate, aligning in a precise pattern atop the stone platform. Colored light cascades from their joined edges, painting the walls in shimmering hues. As the shards circle each other, prismatic light fractures and cascades like a waterfall, filling the chamber with radiant glow. Ancient forest symbols etched into stone and wood catch the light, pulsing in time with the prism's rhythms. The silver leaf pendant glows steadily at Leora's throat, syncing with the spectacle. Suddenly, dark storm clouds coil tighter around the temple, tendrils of shadow pressing inward. The vibrant light from the prism flickers as if struggling for breath. The encroaching darkness threatens to snuff out this fragile beacon of life and magic. Elendra channels her dwindling strength into a surge of protective magic, her blue tattoos dimming from fierce glow to faint ember. With an anguished cry, she weakens the storm's grip momentarily, buying precious seconds. Her sacrifice leaves the aura around them shimmering with bittersweet intensity. In the heart of the swirl, Leora places her silver leaf pendant at the prism's center. Her unwavering faith ignites a brilliant pulse of life and color that floods the temple. The prisms blaze with radiant light, weaving hope through the forest's struggling veins. The fractured prism, held aloft by Leora, began to glow with intensifying light as the jagged edges shimmered with every hue. Suddenly, the shards flew together in a dazzling spectacle, weaving back into a flawless whole. As the last piece clicked into place, the storm above quelled, and warm sunlight flooded the verdant grove once more. Gradually, the once bare trees burst forth with lush greenery, their leaves whispering in newfound life. Flowers of every color bloomed vibrantly, filling the air with sweet scents, while the forest echoed again with the joyous calls of returning animals. Nature's healing was visible and undeniable, celebrating the suspension of chaos. Elendra stood nearby, a faint smile curving her lips as her glowing blue tattoos dimmed, her strength slowly ebbing. Though her power waned, Peace radiated from her presence, a testament to the restored balance between magic and the natural world. The ancient symbols etched along her robe seemed to pulse softly, syncing with the harmonized forest. Theron embraced Leora firmly, soot-streaked hands steady and warm, pride and relief shining in his eyes. Around them, the village showed signs of vibrant renewal, the air full of hope as lives once again thrived. Their shared sigh marked a turning point, the darkest days giving way to flourishing vitality. The silver leaf pendant resting against Leora's heart glowed softly, emitting a gentle green luminescence that intertwined with the natural light. This subtle beacon symbolized the ongoing healing and the unbreakable connection forged through hope and perseverance. It reminded them all that, while trials had passed, the journey of restoration continued. Returning to her village, Leora was greeted by scenes of celebration beneath skies washed in vivid hues. Villagers danced amidst blossoming harvest fields, their faces alight with gratitude and renewed spirit. The air was thick with song and laughter, an ode to recovery and the promise of continued prosperity. In the quiet moments, Leora recounted her perilous journey to attentive ears, her pendant radiant in the soft glow of evening light. The prism shards were now carefully encased within the village hall, displayed as solemn reminders of what had been overcome. Each piece reflected the natural light subtly, symbolizing strength through unity and memory. As night fell, the silver leaf pendant around Leora's neck shimmered faintly, casting soft green patterns that mingled with the silver stars overhead. The calm forest around her seemed to breathe gently, alive with peaceful energy and quiet magic. Within this tranquility, hope glimmered, persistent as the stars above. New seedlings sprouted tenderly around the ancient temple, their vibrant leaves whispering promises of growth and resilience. These living symbols echoed the ancient forest markings, blending old magic with fresh life. Inspired by their shared ordeal, the village embraced this continuous cycle of renewal with reverence and care. The story closed with Leora standing on a gentle hill, her emerald eyes fixed toward the distant horizon. The silver leaf pendant pulsed faintly at her chest, a quiet promise of hope and connection as dawn painted the sky. She stood ready, heart steady, awaiting the new wonders and challenges the future might bring. Elliot Gray steps out of the rain into his dimly lit office, the neon light outside casting long shadows across his cluttered desk. The worn leather of his trench coat still damp, he glances wearily at the faded fedora cradled in his hands. The city's relentless drizzle seeps through the cracks of the shuttered window, and the flickering neon sign hums an eerie lullaby. A sharp knock at the door cuts through the silence as Maeve Sinclair enters, her crimson hair soaked by the storm, droplets falling to the floor. Her scar, a thin jagged line above her eyebrow, glints faintly under the weak overhead light. She holds herself with a mix of determination and desperation that unsettles the smoky stillness of the room. With a steady hand, Maeve slides a worn, leather-bound ledger across Elliot's desk, fingers lingering momentarily on its damp surface. Her eyes, alight with urgency and fear, meet his, silently imploring trust. The thick tome feels heavy, not just in weight but with the promise of secrets untold. Maeve's voice lowers as she explains that the ledger contains names and coded entries linked to a shadowy underground network controlling the city's fate. She warns that this network's reach pervades every corner of power, from law enforcement to the criminal underground. Her tone suggests that the ledger is both a key and a curse. Elliot cautiously opens the worn pages, revealing entries filled with cryptic symbols and names, each penned long ago but still fresh with menace. The faded ink coexists with meticulously drawn codes, a tapestry of conspiracies hiding in plain sight. He senses that deciphering it will demand more than just sharp eyes, it will require risking everything. Suddenly, Detective Harris arrives unannounced, his jagged beard casting shadows under the harsh light as he eyes Maeve suspiciously. His toothpick clenched between gritted teeth, he warns Elliot to stay clear of this web, hinting at dangers beyond the usual city grime. The detective's presence thickens the air with apprehension and mistrust. Maeve counters Harris's caution with a steely insistence, revealing that corruption runs far deeper than even the most cynical cop dares admit. She speaks of betrayals and cover-ups, painting a city infected from its core. Her unwavering belief forces Elliot to reconsider the ease of walking away. Clutching the ledger with renewed resolve, Elliot pockets it beneath his trench coat, the worn leather pressing close against his side. Thunder rumbles distantly outside, echoing the storm within his mind. His gaze sharpens, shadows playing along his weathered face as he prepares for the dangers ahead. Across town, Victor Dane sits bathed in smoke, a cigar smoldering between his fingers as the tension of a crooked deal collapsing unfolds before him. His piercing gray eyes narrow with cold calculation, the flickering light casting sharp angles on his sharp features. The city's underworld trembles under his gaze. With a hard slam of his fist on the mahogany table, Victor signals his enforcers to tighten control over his territory. The room bristles with silent menace as his men exchange grim looks, their loyalty sealed by fear and profit. His power surges like the electric neon outside, unyielding and raw. In a shadowed corner, Elliot watches through dim alleyways as Victor's men rough up a frightened street informant. The flickering neon sign casts erratic light on desperate faces and clenched fists. Elliot's heart pounds, the ledger in his coat feels like a ticking bomb. His silver pocket watch ticks ominously in his hand, a coded call alerting him to a covert meeting location. The cold metal contrasts with the warmth of the neon, marking time in an unforgiving city. Elliot slips it back into his vest pocket, eyes scanning for any shadow that moves too quickly. At a neon-lit diner, Maeve confesses her past ties to Victor's syndicate, now a perilous double agent. Her voice quivers with conflicted loyalty and fragile hope as they plot their next moves. The diner's garish lights and humming signs frame their uneasy alliance. Suddenly, footsteps approach, sharp and deliberate under the flickering diner lights. Elliot and Maeve freeze, their breaths shallow, instincts sharpened. The anticipation of danger hangs heavy in the air, time seeming to freeze along with the trembling neon. In a swift motion, Elliot slips the ledger into his coat as they silently retreat into the misty night. The cold air wraps around them, thick with uncertainty and determination. The stakes have never been higher, and the city's shadows refuse to part easily. An ambush erupts in a dark alley, forcing Elliot and Maeve to separate in desperate flight. Gunfire echoes off damp brick walls as they each fight through the claustrophobic maze of alleys. Their paths diverge, bound by survival and the promise to reunite. Elliot relies on his cunning to evade Victor's relentless men, darting through the city's labyrinth with the ledger clutched tightly. Narrow escapes mask close calls as he navigates familiar shadows, the flickering neon guiding and deceiving in equal measure. His trench coat billows like a ghost as he vanishes into the night. Maeve confronts a traitor within her old circle, her scar barely visible in the dim light as she forces revelations from a trembling voice. The exchange yields a crucial clue about Victor's next move, threading new danger into their web. Her resolve hardens, fueled by past wounds and present betrayal. Reluctantly, Detective Harris teams up with Elliot, his gruff exterior masking growing doubts about the city's pervasive corruption. Their uneasy alliance is punctuated by terse exchanges and shared purpose. The toothpick remains clenched, but a flicker of trust begins to grow. Together, they uncover a sinister plan to rig the upcoming city elections, a scheme intricately linked to the ledger's coded entries. This revelation casts a long shadow over the city's fragile facade of democracy. The weight of exposure and consequence presses down upon them. Elliot painstakingly deciphers the ledger's coded entries, revealing scheduled clandestine meetings and illicit payoffs. Each deciphered line pulls back another layer of the city's clandestine power plays. The ticking silver watch marks the relentless passage of time and encroaching danger. Maeve discovers a familiar name within the ledger's pages, a revelation shaking her to the core and hinting at betrayals perilously close to home. Her hands tremble as the scarred memory aches anew. Trust becomes a scarce currency in a city of shadows. While tailing a suspect through rain-soaked streets, Elliot becomes caught in a violent shootout, bullets tearing the night apart. He escapes by mere seconds, heart pounding against his ribs as danger brushes past like a phantom. The ledger remains safe, swaddled beneath his coat. An old friend at the city's newspaper agrees to publish their findings, but cautions of ruthless enemies lurking in the darkness. The promise of exposure comes with a whispered warning of consequences. Neon lights outside flicker like the fragile line between truth and survival. Maeve's scar, usually hidden beneath fiery strands of hair, is revealed in a rare moment of vulnerability as a mark from past violence inflicted by Victor's henchmen. The pain etched in its jagged line deepens her motivation to bring him down. In that scar lies a story of loss, defiance, and unyielding courage. In the shadows of an abandoned warehouse, rain streamed through shattered windows, casting streaks of silver across the cracked concrete. Elliot Gray adjusted his faded trench coat, his sharp eyes meeting Maeve Sinclair's for a brief moment of mutual resolve amidst the desolation. Maeve's crimson hair clung damply against her face, the scar above her eyebrow tightening as they exchanged whispered plans to move forward carefully. Meanwhile, in a smoke-filled back room, Victor Dane's piercing gray eyes flashed with fury as he barked orders to his cotter. "Find Elliot Gray, no stone unturned, no alley unchecked," he demanded, his voice cutting through the haze of cigar smoke. The city's underworld seemed to pulse with tension as a manhunt was set in motion, placing everyone on precarious edge. Taking advantage of the chaos, Elliot slipped a forged note into a worn leather ledger, planting false intel about a shipment near the docks. Victor's men pursued the lead eagerly, falling into a carefully crafted trap beneath flickering neon lights. The trap was sprung, but the danger was far from over in the maze of shadowy alleys. Behind closed doors, Maeve's guarded expression faltered as she faced her deepest fears. With a voice barely above a whisper, she confided a secret she had long cloaked from Elliot, her scar seeming to burn with renewed pain. This revelation reshaped the fragile trust between them, setting new stakes for their partnership. Detective Harris, chewing a toothpick with a grimace, uncovered whispers of betrayal within his own precinct. His jagged beard shadowed his troubled gaze as he realized a mole was sabotaging their every effort. The trust that once held the police force together began to unravel, plunging the city deeper into suspicion. Unseen in the guttering glow of streetlights, a mysterious figure watched Elliot's every move from the shadows. The silhouette remained motionless, silent, but the weight of their unseen presence added an ominous thread to the night's unfolding peril. Elliot's instincts prickled. He was being hunted from more directions than he realized. Inside Victor's lair, a late-night meeting revealed fractures in his once impervious inner circle. Whispered accusations and wary glances hinted at a potential informant undermining their operations. The cracks in Victor's empire began to widen, threatening to bring down the powerful crime boss from within. Elliot and Maeve barely escaped an explosion detonated in an attempt to silence them forever. The blast shook the ground beneath the flickering neon signs as flames licked the edges of the warehouse nearby. Shaken, but unbowed, their resolve hardened against the growing danger closing in. The steady ticking of a silver pocket watch filled the tense silence as Elliot raced against time to decode a cryptic final message. Each second brought him closer to a vital truth, the intricate gears mirroring the pulse of the city around him. The watch's relentless rhythm became a heartbeat driving him forward. Maeve held the blood-stained matchbook she had retrieved from the latest grim crime scene, her fingers tightening around it like a lifeline. It was a spark in the dark, a clue pointing toward the tangled web of Victor's operations. This new lead set the duo on a fresh trail through the labyrinthine city streets. Detective Harris arrived just in time, navigating his conflicted loyalties to provide critical backup. His gruff presence and toothpick still clenched between his teeth gave a fleeting sense of stability in the chaos. Though hesitant, his alliance with Elliot and Maeve marked a crucial turning point in their struggle. Victor gathered his closest allies in a tense meeting, asserting control with an iron fist coated in doubt. His piercing eyes scanned the room, revealing vulnerabilities beneath the tough exterior. The gathering underscored the mounting cracks spreading through his criminal network. Elliot confronted one of Victor's trusted lieutenants in the shadows of a dimly lit alley, extracting vital information that shifted the balance of power. The lieutenant's guarded expressions faltered under Elliot's relentless questioning. This new intel hinted at surprises lurking in the city's darkest corners. Betrayal cut sharply when a trusted ally was unmasked as working for Victor all along. Elliot's jaw clenched against the sting of deception as alliances were revealed to be far more fragile than they appeared. Trust became a rare and dangerous commodity under the flickering neon glow. In a risky gambit, Maeve confronted a heavily guarded key witness to extract a confession. The tension was palpable as the witness's resolve crumbled under Maeve's unyielding pursuit. This breakthrough illuminated new facets of the tangled conspiracy, engulfing them. A frantic pursuit through rain-slick streets ended with Elliot cornered, the city's shadows closing in. Yet his resourcefulness and quick thinking kept him one step ahead, leveraging flickering neon signs as cover. The chase embodied the relentless danger of the night's deadly game. At last, the significance of the worn leather ledger became clear. It contained incriminating proof of crimes capable of dismantling Victor's syndicate. Each page turned was a dagger aimed at the heart of corruption, unlocking secrets long buried. The ledger was the key weapon in their fight for justice. Victor's network began to fracture as paranoia and distrust seeped through his ranks. Allies questioned each other, while suspicion poisoned every interaction under the shadowy city lights. His empire's foundation trembled as enemies within gathered strength. Elliot planted fabricated evidence implicating corrupt officials who stood complicit in Victor's schemes. The gambit aimed to expose the rot at multiple levels of power, using deception as a weapon against deceit. This blow struck wider than Victor expected, unsettling the entire criminal hierarchy. With nerves steeled and resolve as hard as forged steel, Maeve prepared to face Victor directly. Her crimson hair seemed aflame beneath the neon glow, the scar above her eyebrow a testament to battles fought and surviving. She stepped into the lion's den with unyielding purpose. Elliot trailed Maeve cautiously, shadows concealing his movements as tension mounted between protective instinct and uncertainty. Each step they took further into danger underscored the fragile alliance holding them together. He vowed to ensure she did not walk into a deadly trap alone. Beneath flickering neon signs, a clandestine meeting unfolded, revealing unexpected alliances that could shift the city's power balance. Suspicious glances and whispered agreements hinted at new players entering the fray. The terrain of trust was shifting under the dim glow of the night. Elliot confronted Detective Harris, his sharp eyes probing the detective's shifting loyalties. The jagged beard and toothpick remained constant, but the tension between them crackled in the damp air. Questions hung heavily, unresolved and dangerous. During a heated confrontation, Maeve's scar was nicked once more, the fresh sting deepening the personal stakes of their perilous quest. Blood mingled with rain, underscoring the cost of their mission beneath the ever-present neon haze. The wound was both a reminder and a warning. Following the trail from the blood-stained matchbook, Elliot discovered an abandoned safe house plastered with revelations. Dust motes danced in the shadows as the worn leather ledger lay open, its secrets spilling into the dim light. Each discovery pulled the case tighter, inching toward a dark truth waiting to be unearthed. Elliot's fingers trembled as they flipped to the final pages of the worn leather ledger. Names of powerful city officials, intertwined with forgotten victims, spilled onto the yellowed sheets, a chilling web of deceit and dark secrets. Each entry cast a long shadow over the city's corrupt heart, confirming what Elliot had feared all along. Under the cold glare of flickering neon signs, Elliot and Maeve coordinated with their trusted allies, tense voices barely audible over the steady rain. Victor's safe house, hidden deep in a maze of shadowy alleyways, bristled with danger as the raid began. The night felt electric with anticipation and dread, each step toward the building echoing like a heartbeat. Rain-slick walls mirrored the standoff's tense choreography, shadows leaping and retreating with each cautious movement. Gunmetal glinted sharply in the dim light as forces bristled with suppressed energy. Words hung heavy between the combatants, as fragile as the flickering neon above, signaling the fragile line between survival and ruin. Victor's calculated attempt to slip away unraveled swiftly as his own men, eyes dark with betrayal, closed in like a tightening noose. His confidence wavered under the weight of unexpected treachery, forcing him into a desperate corner. The betrayal echoed louder than the rain, sealing his fate as he found himself ensnared by those he once ruled. With a steady gaze, Maeve faced Victor, the scar above her eyebrow catching the dim light like a silent battle wound. Her voice was firm and unyielding as she bargained for truth and justice, demanding the revelation of the darkness hidden beneath his empire. In that moment, past and present collided, her calm resolve challenging his fading power. Detective Harris, the jagged beard taut with emotion, stepped out from the shadows and broke ranks publicly, his voice cutting through the tension. He tore open the veil of police corruption, exposing allies turned adversaries in a city tangled in lies. His bold defiance sparked a turning point, lighting a path toward redemption amid the encroaching night. As dawn crept forward, the city's neon lights flickered back to life, piercing through the remnants of night's oppressive cloak. The renewed glow painted the rain-washed streets in hues of hope and renewal, symbolizing a fragile new dawn free from fear. Each bulb's steady blaze whispered promises of change under the clearing sky. Elliot closed the worn leather ledger with reverence, the tome now heavy with hard-fought victory and painful truths. It rested like a silent witness to the city's dark underbelly and the courage it took to bring its secrets into the light. In his hands, it became more than a book. It was a testament to resolve amid the shadows. Maeve melted into the misty streets, a ghost carriage of faded scars and whispered stories. Her crimson hair vanished into the dawn's pale light, reclaiming freedom with a quiet, enigmatic grace. The scar above her eyebrow remained a silent emblem of battles fought and freedom won, a legacy etched in shadow and light. Alone on the rain-washed pavement, Elliot clutched the silver pocket watch, its steady ticking a metronome for the city's uncertain future. The fading echoes of last night's struggle settled around him as he prepared for whatever came next. In the cool morning air, beneath the blinking neon, he stood ready, a solitary sentinel guarding the fragile dawn. Ella steps through the village boundary, her silver locket catching the fading light and reflecting a faint shimmer. The air feels heavier here, as if the land itself is holding its breath just before twilight. Near the ancient hollow oak, Rowan lifts his wooden whistle to his lips and plays a strange, haunting melody. The tune echoes softly, a call to something hidden just beyond sight among the gnarled branches and shadows. Old Man Garin approaches Ella with a grave look, his twisted walking stick tapping the ground. He warns her that as dusk falls, the woods begin whispering secrets, and the shadows that stretch from the oak should never be trusted. As the sun dips behind the trees, long shadows creep unnaturally across the cobblestones, thickening near the oak's hollow. Darkness seems to ripple and stretch where no light should bend, unsettling the quiet village streets. Ella's silver locket suddenly chills against her skin, colder than the evening air. From the darkness, a faint, indecipherable whisper brushes past her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. Rowan rushes into the village square, breathless, reporting several village animals have vanished near the woods. A fearful hush spreads among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the encroaching shadows. From deep within the village, the persistent ticking of an old clock grows louder, its echo filling the quiet night. The rhythmic talk strikes uneven beats, unease mounting with each distorted chime. Determined, Ella and Rowan prepare to confront the mystery of the hollow oak. Armed with a flashlight and Rowan's whistle, they step cautiously toward the boundary between safety and shadow. Just beyond the tree line, shadows flicker erratically, moving against the angles of natural light. Their dance is unnatural, unsettling, as if driven by some unknown will contrary to the day's fading rays. Suddenly, the warm night air chills unexpectedly, Ella's breath misting in front of her. Whispering shapes rise and circle around them, elusive and twisting like smoke on the wind. Old Man Garin's voice carries a warning as he recounts the legend of a shadowy being bound to the oak, sustained by the villagers' fear. His tale weaves dread through the night, making the darkness seem alive and watchful. Out of the shadows, dogs howl in terror before fleeing, their elongated shadows contorting grotesquely before fading into the night. Fear weighs heavier with each unnatural movement in the darkness. Rowan lifts his wooden whistle, blowing a sharp, piercing note that cuts through the gloom. The sound ripples outward, momentarily forcing the darkness to recoil and retreat from their immediate circle. Ella's silver locket begins to glow faintly, a soft light pulsing in response to the encroaching darkness. It seems attuned to the shadow's presence, reacting like a silent sentinel against the gloom. As midnight nears, nervous villagers barricade their doors and light candles, their flickering flames casting fragile halos against the growing black. The warm light serves as a fragile barrier, keeping the most malevolent shadows at bay. From the edge of the candlelight, Ella spots the shade, its form undulating with no fixed face, eyes glowing faintly like dying embers. It lurks just out of reach, watching and waiting for a moment to strike. In the darkness, Rowan panics as he discovers his wooden whistle is missing. The shadows creep closer in silence, and without his signal, fear starts to take deeper hold in their hearts. A sudden gust of cold wind sweeps through the village, snuffing out all the lit candles in an instant. The village plunges into pitch-black darkness, broken only by the ominous ticking filling the void. The eerie ticking of the distant clock begins to fluctuate wildly, slowing, then rapidly speeding up. This erratic rhythm disorients and unsettles those who hear it, twisting time into something uncanny. Against the chaotic ticking, Ella's silver locket pulses with bright, rhythmic flashes. It seems to challenge the erratic beat, its steady glow a beacon amid the distorted time and creeping fear. A whisper of cold breath brushes Ella's ear as the shade's voice, low and sibilant, tempts her with secrets hidden beneath the hollow oak. It promises truths to those brave enough to step below its roots alone. Rowan stumbles in the shadows to find a hidden path woven among the tree roots, leading deeper into darkness. Drawn with both curiosity and dread, the path promises answers no one else dares seek. The oldest lamps in the village flicker wildly, casting erratic light and stretching shadows that dance along the walls. The air thickens with unease as the darkness seems to mock the fragile defenses of light. Though hesitation grips her heart, Ella clutches her glowing locket tightly and steps forward, crossing the threshold beneath the hollow oak. Each heartbeat echoes like the ticking clock as she follows the whisper's call into the unknown. Within the shifting shadows, Ella glimpses flickers of trapped villagers from the past, their silent faces pleading for release. The shade reveals its captive collection, a haunting gallery of lost souls entwined within its darkness. Rowan's voice echoed softly through the maze of roots, faint yet insistent, leading Ella deeper under the hollow oak's gnarled branches. Each call grew clearer, a beacon in the dim twilight where shadows clung like whispers. Ella tightened her grip on her silver locket, trusting the boy's guidance through the labyrinthine roots. An eerie clock struck 13, its chime impossible yet unmistakable, reverberating across the clearing with unnatural resonance. The ticking that enveloped them quickened, marking the thinning veil between time's threads. This haunting hour signaled the boundary where past and present entwined beneath the ancient oak. Ella's vision blurred, revealing fleeting memories of others caught in the shade's grasp. Each confrontation ended with silent vanishing and unopened eyes. The images flickered like shadows themselves, ghostly remnants of vanished souls. These past encounters whispered of fear and loss, locked within the tree's age-old roots. Rowan's fingers traced a carved symbol beneath layers of moss, its intricate design mirroring the emblem on Ella's silver locket. The hidden panel in the bark seemed almost alive beneath his touch, its meaning deep and urgent. This unexpected link promised a path, a shared secret binding their fates together. Around them, shadows stirred and bled into malformed faces, flickering with unstable life yet impossible to focus on fully. These ephemeral visages twisted and warped, like smoke caught in flickering candlelight, hinting at torment and despair. The air grew heavier, thick with silent pleadings woven into the darkness. Drawing on a surge of courage, Ella reached out to touch the carved symbol. Her fingertips met the rough wood, steady and warm. Suddenly, the earth beneath the hollow oak trembled, a low rumble resonating through the roots and into their bones. The connection felt alive, a bridge bridging shadow and flesh. The shade recoiled, its form condensing into a dense, foreboding mass that radiated menace. Shadows thickened, swirling with malevolent energy, as though angered by Ella's audacity. Its intangible presence now grew oppressive, suffocating the little light that lingered beneath the canopy. Rowan seized his wooden whistle, holding it as shadows encroached, then blew a piercing, desperate note. The sound shattered the darkness momentarily, scattering the shadowy faces like mist in dawn's first light. The fleeting reprieve bolstered their spirits even as anticipation churned in the air. Between Ella's locket and the carved symbol, a glowing thread appeared, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. Its gentle light wove through the darkness, a fragile but undeniable link uniting past and present. The thread's rhythm synced with the old clock's ticking, drawing power from both time and memory. Emerging from the veil of trees, Old Man Garin began chanting an ancient verse, his voice low and resonant. His words carried strength, a call to awaken the spirits of the village and fortify their resolve. The air around him shimmered with age-old power, binding those present with shared determination. One by one, villagers lit candles, their flames flickering to life simultaneously in a unified defiance. The combined glow pushed back shadows inch by inch, carving space for hope amidst despair. The hollow oak stood illuminated, a battleground of light against creeping darkness. The ticking of the old clock accelerated, matching the pulsing glow emanating from Ella's silver locket. Time itself seemed to quicken, heartbeat and second hand entwined in urgent rhythm. This symphony of light and sound heralded a turning point beneath the ancient boughs. The shade lunged toward Rowan with desperate fury, its dark limbs grasping for the boy. But Rowan slipped away swiftly, darting into the village square where open light and life beckoned. The momentary breach left the shade agitated, its form writhing in shadowed frustration. Beneath the hollow oak, Ella faced the shade, her locket held aloft as a beacon of light. She stood steady in the dark, unyielding despite the fear gnawing within. The silver gleamed, casting sharp reflections that fractured the shadows around her. The shadows twisted before her eyes, revealing a memory warped by pain, a betrayal that bound the shade to this place. Faces contorted in anguish, a bond forged in sorrow and regret lingering beneath the gnarled roots. This revelation seeped like poison through the fractured darkness. Rowan and villagers formed a circle around the tree, hands joined and voices softly humming a steady, soothing melody. Their unity created a shield of warmth and light, reinforcing Ella's stand against the shadowy force. The harmony wove a protective barrier stronger than any single candle's glow. The shade's form flickered erratically, sorrow washing over its face before it began to fracture and dissolve. The fractured shadows splintered, losing coherence, as if the sorrow itself unraveled its dark essence. The force that once loomed threateningly now faltered, its presence fading like a dying breath. From Ella's locket burst a blinding light that pierced the darkness, scattering shadow and smoke alike. The sudden brilliance banished the lingering forms with fierce clarity, cleansing the hollow oak beneath which they had gathered. Light filled the space where fear and shadow had once dwelled. A profound silence followed, the incessant ticking ceasing abruptly as calm returned to the village. Moonlight bathed the clearing, serene and pure after the night's turmoil. The air felt lighter, charged with a peace that had seemed impossible just moments before. Exhausted, Ella collapsed, the silver locket resting warm against her chest once again. Dawn broke over the horizon, casting soft golden hues through the trees and promising a new beginning. Relief and weariness mingled in the quiet aftermath of their ordeal. Rowan knelt where the hollow oak had stood, discovering a small sprout glowing faintly with vibrant life. This fragile shoot seemed a symbol of renewal, the forest's promise of healing and hope reborn. Its gentle radiance breathed comfort into the cool morning air. One by one, villagers emerged from their homes, faces marked by relief yet touched by the terror of the night. Silent glances passed between them, a shared understanding of what had transpired beneath the ancient tree. Life would go on, forever altered but resilient. Old Man Garin approached Ella, a solemn nod acknowledging the closing of an ancient curse at last. His weathered eyes reflected respect and gratitude for her bravery. The twisted walking stick tapped softly against the earth, a rhythm steady as new beginnings. Ella's silver locket remained unbroken, now humming softly with a gentle, warm light. It shimmered faintly, a token of strength and hope preserved through darkness. The locket's glow promised protection and memory entwined beneath its silver face. Rowan clutched his wooden whistle, aware that though the danger had passed, its call might be needed again someday. Yet hope warmed his heart more than fear, a belief in peace restored for their village. The whistle hung quietly at his side as dawn painted the sky with promise. Ella held her silver locket up to the dim light, explaining how its glow sealed the shade's power by binding shadow and time together. This ancient magic ensured that the dark entity could no longer slip through the cracks of the ticking moments. The villagers listened intently, their eyes reflecting both wonder and relief. Vowing to keep the hollow ground sacred, The villagers agreed to protect it from any future encroachment of darkness. Their whispered promises mingled with the soft wind, each determined to guard the fragile balance that held peace in their home. The memory of the shade would remain, but only as a warning etched in their hearts. Rowan knelt at the village center, carefully planting a glowing sprout whose light pulsed gently against the twilight. This living symbol of rebirth and safety would remind everyone of the harmony they now preserved. The little shoot seemed to breathe new life into the weary earth beneath its roots. Ella, no longer gripped by fear, felt a lasting connection to the woods and the shadows they contained. She stood watchful and calm, anticipating any ripple in the natural order rather than recoiling from it. Her silver locket shimmered quietly, a beacon of steady strength. Old Man Garin gathered the villagers to recount tales of courage past and caution against the lure of fear's return. His voice, steady as his twisted walking stick, urged vigilance and unity. Through his stories, the community understood the importance of facing darkness together, not alone. The old clock in the village square chimed 12 times, its steady tick and reassuring strike restoring normalcy to the air. Each chime echoed like a heartbeat, affirming that the unnatural ticking was at last silenced. Time flowed without disturbance, comforting every listening soul. As night settled in, shadows folded into their natural shapes, behaving without menace or mystery. The whispers on the wind faded, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the night's tranquil breath. Darkness returned to a harmless cloak, a backdrop rather than a threat. Ella and Rowan sat quietly beside the glowing sprout, the silver locket resting between them with a faint, steady glow. Their shared presence spoke of friendship forged in challenge and hope blossoming anew. Together, they watched as the village breathed in peaceful silence. Throughout the village, restful sleep enveloped the people, dreams clear of whispering shadows or unsettling ticks. The nightmare of darkness receded, leaving only calm and comfort in its wake. The silence felt alive with gentle promise as the night deepened. When dawn's light filtered over the village rooftops, it cast a warm glow filled with hope and quiet strength. The land seemed to sigh in relief, renewed and steady after the trials faced. A new day began, bright and unshadowed, held safely beneath watchful eyes and hearts. In the village of Elderglen, where magic was a whispered legend, a hollow tree stood forgotten at the edge of the Mistewad. One cold morning, Mira, a curious child with eyes full of wonder, found a glowing key lodged in the tree's bark. The key pulsed softly, beckoning her to follow an unseen path deep into the forest. Whispers in the wind guided her steps until she reached a shimmering door hidden among ancient roots. Mira hesitated, then inserted the key, feeling it warm beneath her fingertips as the door creaked open. Beyond the threshold lay a realm of twilight shadows and silver light, where time seemed to dance. A figure emerged, a small, elusive creature with eyes like stars and a voice like the rustling leaves. "Welcome, Seeker," it said. "You've unlocked the hollow tree's secret, a sanctuary of forgotten magic." Mira listened as the creature spoke of a time when the village thrived on enchantments, now lost to fear and doubt. "You carry the hope to revive the magic," it whispered, handing her a glowing seed. Mira promised to plant it in Elderglen, to bring back the wonder that once bloomed. With a flash, she found herself back by the hollow tree, the key fading in her hand. She ran home, clutching the seed, feeling its warmth pulse like a heartbeat. The villagers gathered, skeptics and believers alike, as Mira planted the seed at the village square. Hours passed, and as the sun set, sprouts of light burst from the ground, weaving through the air. Magic returned in bursts of color and shimmering threads, filling Elderglen with awe and joy. The hollow tree whispered its farewell, its purpose fulfilled, as the seed grew into a new enchanted guardian. Mira smiled, knowing that some keys unlock more than doors. They unlock the spirit of a place. From that day forward, Elderglen thrived, its magic alive in the hearts of all who believed. And beneath the stars, Mira often heard the softest whisper, "Thank you, Keeper of the Light." At midnight, beneath a heavy, shrouded fog, Emma crept into the old mansion at the edge of town. With only her flashlight piercing the darkness, she moved cautiously through the creaking halls. Soft murmurs seemed to drift from the cracked walls, barely audible yet unmistakably human. Emma froze, heart pounding as a voice whispered, "Help me," from the shadows. Determined not to flee, She followed the voice, each step echoing ominously. The hallway twisted unnaturally, doors appearing where none were before, leading deeper inside. She reached a room bathed in an eerie, pulsating glow, the source unseen. Inside, the voice grew clearer, pleading, "Find the locket, set me free." Emma's eyes caught a glint beneath the shattered floorboards, a delicate silver locket. As she lifted it, the temperature dropped. A cold presence filled the air around her. Shadows coalesced into a pale figure trapped behind the walls, eyes begging for release. Emma whispered, "I have it," sliding the locket onto the ghostly form's neck. Light burst forth, the walls trembling as the spirit smiled and began to fade. "Thank you," came the last faint whisper, before silence reclaimed the room. The mansion's oppressive weight lifted. The air grew warm, the whispers ceased. Emma stepped outside as dawn's first light touched the horizon, the curse broken. Behind her, the mansion seemed less menacing, almost at peace for the first time in decades. She promised herself to remember the trapped soul and the power of courage in darkness. As she walked away, a final gust of wind carried a soft murmur, "Never forget." Emma smiled, turning back once more to the now quiet house, fading into the morning mist. Lena leaned over the cluttered workstation, her sharp eyes following a shifting constellation on the holographic star map. Her finger traced the lines carefully, sensing an unsettling change in the familiar celestial patterns. Cale focused intently as he tightened bolts on his mechanical arm adjustment. Sparks briefly flickered, illuminating the faint scar above his left eyebrow, his stoic expression unwavering despite the growing urgency. Dr. Myerk stepped into the dimly lit lab, his gaze fixed on a machine pulsating with ethereal energy. The glow bathed his high-collared lab coat, his round spectacles reflecting the mysterious light. Suddenly, the ancient compass device strapped to Lena's wrist began to pulse erratically. Its shifting shadows cast an eerie glow on her weathered leather jacket as the light intensified and dimmed unpredictably. Outside the observatory, the sky distorted as a temporal anomaly twisted the stars into shimmering, unnatural patterns. The familiar nightscape warped, sending a chill through the crew within. Lena and Cale exchanged uneasy glances as a bright star blinked out on the star map in real time. Their synchronized watches ticked irregularly, echoing the growing instability. Myerk nervously examined fluctuating data on a holographic screen, illustrating rapid shifts in time and space stability. Lines of code and star charts flickered, mirroring their rising concern. Clutching the glowing compass, Lena watched as it projected fragmented images of unfamiliar locations. The device's erratic glow hinted at mysteries beyond their understanding. In the cramped quarters, the team debated heatedly, tension mounting as the anomalies corrupted their instruments. Voices overlapped, each aware that the stakes were climbing dangerously higher. Cale interfaced his mechanical arm with the compass, attempting to stabilize the chaotic signals. His brow furrowed with determination as sparks danced from the connection. Outside, the landscape vibrated subtly, a low hum permeating the air and unsettling the crew's nerves. Even the walls seemed to pulse in rhythm with the unseen disturbance. Without warning, a power surge caused the lab's lights to flicker wildly. Fleeting shadows moved unnaturally within the bursts of light, leaving an eerie impression on all present. Lena received a cryptic message on her wrist device, coordinates that shifted unpredictably, defying logic. The revelation deepened the mystery as she stared at the elusive numbers. Myerk's voice was grave as he warned of the impending meridian shift, a rare cosmic event with the power to alter reality itself. The weight of his words hung heavy in the sterile air. The crew prepared hastily to embark on a mission to the anomaly's epicenter, acutely aware that failure might disrupt time permanently. The atmosphere was thick with determination and unspoken fears. They boarded their sleek ship and launched toward the elusive coordinates, the compass glowing steadily to guide their path through the void. The ship's engines hummed with restrained power as stars blurred past. Approaching the anomaly, star maps warped visibly in the cockpit, and the ship's controls responded sluggishly. Lena's fingers danced over worn instruments as Cale kept steady despite the strain. Erratic spatial readings flickered on Lena's monitor, while Cale recalibrated the propulsion system under intense stress. The pressure of their task was evident in every precise movement. Suddenly, a blast wave from the anomaly rocked the ship violently, throwing the crew off balance. Equipment clattered and warning lights flashed, demanding immediate control adjustments. Mayurk consulted the ancient compass, now glowing intensely and projecting complex star patterns swirling midair. The cryptic display hinted at turbulence far beyond their expectations. Through the ship's viewfinder appeared a visual loop of a distant celestial event, endlessly repeating with unsettling clarity. The scene blurred the line between present and past, deepening the crew's unease. Communication systems began failing intermittently, isolating the crew within the ship. Static and dead air replaced meaningful signals, raising tensions across the confined space. Lena spotted a flicker on the star map resembling a past event, possibly a memory or a warning. The team debated its cryptic meaning, uncertainty knitting furrowed brows. Ignoring warnings of space-time distortion, Kale attempted a risky maneuver to stabilize the ship's trajectory. His mechanical arm moved with precise urgency as the ship groaned under stress. The ship passed through a shimmering veil, and for a brief moment, the crew glimpsed alternate versions of themselves. The fleeting visions left them questioning reality as their synchronized watches ticked wildly out of sync. Dr. Mayurk's voice cut through the ship's low hum with a dire warning. Crossing the meridian threshold risked trapping them in a temporal feedback loop from which there was no escape. He emphasized that the ancient compass they relied upon might be their only safeguard. Lena exchanged a determined glance with Kale, knowing the stakes had just risen immensely. Suddenly, the holographic compass emitted a sharp, high-pitched tone that resonated through the ship's decks. The shifting star maps aligned perfectly for a brief moment, revealing a concealed path hidden within the cosmic tapestry. The corridor through time and space shimmered like an invitation and a perilous gamble. Lena gripped the controls tightly, steering the vessel through the unveiled course. Each moment brought surges of gravitational distortion, the ship straining against invisible pressures that threatened to tear them apart. Her eyes never left the glowing compass, its light flickering as the anomalies intensified. Without warning, alarms blared, systems began to fail one after another. Kale sprang into action, his mechanical arm whirring as he improvised repairs on the erratic conduits amid the fluctuating time streams. Shifts in gravity and time warped his perception, but he worked with relentless precision. The environment around them began to flicker wildly, alternating between the ship's current state and fleeting glimpses of past moments aboard the vessel. Lena caught ghostly images of their distant origin world, fragmented and ephemeral, like echoes trapped in a loop. This temporal dissonance unsettled them all, reminding them of the fragile boundary they now crossed. Mayurk studied the ancient compass intently, uncovering new data hidden within its quantum readings. He theorized it was resonating with quantum echoes left by explorers who had ventured here before, their temporal footprints embedded in the device's core. This revelation changed their understanding of the anomaly's depths. The crew gathered to debate their next move, torn between risking a temporal jump out of the anomaly's heart and the terrifying possibility of being erased entirely. Fear mingled with resolve. Any misstep could mean losing not just their lives, but their existence. The dilemma weighed heavily on every mind and soul aboard. As tension thickened, Lena's compass suddenly displayed an unfamiliar symbol, radiating a cool blue luminescence. This new glyph seemed to unlock additional data on the star map, revealing alternate routes and subtle shifts previously obscured. It was a clue, and perhaps a key, to navigating the chaotic currents ahead. Without warning, Kale vanished from view, leaving only an empty echo in the corridor. Moments later, he reappeared dazed, his memories fragmented and tinged with images from an alternate timeline of their journey. His brief absence cast a shadow of dread across the crew, signaling the anomaly's unpredictable reach. Mayurk assembled the fragmented clues and proposed a disturbing theory. The anomaly fractured time itself into parallel streams, each threatening to overwrite their singular reality. The fabric of their existence might be unraveling, replaced by alternate versions slipping into their world. This revelation heightened the urgency of their mission. The ship's interiors convulsed in impossible ways. Corridors bent and merged, walls twisted in fractal patterns that defied logic and physics. Stepping through doorways felt like traversing shifting gateways between moments, each more disorienting than the last. Lena clung tightly to the ancient compass as it projected a star map that began to stabilize amid the chaos. The shifting lines slowly formed a coherent path, signaling a tenuous safe route through the temporal labyrinth. With cautious hope, they prepared to follow the compass's new guidance. Kale's voice grew urgent as he warned them all. They needed to act fast before their identities started blending with alternate versions of themselves. The risk of losing one's sense of self became more than theory, it was a looming reality. Time was slipping away faster than they dared imagine. Synchronizing their irregularly ticking watches, the crew set a coordinated countdown to time their leap through the heart of the anomaly. Each second carried immense weight as they prepared for a maneuver that could either save them or condemn their existence. The tension was palpable, the silence before the storm absolute. An intense surge erupted, flinging the ship forward through a kaleidoscopic storm of temporal fragments. Past, present, and future flickered wildly in the vessel's hull, a dizzying swirl of moments collapsing and rebounding against the hull. Every fiber of the crew's being was tested, as reality itself seemed to fracture around them. Through the chaos, Myrick managed to stabilize a core device, harnessing the anomaly's restless energy into a controlled rift. The ship sagged under the power as the device pulled a steady stream of quantum force into the breach they sought to create. This fragile control was their best hope for escape. Gazing through the rift, the crew caught a glimpse of a future warped nearly beyond recognition, the world they knew altered and broken. Silent cities, strange skies, and unfamiliar stars haunted the vision, a warning of what might come if their mission failed. The weight of their task was written in those fleeting images. Resolute, Lena vowed to preserve their reality by recalibrating the compass, using it to reverse the anomaly's relentless corruption. She studied the device closely, deciphering subtle fluctuations and guiding the adjustment with careful precision. The path to salvation depended on her success. Kale readied the ship for the upcoming temporal burst, a critical surge of energy needed to close the rift safely. Every system was checked and reinforced, his mechanical arm humming as it prepared to deliver the final pulse. The crew steeled themselves for what was to come, trusting each other implicitly. As the crew initiated their plan, the anomaly reacted violently, thrashing unpredictably against their intervention. The ship trembled and groaned beneath the strain, the very fabric of space-time shuddering in resistance. They braced for impact, hearts pounding with both fear and determination. The ancient compass blazed white-hot, pouring radiant waves through the vessel's structure that rippled like sonic pulses. Its light illuminated every corner, combating the darkness of temporal distortion with fierce brilliance. This surge of power was both a beacon and a shield against the unfolding chaos. Time itself began to mend around them. The star maps ceased their erratic shifts, freezing into stable and familiar patterns once more. The pervasive sense of fracture lifted slowly, the corridor of uncertainty gradually solidifying into clarity. Relief began to replace the dread that had gripped the crew. Lena expertly maneuvered the ship through the anomaly's now calm heart, racing against the imminent collapse of overlapping timelines. Every star and coordinate aligned as they sailed through the fragile corridor, the compass guiding like a steadfast ancient guardian. Each second was a victory in preserving their reality. Myrick tracked the crew's vital signs against the backdrop of fading distortions, confirming the singular reality strand remained intact. His relief was tempered by cautious vigilance, knowing the anomaly's effects could still surprise them. The crew's unity and endurance had preserved more than just their lives, they had preserved existence itself. Kale activated the final pulse from his mechanical arm, a surge of energy designed to seal the rift once and for all. The ship vibrated as the breach closed, the infinite fracturing of time snapping back into a singular flow. Their ordeal was ending, though shadowed by mysteries yet unrevealed. The anomaly finally collapsed in on itself, disappearing like a fading shadow. Outside the observatory's viewport, the stars shimmered steadily, undisturbed for the first time in weeks. Lena's gaze fixed on the holographic compass resting on the table as its glow softened to a gentle pulse. The device's dim light signified that the chaotic flux of time had balanced once more. Kale and Dr. Myrick exchanged relieved glances, their synchronized watches clicking with steady, even ticks after the previous irregularities. The certainty of normal time flow reassured them both. Back inside the observatory, the star map displayed a stable cosmic skyline, familiar constellations locked in their usual positions. The shifting patterns had ceased, confirming the universe's calm return. The crew methodically logged their experiences in the ship's records, emphasizing the compass's crucial role as a temporal anchor throughout the ordeal. Its importance was undeniable for navigating time's fragile currents. Quietly and with care, Lena slid the compass into her jacket pocket, mindful of its power and the responsibility to protect it. The weight of guarding such a device settled on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Myrick studied a subtle residual temporal anomaly detected in his lab. Though minor and far less threatening, it served as a sober reminder of their vulnerability to time's unpredictable forces. Kale set to work upgrading the ship's systems, applying insights gained about temporal mechanics and anomaly stabilization. His mechanical arm adjusted tools with practiced precision as innovation took shape. Under a calm and steady night sky, the team shared a quiet moment of camaraderie, their bond fortified by the challenges they'd endured together. The stars above seemed to witness their renewed unity. Lena gazed thoughtfully at the constellations, aware that the universe still held countless mysteries beyond their reach. Yet, for now, time itself was theirs to guard, a precious frontier guarded by steadfast vigilance. Leora stood by the window, her violet eyes reflecting the luminous full moon as she gripped the ornate silver locket tightly. The glow of moonlight bathed the room in a serene glow, yet a restless energy pulsed through her veins. From a distant hilltop, Elias watched silently over the sleeping village, his cobalt blue cloak blending with the shadows beneath the moon. His pale face was somber, eyes fixed on the trembling lights below. Nearby, Faye darted nimbly around Leora, her shifting silver fur catching the moon's glow in fleeting glimmers. The small creature's amber eyes sparkled with playful mischief as she wove through the shadows. Leora opened the ancient leather-bound book on her lap, pages alive with cryptic symbols and carefully drawn sketches of moons and encroaching shadows. Her fingers trembled as she deciphered the arcane script, searching for a clue. Suddenly, a cold shadow swept across the room, and Leora gasped, dropping the heavy book onto the wooden floor with a heavy thud. The silence that followed was thick, the air charged with unspoken danger. The silver locket in her hand began to vibrate softly, emanating a faint, pulsing light that was caught by the cracked mirror nearby. Reflections danced across the fractured glass, hinting at secrets hidden within its depths. Elias descended the hill, his pale face now illuminated fully by the moonlight as his voice murmured incantations under his breath. The power in his words stirred the night air, weaving shadows into spectral forms. Faye's ears perked up, her amber eyes flashing with warning as a dark presence approached swiftly through the village's edge. Her small body tensed, ready to protect Leora against whatever was coming. Guided by the glowing light from the locket, Leora moved toward the moonlit village square, her steps cautious yet determined. The night seemed to hold its breath around her as the silver glow led the way. As Elias arrived, the shadows woven around the square twisted unnaturally, and his cloak billowed despite the stillness. An unseen wind whispered through the empty streets, as if heralding the coming confrontation. Leora fumbled to open the locket, but an invisible force sealed it shut, resisting her every attempt. Frustration and fear mingled as the object's secret remained just beyond her grasp. Raising his arms, Elias summoned swirling spectral silhouettes that circled ominously around him, their forms shifting and flickering under the moon's pale light. Faye leapt swiftly to Leora's side, a low growl vibrating from her throat as the encroaching darkness thickened. Together, they stood firm against the unfolding threat. The moonlight caught on the cracked mirror across the room, revealing within its fragmented reflection a hidden passage that had previously gone unnoticed. The secret doorway teased with promise and danger. With her heart pounding fiercely, Leora stepped toward the mirror, every shadow seeming to stretch and pulse in the silent room. The stakes rose palpably, and she knew the night held more than mere mysteries. The passage unfolded before her, revealing a spiral staircase bathed in an eerie moonlit glow that spiraled downward into unknown depths. Each step seemed to echo with ancient whispers as she descended cautiously. Elias's spectral silhouettes reached out with ghostly fingers toward Leora as she made her careful way down the staircase, their forms rippling with dark intent. The air grew colder, shadows threatening to engulf her. In a fluid movement, Faye shifted briefly, transforming into a small glowing orb that floated ahead, casting a soft light upon the dark stairwell. Her guidance was unwavering, a beacon amid the encroaching gloom. At the base, Leora discovered a chamber bedecked with ornate moonphase symbols, the air thick with silent power. She placed the silver locket ceremoniously upon a stone altar carved with ancient runes. The locket burst forth with a powerful light, waves of radiance pushing back the gathering shadows and causing Elias's spectral forms to dim and recoil under its brilliance. Recoiling but undeterred, Elias shouted a fierce chant, his voice resonating through the chamber as the altar trembled beneath their feet. The darkness rallied, unwilling to concede ground. Fissures appeared in the chamber walls, letting cascades of pure moonlight flood into the enclosed space, strengthening Leora's resolve and weakening the shadows around them. Faye's silver fur brightened intensely, illuminating a hidden inscription etched into the wall, its words glowing softly in the newfound moonlight. The revelation promised vital knowledge on their dire battle. Tracing the inscription carefully, Leora unlocked a secret knowledge about bending the veil between worlds, a power both awe-inspiring and daunting. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on her shoulders as she absorbed the ancient truth. As Elias's cloak flared wildly and the ground shuddered beneath them, the chamber threatened to collapse, the chaotic energies at their peak. The night teetered on the edge of upheaval, every moment fraught with peril. Leora clutched the ornate silver locket tightly, whispering ancient incantations to awaken its latent power. Moonlight spilled into the chamber, its glow stabilizing the shimmering veil that protected the village from encroaching darkness. Her violet eyes reflected determination as the locket pulsed steadily against her heart. Suddenly, the locket's glow intensified, bathing the room in radiant silver light, but from the shadows emerged Elias, weaving darker magic in opposition. His cobalt blue cloak billowed as a swirling storm of shadows erupted, threatening to unravel Leora's protective veil. The opposing forces clashed, casting flickering patterns across the cracked mirror's surface. Shards of the cracked mirror began to float around Leora, each fragment capturing faint images under the moonlight. Memories of the village's history shimmered inside them, festivals, laughter, and quiet nights bathed in silver glow. The reflections whispered stories long forgotten but etched deeply into the land's spirit. One particular shard revealed a startling image: Elias in his former human state, eyes filled with hope before the curse took hold. The once tall and gaunt figure appeared alive, untouched by the shadowy magic that now gripped him. This glimpse unsettled Leora, suggesting there was more beneath his eerie facade. A wave of hesitation washed over Leora as she sensed a conflicted heart within Elias. Doubt crept into her mind, whispering that his intentions might not be purely malevolent. Could the enemy she faced be bound by chains she had yet to understand? Breaking through the tempest of shadows, Elias's voice came, raw and desperate. "Release me," he pleaded, the gauntness fading for a moment to reveal pain buried deep within. His words echoed against the chamber walls, blending with the moonlight's gentle hum. The shadows faltered, trembling under the locket's persistent light, granting Leora a fleeting chance to tip the scales. Seizing the moment, she steadied her breath and focused all her energy on bolstering the veil. The balance hovered delicately as the two forces waged silent war. Faye darted around the chamber in swift circles, her amber eyes blazing with fierce determination. Each burst of her luminescent silver fur pierced the shadows, disrupting Elias's dark enchantments. The small creature's light flickered like a beacon, weaving hope into the battle's chaos. The locket absorbed the swirling memories reflected in the mirror fragments, its light swelling to an almost blinding brilliance. Pulsating with the collective history and pain of the village, it became a radiant nexus of power. Leora felt its energy sync with her own heartbeat, strengthening their bond. Gently, Leora reached out and placed her hand over Elias's pale one, their skin meeting under the moonlight's serene glow. The silver light channeled through them, intertwining their fates as the chamber filled with a warm luminescence. It was a fragile connection, but potent enough to alter the course of their struggle. Suddenly, an explosion of light shattered the lingering darkness, flooding the chamber with purity and revelation. Within the brilliance, a forgotten truth surfaced, revealing threads linking their pasts in ways neither had imagined. The veil lifted momentarily, exposing secrets hidden beneath centuries of shadow. Elias staggered back as his form flickered between ghostly apparition and flesh and blood human. The torment etched on his face began to waver, replaced by flashes of an identity long buried. The battle within him was as fierce as the one fought around them. As moonlight streamed steadily, the chamber began to restore itself. The shadows that had entrapped Elias dissolved like mist at dawn. Walls once darkened by despair shimmered with soft silver hues, cleansing the air of malice. A tranquil calm settled, weaving peace back into the very stones around them. Faye transformed back into her familiar fox form, her fur now a steady silver under the moon. She brushed affectionately against Leora's leg, a small gesture filled with renewed hope and trust. The creature's amber eyes sparkled, reflecting the light of a new beginning. Leora and Elias exchanged a glance heavy with understanding and unspoken apology as the locket's intense glow softened to a gentle pulse. The fight was over, but the journey towards healing was just beginning. In that shared moment, the boundaries of enemy and ally blurred, revealing a fragile alliance. The cracked mirror slowly began to mend itself, the fractures sealing as if healed by the moonlight's magic. Its surface transformed into a flawless reflection, mirroring the serene chamber now free from shadow. It stood as a symbol of restoration, bridging past and present in silent harmony. Outside, the village beneath the moonlight exhaled in quiet relief, shadows retreating from the streets and homes. The night seemed to breathe anew, the air lighter, carrying whispers of hope and renewal. Moon phases above shifted subtly, their glow marking a turning point for all beneath their watch. Leora closed the ancient leather-bound book, its once-filled pages now blank yet warm to her touch. The stories and spells it held seemed to have fulfilled their purpose, fading gently into peace. The book rested in her hands like a relic of a challenge met and transformation earned. Elias shed his cobalt-blue cloak, revealing a more human form beneath, his once pale skin now warmed with life and color. His eyes, once cold and distant, glistened with warmth and introspection, reflecting a soul reborn. The weight of the curse seemed to lift, replaced by tentative hope. Together, Leora, Elias, and Faye stepped into the moonlit village square, their presence casting long, peaceful shadows. United and renewed, the trio embodied the fragile balance between light and dark. Around them, the villagers began to gather, sensing the change woven through the night. Leora noticed the moon phases subtly shifting above, a delicate dance that signaled a deeper connection now forged between the realms. The celestial glow felt personal, as if acknowledging the bond sealed within the village's heart. It was a silent promise that their story was woven into the cosmos itself. The silver locket remained in Leora's hand, glowing gently as a constant symbol of balance and protection. Its light no longer a battle cry, but a soothing presence in the night. Each pulse echoed the harmony, now sustaining the village and those bound to its fate. Elias began to recount the origin of his curse, a forbidden ritual cast by the village's founding ancestors in desperation and fear. His voice carried the weight of regret and a desire for redemption. Understanding unfolded as truths long masked by darkness surfaced between them. Faye led them toward the village's oldest oak tree, its gnarled roots whispering of ancient magic lingering beneath the earth. The air shimmered faintly with residual power, a sacred place holding keys to healing and closure. The trio moved with purpose, carrying the village's hope with them. Beneath the full moon's radiant light, they performed a cleansing ritual, entwining their energies to seal old wounds. Silver light spiraled around the oak, weaving through roots and branches, purifying the lingering darkness. The village and its guardians embraced this moment of renewal as night yielded to dawn. As moonlight filters through the leaves, the base of the ancient tree shudders, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, weathered artifacts gleam, tools of old and scrolls filled with wisdom, symbols of hope for lasting peace. The discovery ignites a spark of resolve within Leora, signaling a new chapter for the village. With care, Leora places the ornate silver locket into a carved wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. She secures the lid, locking it tight to shield the locket's power from those who might exploit it. The precious keepsake now rests safely, a silent guardian of secrets yet to be unveiled. Elias, freed from unseen chains, stands tall beneath the moon's glow, his cobalt-blue cloak billowing softly. He solemnly pledges to watch over the boundary between worlds, joining Leora and Faye in their sacred duty. Together, their shared vigil promises to guard the fragile peace they've earned. Reflective surfaces throughout the village catch the moonlight, gleaming with renewed clarity and calm. Shadows retreat as the glow cleanses the streets, painting everything with a serene luminance. The village breathes easier, wrapped in the delicate balance restored by the night's events. New inscriptions emerge on stone markers scattered around the village, etched by unseen hands during the night. They tell the story of the moonlit revelation, weaving a tale of courage, unity, and hope for generations to remember. The stones stand as silent witnesses to the dawn of a new era. As the moon begins to set, Leora gazes upward, her violet eyes reflecting the fading silver light. She feels the weight of the village's past interlaced with the promise of the future, held gently in the twilight's embrace. Dawn approaches, carrying with it both memories and expectations. Elias and Faye prepare quietly for their departure, the horizon calling them to distant lands. Their roles as guardians continue beyond this village, a journey far from over beneath the ever-watchful sky. Farewells are brief, but filled with unspoken trust and shared purpose. Turning back toward her home, Leora moves with a newfound strength, the locket's faint glow warm beneath her cloak. She carries both the burden and blessing of what has transpired, ready to protect the peace they've secured. Her silhouette melds softly with the awakening village. On her desk, the cracked mirror now rests whole, its surface shimmering subtly in the soft morning light. It reflects not just her image, but the truth of what was mended, broken fragments made complete. The mirror stands as a quiet testament to resilience and transformation. As the sun rises, Leora smiles softly, hope blossoming in her violet eyes beneath the watchful moon's retreat. The village holds its breath, poised for the days ahead filled with promise and guarded dreams. Beneath the veil of moonlight, peace endures, quietly enduring into the future. Leora stood beneath the night sky, her silver hair shimmering softly as unfamiliar constellations stretched above in a dance of celestial light. Her luminous blue eyes traced the intricate patterns, feeling a pull she couldn't yet explain. In the quiet of the village, elders whispered in hushed tones about an ancient prophecy tied to the stars that had begun to fall from the heavens. Their voices carried a mix of fear and hope, hinting at destinies intertwined with the cosmos. Near the roots of a massive ancient oak, Leora discovered a pendant glowing softly with a pulsating light. The silver pendant matched one she had always worn, but this new glow seemed alive, responding to her touch. Kalen arrived just as the firelight flickered against his flame-red hair and bronze skin. With a serious tone, he warned of a looming shadow threatening to engulf their world, his gaze heavy with urgency. In the village square, the Starborn amulet suddenly emerged, casting a radiant blue light that danced over the cobblestones. The glow was mesmerizing, illuminating the faces of onlookers with hope and dread. From the depths of the dark woods, Mara silently watched, her violet eyes reflecting the amulet's shimmering light. Cloaked in shadows, her presence was both ominous and unseen by the villagers. An uneasy silence fell as the night sky dimmed, stars vanishing one after another till only darkness remained. The villagers felt a growing unrest, as if the world's balance was slipping away with each fading star. Seeking answers, Leora approached Kalen, her voice trembling with uncertainty. He reluctantly revealed her connection to a celestial lineage that was beginning to vanish from existence, deepening the weight of her destiny. Under Kalen's stern guidance, Leora began to harness the power of her pendant, the surrounding stars flickering in response to her awakening abilities. Each lesson strengthened her bond with the cosmos, yet the challenges ahead loomed large. Mara unleashed shadowy creatures from the darkness, their forms twisting and creeping as they surged toward the amulet. Chaos erupted as villagers scrambled, the tranquility of the night shattered by the assault. Together, Leora and Kalen fought fiercely to protect the amulet, but with every strike, its radiant glow weakened. The amulet's dimming light cast doubt over their struggle, making victory seem more distant than ever. Suddenly, the celestial mirror flickered to life, revealing a cryptic message etched in glowing runes that hinted at a realm beyond the stars. The mysterious script beckoned them toward an otherworldly journey. Compelled by the message, Leora touched the mirror's surface, triggering a shimmering portal that revealed an ethereal landscape bathed in starlight. The realm beyond was both breathtaking and unsettling in its shifting beauty. Kaelin insisted they step through the portal together, knowing the fate of their world depended on restoring the stars that were fading. Despite the dangers ahead, their determination was unwavering. As they crossed the threshold, Mara's distant laugh echoed through the star realm, a chilling reminder that their trials were only beginning. Her promise of challenge hung heavy in the celestial air. The star realm unfolded with shifting skies and impossible terrain, each moment testing Leora's resolve and adaptability. The very landscape seemed alive, its challenges crafted to probe her strength and spirit. Leora's silver pendant began to glow brighter, its light pulsing in response to hidden celestial paths that revealed themselves only to her. This newfound guidance was a beacon amidst the realm's perplexing shifts. Kaelin confronted illusions conjured by Mara, his flame-red hair blazing fiercely as his fire met their intensity. Each battle was a test of will, his flames pushing back the consuming shadows. Together, they discovered ancient runes carved into celestial stones, indicating the starborn amulet must be recharged at the heart of stars. This revelation set their course deeper into the realm's mysteries. An unexpected alliance formed as starborn creatures emerged, their forms radiant and ethereal, offering guidance through the perilous landscape. Their presence brought hope and new knowledge on the path ahead. Suddenly, Mara's shadowy figure appeared once more, disrupting the traveler's path and shattering a section of the celestial bridge they needed to cross. The obstacle threatened to sever their progress abruptly. Drawing on the strength of her celestial lineage, Leora used her pendant's light to mend the fractured bridge. Her connection to the stars pulsed stronger than ever, enabling her to restore the path with care and resolve. They soon faced a harrowing trial where Leora was forced to confront her deepest fears, each reflection cast in shimmering starlight. This intimate challenge tested her courage and inner strength beyond physical battles. By overcoming her doubt and fear, Leora unlocked a new level of power, her pendant now radiating with pure, unwavering light. This luminous transformation marked a turning point in their quest. In a final act of sacrifice, Kaelin extinguished his fiery flame to illuminate a hidden cavern leading closer to the heart of stars. His fading light carved a path through darkness, underscoring the gravity of their mission. Mara raised her arms, summoning a starless storm that swallowed the night sky in utter darkness. The winds howled with abyssal force, threatening to consume Leora and Kaelin in its relentless void. Celestial stars vanished as the glowing runes dimmed, and the shifting realms trembled under the threat. Seeking refuge, Leora and Kaelin found shelter within a cavern adorned with ancient murals illuminated by faint rune light. The walls depicted the birth of their world's stars, weaving a story etched in glowing symbols and shimmering celestial patterns. The night sky outside remained cloaked in deep shadows. As they traced the murals, they uncovered the tale of Mara's fall, once a revered star guardian engulfed by darkness. Her radiant form had twisted into shadow, consumed by despair and regret. This revelation cast a solemn light on the storm they now faced. Leora, her silver pendant catching a subtle glow, reached out with heartfelt empathy toward the darkness that held Mara captive. Her gentle voice carried through the shifting atmosphere, planting a fragile seed of doubt within Mara's resolve. The amulet pulsed faintly with this hopeful energy. Mara's shadow wavered, flickering between vicious rage and hesitant sorrow. The internal conflict stirred as Leora's words touched the core beneath the darkness. For a moment, the storm's fury softened, and stars began to faintly shimmer once more. Patches of stars re-emerged along their path, guiding them closer to the heart of stars. The celestial forge radiated with pulsating cosmic energy, suffusing the air with a mix of hope and lingering tension. The realms shifted subtly, the atmosphere alive with anticipation. Without warning, Mara's minions ambushed them, shadows darting amidst the stars like dark meteors. In the narrow escape, Kalen sustained a wound that dimmed his fiery glow. Despite the chaos, they pressed onward, shadows closing behind them. Leora knelt beside Kalen, her luminous blue eyes steady as she channeled gentle light to stabilize his weakened flame. Their bond deepened, each heartbeat syncing with the glow of her silver pendant and his flickering fire. The cosmic energy around them responded to their unified strength. They arrived at the heart of stars, a celestial forge bathed in raw cosmic power. It pulsed rhythmically, as if alive, its glow casting intricate light upon their faces. The night sky above shimmered with nascent constellations, waiting to be reborn. Leora lifted the starborn amulet, attempting to recharge it with the forge's energy. Yet it resisted, its glow flickering uncertainly, signaling that mere power was insufficient. The amulet demanded sacrifice, a deeper offering beyond strength. Mara appeared, her form shifting between shadow and light, proposing an uneasy alliance. She offered a choice: to unite their powers and restore balance or surrender everything to the engulfing darkness. The air thickened with tension, stars flickering like hesitant witnesses. Torn by the weight of the decision, Leora's mind drifted to memories of her village and the faces of loved ones. Their safety and the fate of countless realms hung in the balance, reflected in the gleaming night sky. Her heart surged with determination amidst the swirling emotions. Resolutely, Leora extended her hand toward Mara, the amulet bursting into unwavering brilliant light. The glow intertwined with Mara's shadow, hinting at a fragile unity forming beneath the cosmic tapestry. The shifting atmosphere held its breath as destiny unfolded. Mara's shadow dissolved, revealing her true radiant form, a star guardian broken by pain but yearning for redemption. Her violet glowing eyes softened, the weight of darkness lifting as light embraced her once more. The celestial symbols around them shimmered in acknowledgement. Together, their combined light surged through the amulet, feeding it with renewed energy that reignited the cosmos above. Stars blazed back into the sky with vibrant intensity, weaving new constellations that told a story of unity. The realms shifted in harmony, their edges softly blending. The night sky burst into brilliance, stars blazing across the heavens in radiant patterns visible from every world. The celestial tapestry shimmered with newfound life, a testament to restored balance and hope. Glowing runes danced amidst the stars, a silent song of renewal. The realms intertwined, blending celestial and earthly energies into a harmonious symphony. Celestial stars aligned with earthly elements, their union signaling an era of peace and connection. The subtle atmospheric shifts enveloped Leora, Kalen, and Mara alike. Kalen's flame reignited with a steady, powerful glow, stronger than before his wound. His bronze skin shimmered under the celestial light, reflecting the new harmony within him. Together, they embodied the reforged bond between realms and guardianship. Leora vowed to protect both realms, her silver pendant glowing softly as their destinies merged. Her gaze held firm commitment as the celestial forces swirled around them. The burden and honor of their journey settled like a star's steady light within her. The trio stood at the threshold between worlds, witnessing the dawn of a renewed era unfold in the skies above. The realms shimmered, the shifting atmosphere alive with promise and fragile equilibrium. Stars traced new paths as the night embraced the first light of hope. Back in the village, the night sky exploded into radiant starlight, illuminating faces turned upward with wonder. Hearts filled with hope as the celestial tapestry told the story of salvation. The silver pendant on Leora's neck glowed faintly, a beacon to all. Leora's pendant pulsed softly, a glowing reminder of their perilous journey and the bonds forged through light and shadow. Its steady radiance mirrored the harmony now restored between the realms. The stars above twinkled as if acknowledging the promise it represented. Mara, restored and radiant, silently watched over the realms once more as a vigilant guardian. Her violet eyes held quiet strength beneath the night sky, adorned with new constellations. The shifting realms settled into balanced serenity, embraced by her newfound purpose. Kalen trained new protectors beneath the celestial glow, sharing the wisdom of harmony born from trials. Flames danced steady on their skin, reflecting the unity of earth and starborn power. The village thrived under the careful watch of its guardians. Villagers gathered beneath the glowing celestial tapestry, retelling the tale that had saved their world. Stars shimmered overhead, guiding stories woven with light, shadow, and sacrifice. The air held the lingering magic of a starborn legacy, alive in every heart. Beneath the vast expanse of the starlit sky, Leora sat in quiet contemplation, the celestial stars twinkling like distant whispers weaving through the night. Faint glowing runes shimmered on her silver pendant as she felt the subtle pull of realms beyond, calling her with gentle urgency. In this stillness, Leora realized how much the journey had altered her essence. She was no longer just a guardian, but a vital bridge uniting the heavens above with the world below. Her heart carried the weight and wonder of this newfound destiny, a living link between stars and earth. A soft, celestial glow wove through her silver hair, casting ripples of shimmering light around her, a radiant symbol of the role she was now destined to play. The strands seemed alive, echoing the delicate harmony of the shifting realms she had come to understand. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the faintest song of a distant star, an ethereal melody full of promise and adventure. It whispered of journeys still to come, horizons yet to be explored beyond the veil of the present night. With renewed purpose, Leora climbed the gentle hill overlooking her village, the patchwork of rooftops resting quietly beneath a blanket of twinkling stars. The night sky stretched endlessly above, rich and alive, echoing the quiet resilience of the world she protected. From the shadows emerged Kalen, his flame-red hair catching the starlight as he approached with a warm, assured smile. Together, their presence spoke of shared strength and unspoken readiness to face whatever destiny awaited. Silently, Mara appeared beside them, her dark robes merging with the night, eyes glowing violet with a newfound peace. Her presence, once shadowed by mystery, now stood as a testament to redemption and the fragile unity forged through trials. Together, the three raised the starborn amulet skyward, its radiant light pulsing in sync with the heartbeat of the cosmos. The glow danced upon their faces, weaving their fates with the eternal rhythm of the universe around them. The night sky responded in kind, swirling with renewed brilliance as the celestial stars painted a living canvas of hope, memory, and endless possibility. It shimmered with the luminous runes' gentle glow, reflecting the harmony born from their combined strength. As dawn's first light brushed the horizon, Leora, Kalen, and Mara stood united beneath the fading stars, guardians of a world reborn under the veil of the starborn. In this new era, their bond shone brighter than ever, a promise that the realms would forever remain intertwined in balance and light. Under a deep indigo sky embroidered with twinkling stars, Eris stands quietly, her silver hair catching the soft, celestial light. A gentle yet unshakable pull stirs within her, drawing her thoughts toward an ancient prophecy whispered through the ages. In the warm glow of his chamber, Elder Thalos unfurls a weathered scroll, its edges brittle with time. He points to an image of a delicate veil separating two realms, his voice heavy with warning that the veil's power is waning on this very night. Kalen approaches from the shadows, his tall frame adorned with celestial tattoos that pulse gently with radiant light. Meeting Eris's gaze, he pledges his unwavering protection along her foretold journey, the stars reflecting fiercely in his steady eyes. Suddenly, the peaceful night fractures as shadow wraiths emerge from the forest's edge, their faceless forms marked by ominous glowing red. They slide silently, yet threat looms palpable, their presence turning the tranquil hues to sharp crimson. Eris seizes the crystal star staff from Elder Thalos's grasp. Its luminous glow flickers precariously as the wraiths close in. She tightens her grip, the staff's light casting trembling patterns that dance against the surrounding darkness. Before them, the veil dissolves into a visible shimmer, a translucent curtain of ethereal light dividing the celestial stars from the mortal world below. Its presence hums with ancient power, both fragile and infinite. With determination, Eris steps through the shimmering veil, entering a realm alive with swirling constellations and radiant celestial wonders. The air pulses with the energy of countless stars, illuminating her path through the cosmic expanse. Kalen follows closely, his armor catching and reflecting the distant starlight, making him appear as a beacon amidst the unfamiliar celestial surroundings. Together, they move cautiously, eyes alert to the mysteries and dangers that lie ahead. The wraiths cross the veil's threshold, their forms writhing menacingly as the outer realm shudders in response. The cosmic light twists erratically, signaling turmoil and the fragility of the boundary between worlds. A glimmer beneath the stars catches Eris's eye. There, embedded in the ground, lies a radiant star fragment pulsing softly. She senses its importance immediately, as though it carries the very essence of power needed to sway fate. Echoing in her mind, Elder Thalos's dire warning visits her. This glowing fragment holds the dual power to seal or shatter the veil. Its fate now rests uncertain in her hands, burdening her with grave responsibility. Raising the star fragment, Eris feels her violet eyes flare with intensified light, a ripple coursing through the starry realm in resonance. The energy around her vibrates, responding to the fragment's awakening force. Kaelin's vigilance sharpens as a wraith lunges toward them. He conjures a shield of brilliant celestial light, intercepting the strike. His tattoos blaze brighter, the shield's radiance momentarily pushing back the encroaching darkness. The veil flickers violently in response to the clash, trembling as if on the brink of rupture. Unseen forces strain against the fabric of the boundary, threatening to unravel the divide between worlds. Eris's heart tightens with realization. Her choice now carries the fate of both realms. Hesitation grips her, weighed down by the rising stakes and the uncertain consequences of her decision. The wraiths close in, surrounding Eris and Kaelin with unnerving certainty. Their forms multiply unnaturally, pressing the attack with relentless shadows that grow more menacing with every moment. Kaelin's celestial tattoos flare with fierce light as he summons a spear shaped like a constellation. With swift precision, he strikes back against the unseen enemy, the spear glowing brightly as it swings through the air. Drawing upon the star fragment's potent energy, Eris projects beams of shimmering light that sear through encroaching darkness. Her power holds the advancing wraiths at bay, though the effort strains her very being. The veil pulses erratically, its shimmering border quivering under the violent exchanges. The delicate balance between the realms weakens visibly, threatening to collapse with each surge of battle. Out of the veil's trembling surface emerges a shadowy figure, a lost starborn spirit cloaked in faint celestial glow. Its presence is urgent, pleaded eyes, seeking Eris's aid as the cosmos teeters toward greater peril. The spirit's voice trembles as it warns Eris of a looming darkness far greater than the wraiths, one that threatens the entire cosmic order. Its plea ignites a spark of alarm and curiosity within her heart. Clouded with doubt, Eris struggles to decide whether to trust the enigmatic spirit. A deeper mystery seems to unfold around them, shifting the very fabric of their understanding. Momentarily, the wraiths withdraw, retreating into shadows to gather strength. Above the veil, a dark storm swirls violently, its red hues casting ominous light over the celestial fight. Kaelin's voice cuts through the tension as he counsels vigilance, preparing for the next confrontation. His tattoos flicker nervously, a reflection of the looming threat awaiting their resolve. The starborn spirit reveals the existence of a hidden celestial forge, a place of ancient power pivotal to restoring balance to the veil. This revelation offers a glimmer of hope and a new direction amid the gathering dangers. Eris took a deep breath, her violet eyes glowing softly as she chose to follow the ethereal spirit deeper into the celestial realm's mysteries. Each step felt lighter yet filled with the weight of destiny, the shimmering stars above guiding her into the unknown. Around them, the stars shifted and realigned, forming new constellations unfamiliar yet beckoning. These celestial patterns glowed in deep purples and blues, casting a mystic light that traced their path through the vastness. Suddenly, jagged star-shaped portals burst open from the darkness, and shadow wraiths emerged, their glowing red marks contrasting sharply against the sky. With no time to hesitate, Eris and Kaelin braced themselves for the oncoming ambush. Thinking quickly, Eris raised the star fragment, summoning a radiant dome of celestial light that pulsed protectively. The dome shimmered with intricate star patterns, momentarily shielding them from the wraith's attacks. Kaelin moved with calm precision, his celestial tattoos glowing intensely as he struck with his spear crackling with cosmic energy. Each foe that fell seemed to dissolve into stardust under his swift assault. After the fierce battle, they reached the forge, a majestic, ancient structure ablaze with celestial fire and pulsating power. The forge radiated warmth amid the cool cosmos, its glowing hues of deep blue and violet bathing the surroundings. The lost spirit appeared beside Eris once more, its form flickering as it beckoned her to place the star fragment into the heart of the forge. The crystal star staff in Elder Thalos's vision seemed to pulse in response, echoing the moment's importance. As Eris nestled the fragment within the forge's core, the veil pulsed violently, distorting between realms. A shadowy rift tore open, releasing a massive dark entity whose form seemed to consume the very stars themselves. The entity's presence snuffed out nearby stars, replacing their celestial light with an encroaching cold void. The cosmic balance teetered as the surrounding space shifted to ominous red tones reflecting the danger. Kalen stepped forward, his celestial tattoos dimming as he confronted the dark force, but his cosmic energy struggled against its overwhelming shadowy power. His strikes rang hollow as the entity absorbed the light around them. In the chaos, Eris felt a sudden, calming voice echo within her mind. It was Elder Thalos urging her to awaken the starborn heritage that lay dormant. Her eyes flared brighter, feelings intertwining with an ancient power waiting to emerge. Focusing deeply, Eris's celestial tattoos ignited in a brilliant cascade of violet and silver light, her energy surging through her veins like a river of stars. The glow expanded outward, illuminating the battlefield with intensity. Drawing strength from the vast starry sky, she channeled their combined energy into a radiant force that pushed back the persistent darkness engulfing them. The cosmic clash shook the celestial realm, stars twinkling in defiance. The dark entity shrieked, its form shattering as fragments dissolved into sparkling star dust and faint glimmers of fading light. The oppressive cold ebbed, replaced by a renewed warmth spreading through the realm. With the threat quelled, the veil mended, its shimmering translucent curtain stabilized, winking with renewed celestial light as it bridged the intertwined realms once more. Peace seemed momentarily restored under the twinkling universe. The lost spirit smiled gratefully, its shape becoming one with a newly formed constellation that shone peacefully in the night sky. Freed at last, it became a beacon, a guide among the stars for future travelers. Eris and Kalen shared a glance filled with relief and understanding, the ordeal forging a deeper bond between them, their glowing eyes reflecting unspoken promises. Together, they breathed in the calm after the storm, ready for what might come. The once vibrant forge began to dim, its celestial fires waning as its purpose concluded, but a faint glowing sigil emerged on Eris's palm. The mark pulsed softly, a subtle reminder of the power now intertwined with her fate. Setting off on their journey back, the stars lit their warm path, the celestial realm responding with peaceful hues of blue and purple. Their steps were steady, illuminated by the gentle cosmic energy surrounding them. The night sky settled into a tranquil canvas, revealing a universe delicately balanced between light and shadow. It spoke of calm, but also whispered that the equilibrium remained fragile and ever-changing. Beneath the veil, Elder Thalos awaited their return, his eyes gleaming with newfound respect and renewed hope. The crystal star atop his staff glowed steadily, a sign that destiny's wheels continued turning. Eris recounted the saga of the forge and the starborn spirit, the ancient prophecy held within the scroll now fulfilled. Her voice carried weight, weaving together fact and fate beneath the watchful gaze of the stars. Kalen knelt beside her, devotion clear as he pledged to remain at her side beyond the looming horizon. His vow resonated quietly, binding him to the path ahead and to Eris's luminous journey. The cosmic sigil on Eris's palm pulsed faintly, an omen of trials yet to come, hinting at shadows lurking beyond the restored balance. Its gentle glow reminded them both that vigilance must be constant. Together, they prepared to guard the veil vigilantly, fully aware that though order was restored, the balance remained delicate. Their intertwined destinies and shared resolve set the stage for all that awaited beyond the stars. Eris traced her fingers over the sigil, feeling a surge of light pulsing beneath her skin. Suddenly, visions blossomed before her eyes, stars that had yet to grace the night sky, twinkling with ancient promise. This celestial guidance pointed her toward the path she must take next, intertwining fate and hope. A subtle disturbance rippled through the cosmos, a tremor of imbalance Eris could almost hear. Her glowing violet eyes narrowed in concern as she felt the celestial harmony falter in a distant corner, warning of shadows stirring beyond her sight. An unseen threat was creeping closer, wrapped in the dark tones of danger. Kalen moved with a focused intensity beneath the deep purple night, his celestial tattoos shimmering brighter with each controlled breath. With every strike and parry, he channeled the cosmic energy into his armor, mastering its glowing power. His renewed purpose was clear, to stand as an unyielding guardian in the coming storm. Beneath the vast night sky, Elder Thalos wove intricate wards around the shimmering veil, his staff's crystal star blazing with unwavering light. Threads of starlight intertwined with his spells, fortifying the barrier that balanced fate's delicate weave. The wards pulsed softly, a luminous promise of protection amid encroaching darkness. The veil itself shimmered softly in the nocturnal hues, casting a radiant beacon into the heavens. Around it, other starborn souls began to gather, drawn by its luminous refuge. Their forms shimmered faintly as they found solace beneath the veil's protective embrace, a sanctuary amidst the cosmic expanse. Under the open night sky, Eris sat cross-legged, her gaze steady and serene. Her violet eyes glowed gently, a quiet power radiating from within as she meditated on the stars' silent wisdom. The celestial light around her flickered in harmony, a silent song of strength and resolve. Far beyond the stars, the fading remnants of the dark entity dissolved into nothingness, a final wisp of shadow extinguished by cosmic light. The red marks that once bled through the darkness vanished, restoring balance to the celestial tapestry. It was a fleeting glimpse of victory, reminding them of the fragile peace secured. Silhouetted against the vibrant night heavens, Eris and Kalen stood side by side atop a hill. Their forms solid and unyielding, framed by deep blue and purple hues swirling overhead. Together, they kept vigilant watch, guardians bound by purpose and the glowing stars above. The veil swayed gently, alive with shimmering cosmic energy that twinkled like distant galaxies. Its translucent fabric shifted in the soft night breeze, a living emblem of fate's intricate design. The celestial light that wove through it promised enduring hope and the ongoing dance of destinies intertwined. As dawn neared, Eris and Kalen stepped forward into a path illuminated by starlight and shadows alike. Their journey would continue, bound forever to the mysteries of the cosmos and the realms they vowed to protect. Together, they embraced the infinite secrets held beneath the endless sky. Under the pale glow of a flickering streetlight, Mara pores over an ancient blueprint, her fingers tracing the faded lines beneath the dim, shifting shadows of the night. The city hums around her, a maze of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Nearby, Dex sharpens a compact knife, his scarred eyes darting across the darkened alley, each scrape of the blade echoing his readiness and caution. His hands move with practiced precision, muscles tense to spring at a moment's notice. Lyle leans against a rusty lamppost, flicking a silver coin that catches the faint light, the cryptic symbol shimmering briefly before it spins through the air. He tosses a smirk toward Mara and Dex, his playful tone a fragile veil over the tension tightening around them. Sophia arrives silently, her sleek bob framing sharp eyes as she spreads tactical maps across a cluttered table strewn with tools and mechanical parts. Her calm presence steadies the group, bringing focus to the unfolding plan. The team huddles close, poring over the intricate designs of an unbreachable vault hidden beneath a corporate monolith. The stakes loom large as they outline each step, knowing the consequences of failure could unravel them all. The silver locket catches a stray beam of light against Mara's black-gloved hand, a silent talisman as she listens intently to Sophia's crisp, calculated instructions. Time hangs heavy in the air, measured and unyielding. Close-ups reveal their faces etched with determination and fear. The clock ticks relentlessly as the weight of their mission presses down, promising ruin if they falter. Eyes meet briefly, unspoken resolve passing between them. In near darkness, they practice hand signals, swift, precise gestures weaving silent conversations. Each move is rehearsed with an urgency that mirrors the pounding rhythm of their hearts. Dex rolls up his sleeve, a faded tattoo and fresh scar narrating tales of past close calls and battles fought in shadows. The mark is a reminder of the razor's edge they now tread. Lyle's fingers trace a rough sketch of an escape route, highlighting a seldom-used service elevator hidden behind walls of steel. His smirk fades to a look of pure concentration as he explains the delicate timing required. Mara's gloved fingers dance deftly over a model safe. The clicks whisper soft promises of mastery. Her steady hands belie the storm of adrenaline surging beneath her calm exterior. Sophia aligns their watches, the metallic ticks synchronizing their resolve as each second seals their fates. Her slender fingers brush the dials, marking the moments where luck and skill must intersect. A wall clock looms large as its pendulum swings, and the minutes cascade into midnight, silent herald of the heist's inception. The neon glow outside flickers in time, casting fractured shadows on faces ready to move. Blending with the neon-lit crowd, Mara, Dex, and Lyle navigate the city's pulse, their presence swallowed by the nightlife's kaleidoscope. Each step forward is a step deeper into danger's heart. Inside the polished skyscraper lobby, footsteps echo ominously as security patrols draw near. Breath catches as each passing guard tightens the invisible noose, their vigilance sharpened beyond expectation. Dex clamps a gloved hand over the corner of a security camera, wires snipped just in time. His eyes betray a flicker of unease. No plan survives perfect execution, and shadows whisper of unseen threats. Mara slips through a locked door with practiced ease, her touch a ghost against cold metal. Lyle watches the guards' shifting patterns, their rhythms a living puzzle to evade. Suddenly, a guard's flashlight beam jitters, casting erratic light that dances over Mara's shadow. Time suspends as she freezes, heartbeat loud in the silence, then the beam swings away, granting her fleeting reprieve. Relief flickers briefly on Mara's face as the danger passes, her breath shallow but steady beneath the mask of composure. Every second counts, and every slip could be the last. Lyle crouches by a control panel, rerouting alarms with deft hands. Mechanical clicks and faint, electronic hums dissolve into silence, a fragile piece amid the approaching storm. The low drone of unseen machinery grows louder as they ascend toward the vault's guarded sanctum. Tension prickles the air, thickening with each step nearer to the prize and peril. Their rhythm shatters as Sophia's plan collides with an unforeseen laser grid, red beams crisscrossing like silent sentinels. The team halts, recalibrating under the pressure of this stark new barrier. Mara's gloved hand brushes a laser beam, the hairs on her skin standing on end as she inches past. Not a sound betrays the near trigger of the alarm. A razor's edge walked with breath held tight. Thinking quickly, Dex tosses a small mirror into position, bending light to forge a narrow, new path through danger. The fragile diversion shimmers in the neon glow, a fleeting thread of hope. Lyle's earlier grin fades as he spots movement, a secondary security team closing in swiftly. Shadows lengthen and pulses quicken. The clock ticks loudly against the rising tide of threat. The team huddled tightly in the shadows, eyes darting as hands moved swiftly in silent communication. Every gesture conveyed urgency, adjusting their tactics without a single whispered word. The dim glow of streetlights flickered above, casting fleeting patterns over the tense faces. Sophia, her expression composed, traced elegant signals that reassigned positions with effortless precision. Her voice remained unused, but her calm authority resonated through their movements. Each member absorbed the revised plan instantly, ready to adapt under pressure. Mara's fingers closed firmly around the silver locket hanging at her neck. The cryptic symbol reflected faintly in the muted light, anchoring her resolve. Despite the chaos surrounding them, it remained a silent talisman, a tether to purpose. With a nod, Dex stepped forward, his scarred brow furrowing in concentration. He navigated the labyrinthine corridors with measured stealth, every footfall calculated yet silent. The faded tattoo on his forearm seemed to pulse with determination as he led the way. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed sharply behind the team, shattering the fragile silence. Without hesitation, they pivoted sharply, squeezing through a narrow ventilation shaft. The tight space swallowed them whole as they escaped imminent danger. Inside the cramped shaft, the air was thick and their breath shallow, strained against constriction. Clasping gloved hands gripped cold metal as bodies pressed close. Their tense eyes scanned the semi-darkness, alert for any sign of pursuit. Emerging near the vault, Lyle crouched and produced vintage lock-picking tools from a worn pouch. His nimble fingers danced expertly over the intricate mechanism, bypassing security with practiced ease. A subtle smirk played on his lips despite the stakes pressing in. A faint mechanical whir cut through the silence, followed by the slow creak of the vault door opening. The aged door groaned as metal met metal, revealing the chamber beyond. Relief flickered briefly among the team as opportunity presented itself. Within the vault, soft light shimmered off meticulously stacked assets, their origins untraceable and unknown. The tangible weight of their hull pressed silently against the tension in the air. The stakes of their mission crystallized in that guarded cache. Without warning, a small panel blinked an urgent alert, a nearly invisible trap snapped into motion. Taut wires slid into place, threatening lethal electric discharge. The room's calm shattered instantly, peril surging like a storm in the confined space. Mara surged forward instinctively, reaching the trap with nimble speed. Fingers brushed metal bars just as a shocking jolt sparked through the air, narrowly missing her grasp. Her breath hitched but resolve hardened. Escape was still within reach. Dex positioned himself protectively before Mara, eyes flicking around as Lyle swiftly began bagging the assets. Sweat gleamed on their brows, intensity mirrored in every motion. The clock was unforgiving, each moment weighted with risk and necessity. Amid the chaos, the silver locket slipped free from Mara's neck, dropping silently. Dex's eyes caught the glint, a flicker of recognition passing through him. Mara snatched it back quickly, fingers tightening around the talisman with renewed guardedness. Outside, rain began to fall, slickening streets and intensifying tension. Neon signs blurred through the wet sheen, casting an otherworldly glow over the damp night. Every step now carried greater danger, surfaces treacherous beneath hurried feet. Sophia's precise hand signals guided them, timing movements against predictable patrol rotations of the building. Her keen strategist mind calculated every variable with icy clarity. The team moved as one, blending shadows with neon-lit flashes along their escape route. Pursuers closed fast through the glowing streets, but Dex unleashed raw urban Parker skill. Walls and railings became allies as he vaulted and swung with effortless fluidity. Each leap stretched their lead, adrenaline fueling the desperate chase. Mara's silent signals cut through the noise as escape routes snapped shut one by one. Her steady gaze traced outlines on cracked walls, mapping dwindling options. Tension mounted, urgency spiking in every tense glance exchanged. Trapped and nearly out of paths, Lyle hastily tossed a smoke bomb to the ground. A dense cloud erupted between them and their pursuers, swallowing the chaos in mist. Precious seconds blossomed from the murk, granting fleeting safety. Breaths ragged but spirits unbroken, the team regrouped within the hollowed walls of an abandoned warehouse. Shadows wrapped around them, a brief refuge from neon glare and pounding rain. Their eyes met in unspoken questions, the mission far from over. Sophia's face tightened as she revealed a harsh truth. A mole lurked within their own ranks. Betrayal cut deeper than any external threat, confidence splintering beneath flickering lights. The fragile trust that held them began to crumble dangerously. Tensions flared like sparks in dry wood. Accusations flew in harsh, silent exchanges under the unstable glow. The team's unity fractured, doubt poisoning every gesture and glance. Loyalties hung precariously, a fragile web threatening to unravel. In quiet defiance, Mara examined the silver locket anew, her gloved hands steady despite the turmoil. A minute-hidden compartment caught the edge of her attention, unnoticed until now. Curiosity gnawed beneath her resolve, promising revelations ahead. Delicately opening the tiny compartment revealed a microfilm, minuscule but undeniably real. Etched upon it were encrypted coordinates, mysterious and compelling. The weight of new possibility pressed upon them, challenging every conviction. Dex's voice, though still silent, carried fierce insistence as he advocated pursuing the cryptic lead. The risk was massive, but so was the hope it offered, a chance to salvage what remained. His belief in salvation sparked resolve anew within the group. Sophia swallowed hard, the strategist's resolve bending but not breaking under the shift. With grim determination, she recalibrated their priorities, steering the team toward uncertain horizons. The mission's true test was just beginning. Inside a dimly lit room laden with scattered maps and dusty tomes, the team huddled around a small projector. The microfilm flickered onto the wall, revealing cryptic diagrams and faded handwriting. Sophia traced her finger over the symbols, while Lyle's sharp eyes pieced together the cipher's meaning under the watchful gaze of Mara and Dex. The coordinates extracted from the microfilm led them straight to an underground network, long forgotten beneath the city's worn streets. This labyrinth of tunnels whispered secrets of a past buried deep, barely touched by the neon glow above. The team studied a worn map, plotting their descent into shadowy corridors that promised answers or danger. Discarding their usual high-tech gadgets, the group assembled vintage equipment tailored for the old tunnel's unique challenges. Mara donned her black leather gloves tighter as they checked aged lanterns, rope coils, and weathered picks. Each piece, relics of a bygone era, prepared them for a silent journey where modern advantages held no sway. Under the cloak of night, the team advanced silently towards the concealed entrance, shadows lengthening and thickening around them. Mara's piercing green eyes scanned the area as Dex moved steadily, both communicating through practiced hand signals. The air was thick with tension, every step careful to remain unseen in the shifting gloom. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped from the darkness, the faint grin betraying a hidden agenda. The mole's reveal sent a sharp jolt through the team, blocking the passage with confident ease. Mara's gaze burned intense, the black leather gloves clenching subtly as the tension between them crackled. Words unsaid hung heavy in the charged standoff, until Mara's quick wit and unwavering calm shifted the balance. With a deft feint and pointed gesture, she outmaneuvered the betrayer, forcing a retreat. The path opened once more, with the team's trust tempered but intact, ready to press onward. Navigating the winding tunnels, faint luminescence from the silver locket's cryptic symbol revealed subtle markings along damp walls. Each step carried them deeper into the maze, where time felt stretched and fragmented like the flickering lantern light. The rhythm of silent signals maintained their cohesion amid the echoing emptiness. They emerged into a hidden chamber where evidence lay scattered across a battered table, enough to unravel the corrupt organization's iron grip. Documents, photographs, and a map detailing illicit routes promised a turning tide. Hope flickered in their eyes as the weight of their mission crystallized in this clandestine trove. As dawn's first light spilled over the city skyline, the team exchanged glances heavy with relief and quiet triumph. The long night's ordeal had shifted the balance, their silent struggle drawing to a hopeful pause. In the crowded street below, life stirred anew, ignorant of the battles fought just beneath its surface. In the soft morning glow, Mara placed the small silver locket upon the worn table, its emblem catching the light with a quiet brilliance. The cipher etched on its surface symbolized not only the secrets uncovered but the hard-won freedom ahead. A new day had begun, marked by resilience and the promise of justice restored. Under flickering streetlights, Clara Voss lights a cigarette outside the dim jazz club. Her breath forms a mist in the cold night air, the silver locket at her neck catching the faint glow. Inside, Anna Lyle sings a haunting melody, her auburn curls brushing a crescent moon tattoo that glimmers under the stage lights. The audience is entranced, shadows dancing along the walls. Clara's sharp eyes scan the room, settling uneasily on Vincent Hale at the bar. His scarred cheek catches the dim light as he nervously surveys the crowd, glancing over his shoulder. Vincent suddenly slides a folded note into Clara's hand, before disappearing quickly through a rain-soaked alley behind the club. The damp air swirls around her as the door slams shut. Unfolding the note, Clara reads a cryptic message about the Vale and a midnight rendezvous near the docks. Her eyes narrow, realizing the urgency hidden between the cryptic words. Pocketing the note, Clara fingers her silver locket, the cold metal grounding her resolve. The shadows under the street lamp deepen as her expression hardens. At the police station, Lieutenant Morneau frowns over a faded photograph of the city's skyline, rain-blotched yet familiar. He explains the unsolved disappearances with a stern voice, tension thick in the air. Clara exhales smoke from her cigarette, jaw clenched, promising Morneau she'll uncover the truth. The flickering bulb overhead casts long shadows on the worn walls. Later, Elias Crane emerges from the mist near the docks, his gray fedora low and gloves pristine against the damp night. His silent approach seems almost spectral in the fog. Clara approaches Elias cautiously, noting his cold demeanor and the gleam of his gloves in the muted light. Their whispered exchange carries weight, secrets hovering between them. Elias warns of unseen forces lurking beneath the city's surface, cryptically mentioning the Midnight Veil as something to fear. His words hang heavy in the chill air. Suddenly, a shadow detaches. Vincent appears, urgency in his whisper as he speaks of a meeting that could expose everything. The three share a tense glance, aware of the risks. From their hidden vantage, Clara, Elias, and Vincent watch as shadowy figures gather in a clandestine assembly near the docks. Blurred reflections ripple off the water, obscuring faces. Gunfire shatters the silence. Chaos erupts with frantic movement. Clara narrowly escapes amidst the turmoil, clutching a torn piece of fabric stained with shadows and rain. Back in her dim apartment, Clara examines the fabric's emblem by the fading light, a match to Anna's crescent moon tattoo. A chill runs through her at the unexpected connection. Anna confronts Clara, suspicion flickering in her eyes as she questions the emblem's link to her past performances. Her voice trembles with a mix of fear and anger. Clara recalls rumors of a secret society, veiled references caught in old jazz lyrics passed down through whispers. The city's darkest corners seem to pulse with hidden meaning. Vincent admits his past affiliation with the society, revealing its deep reach into city officials and even the police force. His tone is haunted, remorse threading each word. Clara's silver locket glints faintly as she recalls her father's mysterious disappearance years ago, a dark thread now entwined with the society's shadow. Determination steals her gaze. At dawn, Elias reveals a concealed entrance beneath the city, a hidden passage that promises answers. They plan their exploration carefully, the weight of secrecy pressing down. Descending into twisting tunnels, shadows strain into ominous shapes, whispers curling from unseen corners. The faint glow of the locket marks their path against the oppressive darkness. A sudden mechanism slams shut behind them, sealing the entrance tight. Trapped, the group clings to the faint light emanating from Clara's locket as panic stirs. The locket's glow illuminates cryptic symbols carved deeply into the stone walls. The group leans in, realizing the warnings etched in stone might hold crucial meaning. Vincent interprets the symbols as grave cautions, but Elias pushes forward undeterred. They uncover a hidden chamber, its air thick with decades of secrets. Inside, stacks of documents expose layers of corruption, officials entwined with mysterious disappearances linked to the secret society. The full scope of their enemies' reach becomes chillingly clear. Suddenly, distant footsteps echoed through the tunnel, sharp and unyielding. Instinctively, the group melted into the shadows, blending with blurred reflections cast by flickering lights. Lieutenant Morneau's stern voice called out, slicing through the silence and betraying their hiding spot. Morneau appeared, his square jaw set rigidly as he demanded Clara hand over the evidence immediately. His tone left no room for negotiation, threatening charges of insubordination if she refused. The air thickened with tension, the flicker of cigarette embers nearly forgotten. Clara stepped forward, her eyes unwavering as she opened her coat to reveal her own badge beneath. Her voice was steady as she declared a commitment to justice that transcended mere orders. The silver locket around her neck caught the low light, a quiet emblem of her resolve. Morneau hesitated, a flicker of conflict crossing his features beneath his stern facade. Before the standoff could deepen, a sudden structural tremor rocked the tunnel, sending debris crashing down and forcing them into chaos. Dust and shadows swirled as the passage partially collapsed behind them. Amidst the turmoil, Elias's gaze caught a faint glimmer, a narrow exit veiled by twisting passages. Without hesitation, he adjusted his gray fedora and led the group through the labyrinthine corridors. Their steps echoed faintly against wet walls, the silver locket and crescent moon tattoo glimpsed in fleeting reflections. At last, they emerged near the city's riverside, where shadowy figures in trench coats awaited under dim street lamps. The figures' silhouettes merged with the night, an ominous presence wrapping the group in unease. Clara's grip tightened on her locket as the moon tattoo peeked from Anna's wrist. A sudden pursuit ignited. Clara sprinted through narrow alleyways and darted across rooftops, expertly navigating the urban maze. The city's neon lights blurred in streaks as she clutched her locket, her breath sharp in the cold air. Behind her, footsteps faltered but never ceased. Reunited in a neon-glowing street corner, Anna and Vincent joined Clara and Elias. The group huddled together, whispering rapid strategies under the electric hum. The crescent moon tattoo caught fleeting glints from flickering signs, grounding them. Anna revealed a forgotten jazz recording, its crackling notes hiding coded messages about the society's covert operations. The melody intertwined with cryptic whispers, secrets layered beneath the familiar tune. The faded city skyline photograph lay nearby, a constant reminder of what was at stake. Listening intently, Clara decrypted the chilling phrase, "Veil lifted at last." The words hinted at an impending event that could change everything. Shadows seemed to lengthen around them as understanding deepened. Vincent leaned in, his scarred cheek shadowed under a street lamp. He warned of a clandestine auction where secrets, and more, were laid bare and traded like currency. The city's underbelly pulsed with danger just ahead. Clara infiltrated the auction disguised among the shadows, eyes sharp beneath her leather coat's collar. Her gaze locked on the organizer's emblem, a mirror of the insignia etched into her silver locket. The room buzzed with hushed bids and shifting alliances. She observed as live bids soared over incriminating documents, each coming at higher stakes than anticipated. The auction held more than rumors. It was a battleground where truth and deception clashed openly. Smoke curled upward, cigarettes burning down ever closer to ash. Suddenly, an unexpected raid shattered the tense atmosphere, chaos erupting. Seizing the moment, Clara slipped through confusion to snatch critical evidence from beneath watchful eyes. The silver locket pressed against her chest, a symbol of unyielding courage. Safe within a dimly lit hideout, the group pored over the decrypted documents, faces etched with growing dread. The revelations tied Elias's enigmatic identity to a sprawling web of citywide corruption. His perpetual gray fedora and gloves seemed to weigh heavier with confession. Elias finally confessed, voice low and remorseful. He was once a high-ranking society member, now seeking redemption for past sins cast in shadows. His admission shifted the fragile trust they'd built, the crescent moon tattoo a muted witness nearby. Trust shaken, the group debated fiercely, their breaths short in the cramped room. Clara insisted on confronting the society's leader face to face, unwilling to let shadows dictate their fate. Her locket gleamed softly, a beacon amidst uncertainty. A coded message led them to an abandoned theater, its curtains for years untouched and draped in shadows and mystery. The air hung thick with dust and forgotten echoes, the city skyline photograph tucked carefully in Clara's coat pocket. They stepped inside, hearts pounding against the silence. Within the theater's faded confines, Clara confronted a figure obscured behind a veil, an unexpected presence from her past. The face held painful memories, intimately connected to the lost photograph sealed beneath layers of rain and time. The silver locket lay heavy in her palm. Without warning, the theater was plunged into absolute darkness by a sudden blackout. Vulnerability wrapped tightly around them, breaths quickening in the consuming void. The crescent moon tattoo stole faint glimmers in the black, a silent reassurance. When the lights flickered back, the leader was gone, vanished into thin air. But a new clue lay in plain sight, pointing toward a rendezvous at the city's old observatory. The fractured reflections of the skyline danced over broken glass, the locket catching subtle glints. At the observatory, Clara stared into the fractured city skyline reflected in shattered glass panels. Each shard distorted the truth, symbolizing fractured realities and hidden fractures within the city itself. The silver locket hung steadily against her chest, unwavering amid broken truths. Inside, the group uncovered a detailed map outlining the society's insidious influence over critical city infrastructure. Lines and shadows intertwined, revealing the depth of corruption and control. Anna's crescent moon tattoo remained visible as they traced the dark web. A tense standoff unfolded as Morneau unexpectedly joined forces with them, revealing his own disillusionment and conflicted allegiance. His crisp uniform was now a symbol of rebellion, his square jaw set against old loyalties. Cigarette smoke curled around them, blurring edges between friend and foe. Together, they crafted a daring plan for a decisive strike during the upcoming city council meeting. The web of deceit strained under the weight of their resolve to expose it. Clara's silver locket gleamed quietly, the symbol of a justice ready to pierce the midnight veil. Detective Clara Voss stepped forward on the council floor, the weight of the silver locket against her chest, steadying her resolve. Her voice cut through the tense silence as she laid out the evidence linking the shadowy society to the city's corruption, each detail more damning than the last. Unbeknownst to many, hidden cameras streamed Clara's revelation across the city, broadcasting the truth to officials and citizens alike. Gasps and murmurs echoed through rooms and streets as the scale of the conspiracy became undeniable. The society's grip on the city began to unravel rapidly. As their supporters scrambled to escape, Clara's team swiftly sealed all exits. The growing shadows of panic were met with unyielding light, trapping traitors within their crumbling fortress. Lieutenant Morneau moved with calculated precision, arresting key conspirators amid the chaos. Quietly, Elias Crane stepped forward, gray fedora tipped low, gloves gleaming under the harsh lights, surrendering himself in a bid for redemption. On live television, Anna Lyle took the stage, her auburn curls catching the glow of the spotlight that revealed her crescent moon tattoo. Her hopeful jazz melody carried through the night, a soulful promise echoing beyond the unveiled darkness. Clara found herself at her father's grave as rain gently fell, droplets tracing rivulets on the weathered stone. Resting the silver locket against the headstone, she felt the weight of loss and the strength of purpose intertwined in the quiet moment. The city exhaled with cautious relief, the oppressive veil lifted from its streets and alleys. Shadows remained, but they no longer dictated the rhythm of the night, leaving space for a fragile peace to grow. Standing atop a rain-slicked rooftop, Clara watched as dawn stretched over the city skyline, the familiar photograph safely tucked deep in her coat. The sky's soft light promised new beginnings amidst lingering shadows. As the first rays illuminated the streets below, Clara slipped the faded city skyline photograph back into her leather coat pocket. It was a silent testament to the past she bore and the uncertain road ahead she was determined to walk. With a final slow breath, Clara exhaled a plume of smoke that drifted into the morning air. Clad in her leather coat and clutching her silver locket, she faced the emerging day, ready to confront whatever shadows still lingered. The clock struck midnight as Claire crept through the abandoned mansion, its shadowy corridors swallowing her footsteps. Her flashlight flickered, revealing peeling wallpaper and broken chandeliers swaying gently despite the still air. She paused before a heavy door, rumored to have been locked for decades. Tonight was the night she'd uncover its secret. With trembling hands, Claire searched for the rusted key she'd found in an old diary the day before. Click! The lock gave way, and the door creaked open to reveal a dust-laden chamber filled with old portraits and a single, ornate box. As she approached, whispers grazed her ears, soft, unintelligible murmurs that made her skin prickle. Ignoring the chill, she opened the box to find a faded photograph of a woman with eyes that seemed to follow her every move. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, morphing into urgent voices. "Remember us, free us," clamored in the shadows. Heart pounding, Claire realized the portrait's eyes weren't painted, but real, trapped souls pleading for release. She glanced around and noticed a diary lying open on a cracked pedestal, the final page stained with tears and desperation. Piecing together the story, Claire learned the mansion's owner had cursed these souls after a bitter betrayal. Determined, she recited the incantations scrawled in the diary, her voice steady despite the mounting tension. The room trembled, the portrait's eyes shining brighter, the air thick with restless energy. Then, silence. The whispers ceased. The oppressive weight lifted as a gentle breeze brushed Claire's face. Suddenly, the box glowed faintly. Inside, a small, ancient key appeared, as if offered in gratitude. Claire took the key, knowing it was the mansion's true secret, a promise of peace for the forgotten souls. As she stepped out, the dawn's light pierced through the broken windows, illuminating a mansion no longer haunted but free. With a soft smile, Claire whispered, "Rest now. Your story is told." The mansion, once a prison, stood serene, its dark past finally dissolved in the light of day. And Claire walked away, carrying the weight of the past, knowing some whispers must be heard to set others free. Elena sat alone in her dimly lit apartment, the rain tapping steadily against the window pane. Her fingers gently traced the contours of the vintage locket around her neck, the cool metal a small comfort amidst the growing unease in her chest. Navigating through the crowded streets, Marcus clutched his leather-bound notebook tightly, his eyes darting nervously between passers-by. The towering buildings felt oppressive, shadows stretching like silent watchers as he moved with purpose yet caution. In the sunlit park, Ava played quietly with her small handcrafted doll, her curls catching the golden light. She observed the pigeons fluttering nearby, a faint tension in her gaze that belied her innocent demeanor. A soft thud alerted Elena to a letter slipped under her door, the old seal instantly recognizable. Her expression shifted from curious anticipation to deep concern as she broke the wax and unfolded the aged paper inside. Inside a cluttered cafe, Marcus scribbled furiously into his notebook, each stroke urgent and deliberate. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone, or something, to appear at any moment. Elena hesitated at the entrance of a small antique shop, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached out to touch a cracked photograph resting on a dusty shelf. The image within stirred a mix of nostalgia and unease, the fractured glass symbolizing memories she struggled to piece together. In the park, Ava approached Elena cautiously, clutching her doll tightly as if seeking safety. Her eyes held a silent plea, a fragile bridge between their worlds amid the dappled sunlight. In a shadowy hallway, Marcus met briefly with the elderly Mr. Reynolds, exchanging a folded piece of paper with urgency. The dim light highlighted the weariness in Mr. Reynolds's silver hair and the weight behind their secretive interaction. Elena stood before a wall plastered with fragmented photographs and newspaper clippings, her gaze intense as she pieced together a complex puzzle. Each torn edge and overlapping image echoed the fractured past she was desperate to understand. Rain intensified as Elena walked along deserted streets, droplets streaking her face as fleeting memories flashed behind her eyes. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil rising within, each step heavy with unspoken questions. Marcus's hands trembled slightly as he unlocked a drawer filled with old letters and faded maps. The worn papers seemed to whisper secrets, invitations to delve deeper into a tangled history. In a quiet room, Ava carefully painted a small symbol onto her doll, glancing nervously toward a distant figure watching from the shadows. The faint line between safety and danger grew more fragile by the moment. Elena's vintage locket clicked open, revealing a hidden photograph of a mysterious figure obscured by faded light. The image sent a ripple of recognition mixed with uncertainty through her heart. With hurried movements, Marcus scribbled a note before slipping it discreetly under Elena's apartment door. The rain masked his footsteps as he vanished into the night, leaving a trail of unanswered questions. Elena unfolded the note, realization dawning on her as the words echoed in the silent room. Across the street, a shadowy silhouette lingered, watching her every move under the relentless drizzle. In the quiet corners of a crowded library, Elena confronted Marcus, voices low but charged with tension. Secrets long buried began to surface, casting long shadows over their strained interaction. A flashback unfolded. Years earlier, Marcus and Elena shared a quiet moment bathed in soft light, their expressions tender yet tinged with an unspoken sorrow. The memory revealed the fragile threads of a broken bond that still haunted them. Panic gripped those who cared for Ava as she disappeared from the park without a trace. The sun seemed to dim, the vibrant life draining away with her sudden absence. Elena and Marcus searched frantically through rain-drenched alleyways, calling Ava's name into the cold, empty air. Each echo replied only with silence, deepening the growing dread between them. Mr. Reynolds appeared suddenly, his worn cane tapping softly as he warned Elena of dangers lurking unseen. He pressed a cryptic key into her hand, his eyes grave with unspoken truths. With shaking hands, Elena unlocked a hidden compartment inside her locket, discovering a worn photograph of Ava's family carefully folded within. The discovery linked their fates in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. By flickering candlelight, Marcus pored over his leather notebook, drawing meticulous connections between the lost girl and Elena's fragmented past. Each revelation pulled them deeper into a mystery few dared to confront. Hidden in an abandoned building, Ava clutched her doll tightly as footsteps drew closer, her breath shallow with fear. The shadows seemed to close in, the silence fractured only by the slow creak of the floor beneath approaching feet. Tempers flared as Alina and Marcus argued fiercely over trust, their shared history casting long, painful shadows. Muted earth tones surrounded them, the weight of unspoken betrayals thick in the air. A mysterious figure left a subtle clue at the park, a silent offer of alliance amidst the chaos. Alina and Marcus discovered it, their search steering toward unexpected allies as the rain began to soften once again. Rain cascades steadily over the city streets as Alina and Marcus weave through twisting alleys, their footsteps echoing softly. Streetlights flicker through the downpour, casting muted earth-toned glows on wet cobblestones as they follow a tenuous trail. Their coats pressed tight against the chill, the urgency in their expressions is only hinted at through fleeting close-ups of clasped hands and focused eyes. Near a locked, weather-worn door, Ava's small handcrafted doll lies abandoned, dampened by rain. The lock is adorned with an unfamiliar symbol, carved deep into the wood, its jagged lines catching droplets that slide down slowly. Alina crouches nearby, hesitant to reach out but compelled by the haunting stillness of the scene. Marcus frowns as a sudden memory surfaces, a phrase half forgotten that pulses with new meaning. He murmurs it aloud, words that once felt meaningless now revealing their connection to Ava's disappearance. The leather notebook at his side seems to hum with dormant significance as he clutches it tighter. Back in her silently lit apartment, Alina carefully moves a painting aside, revealing a faded map hidden behind it. The map is jagged at the edges, marked with cryptic symbols that tug at her memory's edge. Her fingers trace the marks with a mix of confusion and dawning comprehension, the vintage locket at her neck resting heavily against her chest. Mr. Reynolds, seated in a dim corner of a quiet room, leans on his cane as he begins to speak. His voice carries weight as he recounts fragments of a past filled with lost memories and obscured truths. His thick-rimmed glasses catch the low light, shadows deepening the lines of a face etched by time. Alina stands before a derelict building, the fading light making its cracked facade seem both menacing and familiar. A flicker of hesitation crosses her face, a silent struggle with the choice to enter this place tethered to her family's hidden history. The rain has paused, leaving the air thick with anticipation and damp earth scents. Inside the building, Alina's eyes widen upon discovering scattered artifacts, aged photographs, worn letters, and personal items linking Ava's family to hers. Each piece deepens the mystery, weaving their histories into an intricate tapestry of secrets. Dust motes swirl in the shafts of fading sunlight, highlighting the quiet weight of revelation. Seated in a quiet corner, Marcus pores over his leather-bound notebook, the pages filled with scribbled notes and diagrams. His brow furrows as he deciphers patterns that bind recent events into a cohesive whole. The muted tones of the room mirror his intense focus, punctuated by the scratch of pen against paper. Unnoticed, Ava watches Alina and Marcus from a shadowed distance, clutching her doll tightly. Her eyes flicker between fear and hope, torn by the uncertainty of approaching trust. The muted dusk wraps around her, hiding her fragile presence from view. A beam of light catches Alina's vintage locket, its surface reflecting a hidden message visible only from a particular angle. She adjusts it carefully, mesmerized by the faint engravings that emerge and disappear with the shifting light. The locket's subtle glow links past and present in this intimate moment of discovery. A tense confrontation unfolds between Alina and a shadowy figure, voices low but charged with accusation. Layers of past betrayals ripple to the surface as secrets are thrust into the open amidst tight, focused shots of clenched fists and narrowed eyes. The rain begins anew outside, a symbolic backdrop to the emotional thunder within. Chaos erupts as Marcus sprints through narrow, rain-slicked streets, only to have his leather notebook snatched away in a swift, unseen motion. His outstretched hand grasps empty air as the thief disappears into the shadowed alleys, the loss weighing heavily. The damp earth muffles his frustrated breaths as rain blurs the scene. Determined, Alina battles the rising storm, her coat soaked and hair plastered as she retraces Marcus's path. The fierce wind and rain do little to deter her grit as she navigates the slippery streets to reclaim the stolen notebook. Close-ups reveal her unwavering eyes beneath the dripping hood, embodying her resolve. Ava's beloved doll lies damaged, torn cloth and missing stitches, symbolizing the fragility of their situation. The emotional stakes deepen as the doll's brokenness mirrors the tension and vulnerability enveloping the group. Rain trickles down its face, blurring the delicate features crafted with care. Under a brief clearing in the weather, Alina and Marcus confront their tensions, their expressions softening. They share a fragile reconciliation, forging a tentative alliance bound by their shared goal of saving Ava. The muted earth tones of the setting sun reflect a hopeful yet cautious new path. Guided by Mr. Reynolds's steady cane, the group embarks toward a forgotten location whispered about in old tales. The path is lined with overgrown vines and whispers of times past, the setting sun casting long shadows. His voice carries the weight of many years, imprinting urgency on their every step. Behind a locked door, Ava waits, relief washing over her face as Alina's locket fits perfectly into the aged lock. The gentle click echoes softly, a moment of release captured in close-up shots of hands and wide, hopeful eyes. The muted colors around them seem to brighten subtly, signaling a fragile victory. As the building begins to collapse around them, the group escapes amid falling debris, embodying the breaking of long-hidden secrets. Dust clouds swirl in the dim light, enveloping them as they sprint toward safety. The crumbling walls mirror the destruction of old pain and closing chapters. Alone in quiet reflection, Alina confronts her fragmented memories, embracing painful truths shaping her identity. Tears glint in her eyes as she holds the vintage locket close, understanding now the depths of her past. The subdued palette of earth tones reflects the somber yet necessary acceptance. Marcus places a steady hand on Alina's shoulder, promising protection for both her and Ava moving forward. Their destinies now intertwined, a quiet determination settles between them. The first hints of clear skies appear beyond the window, symbolizing fragile hope. Alina examines the recovered notebook carefully, uncovering a letter addressed to her, penned years ago. The words hint at concealed histories and warnings wrapped in metaphor, deepening the intrigue. The flickering candlelight throws dancing shadows over the faded handwriting, enhancing the mysterious aura. Marcus visits an old mentor in a cozy, book-lined study, seeking insight into the cryptic events. The mentor's calm explanations unveil perspectives that shift Marcus's understanding, shedding light on the tangled web they navigate. Muted earth-tone decor surrounds them, grounding the weighty conversation. Ava tentatively begins to open up, sharing fragmented memories that reveal surprising connections to Alina's past. Her voice is soft yet determined, weaving a delicate bridge between their histories. Close-ups focus on Ava's expressive eyes and the worn doll she still cradles. Together, Alina and Marcus uncover evidence suggesting a trusted figure's manipulation of their lives over many years. The revelation cuts deep, casting doubt on previous alliances and infusing their quest with new urgency. Shadows lengthen in the dimly lit room as they piece together the betrayal. The storm finally clears, sunlight breaking through heavy clouds and spilling golden warmth over the cityscape. This shift in weather mirrors a turning point in tone, signaling hope and the possibility of clarity amid chaos. Alina, Marcus, and Ava stand together, their silhouettes etched against the brightening horizon. Alina's trembling hands unfold the fragile letter, her eyes scanning words long concealed. The letter reveals the tangled history of betrayals that shattered their lives, stories stitched in shadows and silence. The muted daylight casts a fractured glow through a nearby broken window, reflecting the painful truth's ripple. Marcus faces the manipulator in a quiet, dimly lit room, leather notebook clutched tightly. Their confrontation is charged, raw emotions surfacing amid whispered accusations and trembling breaths. The rain taps softly against the window pane, mirroring the storm within them. In the soft afternoon light, Ava's doll is carefully restored, its delicate stitches mended with loving hands. The once worn and tattered companion now gleams gently, symbolizing newfound hope and the mending of fragile hearts. A close-up captures the doll, nestling peacefully in Ava's small hands. Elena stands beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, the air warm and calm as sunlight filters through leaves. This peaceful spot from her childhood offers a quiet solace, a refuge for reflection and renewal. Her vintage locket catches the light, a beacon of strength and closure. Marcus places the final copy of his article on a local newspaper's editorial desk, each word exposing the hidden corruption uncovered. The muted earth tones of the office reflect the gravity of his revelations, a testament to perseverance and truth. Outside, clouds part, allowing soft sunlight to spill in. Under a sky clear and bright with sunshine, Ava laughs freely, her joy pure and unrestrained. She runs across a sunlit garden, the restored doll clutched close as a symbol of healing. The scene is warm, filled with vibrant life and the promise of brighter days. Seated together on a worn bench, Elena, Marcus, and Ava share a quiet, tender moment. Their bond, strengthened through trials and shared truths, is palpable in the gentle gaze exchanged among them. Raindrops begin to fall lightly, washed away by the serenity of their connection. Mr. Reynolds stands by the window, a knowing smile softening his features as he watches the trio from afar. The weight of his own past lifts subtly, as if the final pieces have found their place in the broader mosaic. His cane rests forgotten beside him, the room filled with calm acceptance. The vintage locket gleams softly on the windowsill, bathed in golden light as dawn breaks gently over the city. Its delicate chain casts slender shadows that dance with the morning breeze, a silent guardian of memories once fractured. The scene is intimate, full of quiet hope and enduring love. Together, Elena, Marcus, and Ava walk down a sunlit path, their steps steady and hearts lightened by newfound hope. The muted earth tones of the world around them embrace the promise of a future rebuilt from fragments of yesterday. Their journey continues forward, united and unbroken. At midnight, under the flickering street lamp, Lana slipped the tiny black card into her jacket pocket. The vault was said to be impenetrable, but Lana had something no one else did, a whisper on the wind and nerves made of silk. She checked her watch. 5 minutes until the museum's security system looped the same footage again. Perfect timing. Inside, the silence was a different kind, heavy, expectant, like the air itself was holding its breath. She moved with precision, avoiding laser grids, as if dancing to music only she could hear. At the heart of the room, the ancient artifact glowed faintly behind bulletproof glass. It was beautiful, almost alive. Lana's fingers worked quickly, disabling the alarm with a hacked signal she'd crafted over weeks. A soft click and the glass slid open, the treasure now within her grasp. But then a shadow shifted. Someone else was there. Not security, but a rival, her own mirror image in ambition. Their eyes locked. Lana whispered, "I guess this is the part where they say may the best thief win." Words were needless as they darted and weaved, each trying to outsmart the other in a silent battle of wits. Lana's hand closed around the artifact just as footsteps neared. She bit her lip, time was running out. Thinking fast, she triggered a smoke flare hidden in her sleeve, filling the room with blinding mist. Using the chaos, Lana slipped out through the emergency exit, heart pounding but victorious. Outside, rain began to fall, washing away the night's tension as if it had never happened. Another day, another dance, Lana mused, glancing back at the glowing artifact safely in her bag. She didn't look back to see the rival slip out too, nursing a grudging respect for Lana's skill. The city was quiet again, but Lana knew the game was far from over. She smiled, already planning the next move, the last lure just the beginning of a thrilling tale. In the shadows, the evening's heist already becoming legend. Rain slicked Ali's blurred areas quick steps as she clutched the small red data chip tightly, anxiety flickering in her sharp eyes. Behind her, city lights cast fractured shadows, broken clocks ticking faintly in the distance. She slipped through the cracked doorway of a dim apartment, where Dex awaited, his tattooed sleeve visible beneath the rolled-up fabric. His impatient gaze met hers, the tension thick in the cramped room. Under the flickering overhead light, Dex inspected the red data chip, suspicion brewing between them. Words were exchanged sharply, betraying their fragile trust in the dangerous game they played. Outside, beyond the rain-streaked window, shadowy figures lingered unseen. Their fleeting reflections shimmered within a cracked mirror hanging awkwardly by the entrance, silently observing. Mara's gloved fingers danced expertly over the security terminal, cracking through dense encryption with ease. Her eyes fixed, determined, as the locked secrets began to yield. A broken clock on the wall ticked uneven rhythms, its hands stuttering in defiance of time. Suddenly, the quiet was pierced by a beep, signaling an incoming encrypted message. Aria's fingers traced the message's cryptic lines, revealing chilling warnings tied to the red data chip's unknown dangers. The weight of the revelation pressed hard against her resolve. From the shadows, the broker's distorted voice crackled ominously through an old radio device. Threats echoed clearly: surrender the chip or face dire consequences beyond their reckoning. Dex slammed his fist against the table, anger flashing over his tattooed arm as blueprints and wires scattered. Frustration twisted in the cramped air, tensions mounting between them all. Mara offered a daring plan: an infiltration of the data vault where the chip had originated. It was risky, but the only chance to unravel the web of deceit surrounding them. Aria hesitated, a haunting memory stirring. A broken clock stopped at midnight, symbolizing lost chances. Doubt flickered momentarily across her sharp features. With determination set, the team readied themselves, the red data chip nestled securely in Aria's jacket pocket. The fractured ticking of clocks outside seemed to count down their fate. Dex methodically checked his gear, the glow of a neon sign casting light across his tattooed arm. His focus was unyielding, the city's restless pulse echoing through the room. At her console, Mara manipulated traffic cameras, her gloved hands orchestrating a diversion to cover their anticipated escape. The city's network became their battlefield. Suddenly, the apartment door shattered inward. Shadowy pursuers stormed in. The urgency of their situation erupted as danger closed rapidly around them. A tense and frantic chase spilled onto rain-slick streets, with Aria deftly navigating the narrow passages. The red data chip's burden weighed on her as every second counted. Dex engaged assailants with striking prowess, his tattooed arm a blur in the melee, while Mara remotely sabotaged their pursuers' escape routes. Their coordinated efforts kept hope alive. They dove into an abandoned warehouse, greeted only by a haunting trail of broken clocks stopped at various fragmented times. The eerie stillness deepened the mystery they faced. Among the debris, Aria spotted a silver locket, its clasp cracked and worn, stirring unsettling familiarity. Suspicion gnawed at her. Was this a link to a ghost from their past? Mara's gloved hands delicately decoded the intricate engravings etched into the locket. Hidden messages emerged, revealing a betrayal by an informant they had once trusted. Dex confronted the informant through a faceless hologram, the broker's looming presence cast as a dark shadow over the exchange. The unseen enemy tightened its grip. Forced to divide, the team pursued scattered clues tied to the broken clocks dotting the city. Each path carried risk, threading deeper into the web of deception woven around them. Aria uncovered a hidden shipment manifest connected to the origins of the red data chip, intensifying the stakes. The puzzle was unraveling, but the danger escalated with each discovery. Mara hit a sudden lockout while hacking, her gloves briefly glowing as she pushed past the barrier. Innovation and persistence became their only weapons against digital defenses closing in. Suddenly ambushed, Dex narrowly escaped, using his tattooed arm's hidden signal to summon a shadowy ally. The fragile line between friend and foe blurred in the shadowed streets. Aria moved silently through the dimly lit clockmaker's shop, her sharp eyes scanning the myriad of broken clocks that adorned the walls. Among the shattered gears and dusty faces, she discovered a coded map hidden beneath a panel, its design mirroring the recurring motif of fractured timepieces. The map's lines intertwined with images of broken clock faces, hinting at a secret path. Suddenly, every clock in the shop chimed in eerie unison, a disorienting cacophony that froze Aria in place. As the echoes faded, a section of the floor subtly slid open, revealing a hidden passage cloaked in shadow. The broken clocks looming around framed this critical moment, underscoring the urgency of her discovery. Miles away, Mara's pale fingers danced over her keyboard, her fingerless gloves flexing as she intercepted an encrypted communication. The message warned of a massive data theft slated for midnight, sending a chill through the team. The red data chip, though not yet in her hands, had been referenced cryptically within the transmission. Dex appeared suddenly beside Arya, his muscular frame tense as he examined the fragments of the map she had uncovered. Piecing together details from the shipment manifest, he connected the dots that hinted at the scale and timing of the impending heist. Their reunion was brief but charged, the background clocks ticking ominously. From the shadows, the broker tightened his control, dispatching assassins whose distorted voices and shadowy forms moved like phantoms in the night. Their presence was an unspoken threat, signaling that no step the trio took would be unchallenged. The broken clocks in the environment seemed to mock their fragile grasp on time and safety. Cornered and outnumbered, the team was forced to split, each member vanishing into different alleys and byways. This narrow escape tested their trust and revealed fissures in their alliance as doubts and fears crept in. The broken clock motif lingered in the background, a reminder that every second counted and their unity was fragile. Later, Arya confronted Mara, her voice edged with frustration over the withheld truths about the red data chip's potential. Mara's gloves remained visible as she hesitated, the tension thick between them. The exchange was sharp, exposing cracks in their shared mission and the stakes they faced. Mara finally unveiled the chip's secret. It was a digital key capable of unlocking vast and hidden corners of the city's surveillance network. This revelation deepened the stakes, showing the scope of the broker's ambitions and the power the chip held. Their breath hung heavy in the air, punctuated by the distant ticking of broken clocks. Meanwhile, Dex grappled with his own conflicts, memories of the intricate tattoo sleeve on his left arm flashing in his mind. These flashbacks linked his past loyalty with his current resolve, grounding him in purpose amidst uncertainty. The tattoo, inked with symbolic gears, seemed to pulse in rhythm with the broken clocks around him. The broker struck back anonymously, sabotaging their communications with waves of interference. Each team's connection faltered, isolating them in their individual spheres of danger. The broken clocks in the background fell silent, underscoring the growing chaos and their vulnerability. Arya arrived at a desolate tower, the final clock looming above Frozen at midnight, the very hour planned for the heist. Time seemed to stand still as she prepared to confront the endgame. The broken clock hands pointed relentlessly toward urgency and inevitability. Within the tower, Mara's gloves moved deftly over her equipment, bypassing intricate security systems with rapid taps. Her pale features set in concentration, she fought against digital barriers to clear the path for her team. Around her, faint clock faces flickered on monitors, their fractures echoing the theme of fractured time. Dex intercepted a courier clutching a red envelope, the color matching the data chip that had come to symbolize their mission. This envelope held a critical piece of the broker's plan, shifting their understanding and strategy. Even as neon lights flickered, broken clocks hung ominously nearby, framing the hidden threat. Together, the team narrowly avoided a trap set beneath the tower's foundation, illuminated just enough by failing neon signs to reveal danger. They moved swiftly, the atmosphere thick with tension and uncertainty. Broken clocks in the area seemed to almost count down their fleeting chance for survival. Mara disabled a swarm of surveillance drones overhead, her gloves glowing faintly as she fought digital battles. This gave Arya and Dex a narrow window of opportunity to advance, their movements urgent and calculated. The broken clock motif lingered, a silent witness to their desperate push forward. Inside the tower's heart, Arya's eyes caught a cracked mirror reflecting her tense, focused expression. The fragmented glass paralleled the fractured timeline they struggled against, reminding her that time was slipping away. The palpable pressure of the impending heist bore down as the clock struck closer to midnight. Dex confronted a shadowy figure cloaked beneath a hood, a mask shaped like a broken clock hiding the intruder's identity. Their brief encounter was charged with danger and uncertainty, the clock motifs on the mask echoing the pervasive theme of lost time. The silhouette's movements were swift, leaving Dex questioning who stood before him. A fierce struggle revealed the broker's true agenda: dominion over the city's invisible digital web, manipulating every unseen strand. This battle was not just physical but ideological, the broken clocks serving as a backdrop to a power struggle over time and control. The stakes had escalated beyond what the trio imagined. Mara launched a counterhack, her gloves glowing fiercely as she engaged in a digital duel with the broker's sophisticated code. The flashy lights and flurries of data in the tower's control room painted a vivid picture of their hidden war. Every keystroke was a battle for the city's surveillance future. Victory seemed within reach until the broker unleashed a devastating final trap, fracturing the entire data network across the city. Alarms blared as systems faltered, and chaos erupted. The broken clocks seemed to shatter metaphorically, symbolizing disrupted time and control. The screen of their devices faded to black amid the blaring alarms, the broken clocks ceasing their ticking in an eerie silence. The blackout left them helpless and isolated, dangling in the dark void of uncertainty. Time itself felt suspended, the motif now hauntingly literal. In isolation, Aria's thoughts drifted to the silver locket with its broken clasp, a tangible symbol of unfinished business and fractured bonds. Memories of its meaning stirred resolve within her, fueling a flicker of hope. Even in the absence of time, connections lingered. Suddenly, Mara's voice crackled through a hidden communication channel, calm and urging focus amidst the chaos. Her message was a lifeline, reminding the team of their shared mission and the strength in unity. The sound rekindled a fragile thread of trust. Dex carefully repaired a small, intricate device embedded within his tattoo, the motions steady and skilled. The device sparked to life, restoring the delicate communication lines that had been severed. The broken clocks in the background began to faintly tick once more, signaling renewed hope. The team reconvened at the tower's apex, the red data chip pulsing subtly in Aria's grip like a heartbeat. Around them, remnants of broken clocks framed the bleak city skyline, time still fractured but not defeated. Their unity, fragile yet resolute, poised them for the final confrontation ahead. The red data chip, once thought to be a weapon, reveals itself as a key to restoring the stolen digital memories held hostage by the broker. Aria studies it carefully, realizing its potential to unlock what was lost rather than destroy. Mara, gloves firmly on, connects the chip to her portable device, triggering a wave of data that slowly reverses the blackout. Around them, broken clocks begin their synchronized ticking once more, filling the air with a hopeful rhythm. In a rare moment, the broker's shadowy mask falters, revealing a familiar face etched with pain and regret, someone deeply tied to their shared past struggles. This glimpse casts new light on the contours of their conflict. Dex steps forward, his tattooed arm glowing softly as he faces the broker. His voice is steady, embodying both forgiveness and strength, breaking through years of silence between them. Aria slides the red chip into the central console. Streams of data flood the system, revealing hidden conspiracies buried deep beneath layers of deception. The room hums with newfound energy, secrets unfolding before their eyes. Citywide systems awaken, lights flicker back to life while long-held shadows retreat into forgotten corners. The faint ticking of clocks syncs with the resurgence of order and control. Mara finally removes her fingerless gloves, a silent symbol of trust restored as the complex digital web begins to heal. Technology feels less like a barrier and more like a bridge between them. The broken clocks scattered across the city start moving forward in unison, marking the dawn of a new chapter. Time, once lost, now regains its steady, purposeful flow. From the high tower, Aria, Dex, and Mara watch the sunrise breaking through rain-streaked glass, their silhouettes dark against the light. The scene breathes relief, unity, and the promise of what lies ahead. In Aria's hand, the silver locket glints softly, now repaired and whole. It symbolizes the closure of their ordeal and stands as a quiet promise of vigilance and hope for the future. Marvin stands before the mirror, his fingers gently stroking the proud, thick curls of his mustache. He adjusts his round spectacles and contemplates the day ahead, feeling ready for any challenge. Leela bursts into the apartment with a grin, holding up a brightly colored invitation to a mustache competition. "Uncle Marvin, you have to enter," she exclaims, her pink hair bouncing with excitement. Marvin smiles confidently, tightening his yellow and green striped tie, a sure sign of his determined mood. "I'll win it again this year," he declares with pride. He carefully arranges his grooming tools on the cluttered desk, while Mr. Whiskers slinks silently behind. eyeing the gleaming mustache comb with suspicious intent. With one final glance at the mirror, Marvin waves goodbye to Leela, who promises to guard the apartment and keep everything just right. Marvin steps onto the bustling city street, his stride confident and purposeful as he heads toward the competition venue, buzzing with excitement. Midway through his walk, Marvin suddenly freezes, feeling an uncanny lightness on his face where his mustache should be. Confused, he stops in his tracks. He peers into a shop window reflection and gasps. His cherished, curly mustache has completely vanished without a trace. In a surge of panic, Marvin sprints back home, overturning piles of vintage knickknacks and hunting all corners for any clue to his missing mustache. Leela arrives with a determined gleam in her eye, just as Marvin inspects his grooming kit through his magnifying glass, vowing to uncover the mystery at all costs. Mr. Whiskers flicks his tail leisurely, knocking Marvin's mustache comb off the table with a deliberate swish, watching their reactions carefully. Leela crouches near the windowsill and points to tiny strands of hair left behind, suggesting that the aloof tabby may be involved in the disappearance. Determined, Marvin sets up a variety of comical traps around the apartment, from sticky mustache-shaped nets to jars of swirling potions, hoping to catch the elusive thief. Despite the efforts, Mr. Whiskers nimbly evades every trap, slipping through false walls and darting beneath furniture, while Marvin and Leela grow increasingly frustrated and weary. The hours tick down toward the competition, tension mounting as Marvin feels the pressure of reclaiming his identity and pride before it's too late. Seeking alternative help, Marvin and Leela visit an eccentric local barber who offers a strange, temporary fake mustache potion with wild promises. Marvin tries the potion nervously, but it causes his mustache to wiggle uncontrollably like a living creature, drawing amused stares and creating a public spectacle they hadn't anticipated. Embarrassed and frustrated, Marvin ditches the potion and decides to pursue leads outside, scanning the streets for anything resembling his lost mustache. Along a crowded street, Marvin spots a stranger sporting a suspiciously familiar curly mustache that seems oddly out of place, stirring Marvin's suspicion. Confronting the man, Marvin receives evasive answers, but the man inadvertently reveals a hidden stash of mustache wax, intensifying the mystery. Leela connects the dots, proposing that this man could be part of a mustache smuggling ring, explaining the strange disappearance. Following a trail of wax droplets that glisten along the pavement, they arrive at a shadowy underground hideout filled with peculiar mustache-related artifacts. Hidden inside, they overhear hushed voices discussing an exclusive mustache auction scheduled for that very evening, offering a crucial lead. Realizing their slim chance to recover the mustache, Marvin and Leela swiftly plan to infiltrate the auction, crafting disguises to pass as eccentric collectors. Donning flamboyant costumes adorned with exaggerated fake mustaches, they step into the shadowy auction room, blending into a crowd of curious enthusiasts. At the auction, Marvin's eyes fixate on a small, intriguing box labeled "The Finest Curly Mustache." His heart races, seeing a chance to reclaim what he lost. The box seems almost enchanted, promising a secret to his missing mustache. Marvin nervously raises his bid among a crowd of dubious bidders cloaked in shadows and whispers. Each increase tightens the knot of tension in his stomach. Suddenly, a mysterious figure outbids him at the last moment, their identity hidden by a wide-brimmed hat and darkness. Refusing to give up, Marvin signals Leela with a glance. In response, she theatrically sways and collapses dramatically at the auction floor, drawing all eyes towards her. Instant uproar erupts as bidders rush to Leela's side, concerned for her sudden faint. The distraction creates a perfect moment for Marvin to stealthily slip the coveted box into his coat pocket. Back in a quiet corner, Marvin eagerly opens the box, only to find a cryptic note inside. It reads, "Look close in your own reflection," leaving Marvin puzzled and intrigued. Perplexed, Marvin pulls out his trusty pocket mirror and lifts it toward his face. Behind him, Mr. Whiskers sits calmly, licking his fur in a peculiar, deliberate manner that catches Marvin's eye. Suddenly, Marvin notices a tuft of his curly mustache clinging stubbornly to Mr. Whiskers' striped collar. The revelation dawns like a bolt of lightning. The cat is involved. The trio quickly pieces it together. Mr. Whiskers must have playfully swiped the mustache earlier, unknowingly causing the great disappearance. Marvin can't help but chuckle at the feline's mischievous role. Back in his cluttered vintage apartment, Marvin tenderly massages conditioner into his chin. He's hopeful, if a bit skeptical, wishing for even the slightest sign of regrowth before the next competition. Leela, ever inventive, whips up a quirky mustache growth potion using random kitchen ingredients. She presents it to Marvin with a mischievous grin, dubbing it their last, humorous hope. Marvin applies the homemade concoction cautiously, his fingers crossed beneath his perfectly striped yellow and green tie. Despite his skepticism, there's a glimmer of hope in his eyes. To their amazement, tiny hairs begin sprouting unevenly across Marvin's upper lip. The patchy new look is amusing if nothing else, but it breathes new life into his confidence. Emboldened by his unique growth, Marvin straightens his tie and adjusts his spectacles. He sets off determined to embrace this quirky new mustache at the competition venue. Upon arrival, the crowd bursts into laughter and cheers at Marvin's half-grown, unconventional mustache. The warm welcome deflates his nerves and fills him with unexpected pride. During the contest, Marvin captivates the audience with a witty speech about humor and acceptance. His charm and honesty resonate deeply, transforming the event's atmosphere. The judges, thoroughly entertained and impressed, award Marvin a special, most original mustache prize. It's a surprising twist that celebrates creativity over perfection. Beside him, Leela beams with pride while Mr. Whiskers purrs contentedly. Marvin's grin stretches wider than ever, his spirit lifted by their shared victory. The enigmatic auction figure reappears, stepping out of the shadows with a kind smile. They reveal themselves as a retired mustache champion, commending Marvin's admirable spirit. They hand Marvin an old photo album filled with bold, eccentric mustache styles from decades past. The images spark a newfound inspiration to explore diverse, playful looks in the days ahead. Marvin expresses heartfelt thanks to Leela and Mr. Whiskers. He realizes that sometimes unexpected mishaps blossom into remarkable adventures filled with laughter and growth. Back home, the trio settles into familiar comfort as Marvin carefully tends to his regrowing mustache. The cluttered apartment feels warmer, echoing their shared bond and triumph. Inspired, Leela begins a scrapbook titled Marvin's Mustache Mysteries, capturing every quirky moment of their journey. It's a testament to their camaraderie and Marvin's unmatched mustache saga. Mr. Whiskers curls up cozily on Marvin's lap, sporting a tiny, comically fake mustache crafted by Leela. The sight elicits chuckles and a sense of playfulness that fills the room. Marvin practices various mustache styles in the mirror, each more whimsical than the last. His striped yellow and green tie remains impeccably in place, matching his light-hearted mood. The apartment soon buzzes with laughter and cheer as they prepare a small celebration party. Quirky mustache-themed decorations dangle from the ceiling, marking an unforgettable chapter in Marvin's life. Suddenly, a letter slid gracefully under Marvin's cluttered apartment door, its envelope sealed with an elaborate mustache emblem that immediately caught his meticulous eye. He picked it up, intrigued by this unexpected delivery amidst his familiar vintage surroundings. Inside the envelope, Marvin discovered an elegant invitation to the International Mustache Festival, beckoning him to showcase his signature bushy, curly mustache among the world's finest. This was the next grand challenge he had been unknowingly awaiting. Leela bounced with excitement, her bright pink hair shaking as she suggested they travel together to the festival, igniting dreams of mustache adventures spanning the globe. Marvin's heart warmed at the idea of sharing this whimsical journey with his lively niece. With focused energy, Marvin packed his cherished grooming kit, carefully placing his magnifying glass, assorted potion bottles, and the ever-important mustache comb inside. Ready for mystery and maintenance alike, he prepared to face whatever surprises the festival might hold. Mr. Whiskers, ever the aloof companion, lazily inspected a new batch of mustache wax on the windowsill, his patch-over-one-eye gaze hinting that he too would join in on their next escapade. The tabby's subtle chaos was always part of their story. Marvin took a reflective moment before the mirror to admire his fully regrown mustache, now showing a distinguished hint of silver at the tips of its curls. This sign of time added character to his ever-prized facial feature, a symbol of his enduring spirit. A gentle smile spread across Marvin's face as he thought back. Losing his mustache had taught him to find joy beyond appearances and embrace life's unexpected turns with grace. The tie around his neck, striped yellow and green, seemed to brighten in approval. The trio stepped out from the cozy, cluttered apartment onto the bustling city street, ready to embark on their upcoming journey together. The air was filled with promise, and their spirits danced in unison with the crowd's lively rhythm. Behind them, a stray curl of hair floated lazily in the gentle breeze, a playful reminder that every grand adventure begins with a single, seemingly insignificant strand. It twirled like the start of a new story, yet to be told. The scene faded out with Marvin adjusting his striped tie confidently, Leela grinning mischievously, and Mr. Whiskers trailing silently behind. United and spirited, they were all set for whatever curious mysteries awaited them next. The wind hummed through the ancient maple grove as Alara stepped cautiously beneath the vibrant canopy. Her fingers brushed the rough bark, feeling the pulse of something far older than time itself. They say the trees whisper secrets to those who listen. A voice murmured behind her. Turning, Alara saw an old man with eyes like molten gold, his smile both kind and mysterious. "Are the whispers real?" she asked, her curiosity outweighing her fear. He nodded, gesturing deeper into the grove. "Follow me, but beware, not all secrets wish to be heard." The leaves rustled in approval as they walked, shadows dancing between shafts of fading sunlight. Suddenly, a soft glow emerged from a knotted tree stump, revealing a shimmering, delicate dragonfly. Alara reached out, and the creature landed on her palm, its wings casting prismatic colors. "This is Aelith," the old man explained, "a guardian of the grove, lost for a century and now found." The dragonfly's light pulsed gently, illuminating runes etched into the surrounding trees. "These runes tell the story of balance between our world and the enchanted," the elder said. Alara listened intently as the dragonfly's glow grew, weaving ancient symbols in the air. Suddenly, the grove trembled, shadows gathered, seeking to consume the light. "Hold Aelith steady," the old man urged. "Only pure hearts can protect the magic here." Closing her eyes, Alara steadied her breath and focused on the warmth of the dragonfly's glow. A burst of light erupted, scattering the darkness and restoring peace to the grove. The elder smiled, pride shining in his eyes as the dragonfly's glow faded to a soft shimmer. "You have awakened the grove's heart," he said. "Now, its secrets belong to you." Alara nodded, understanding that some whispers are worth guarding, and some magic is worth sharing. The horizon burned red as Mara stepped through the dust-choked remnants of the city. She clutched an old, crumpled map, her only guide to the rumored sanctuary beyond the wasteland. "Just a little further," she whispered, eyes on the distant silhouette of twisted metal structures. The wind howled, carrying with it the voice of the past, echoes from a world undone by fire and fury. Suddenly, a faint flicker of movement caught her eye, a small figure darting between rubble. Heart-pounding, Mara called out, "Wait, I'm not here to harm you." An old man emerged, eyes weary but kind. "You seek the horizon's edge, don't you?" Mara nodded, hope fighting despair inside her chest. "It's not just a place," he said. "It's a choice between survival and rebirth." They journeyed together, tales unfolding as the sun dipped lower behind the ruined skyline. At night, stars pierced the heavy clouds, whispering stories of those who came before. Mara learned that the sanctuary was built on remnants of old technology, a fragile pulse of life in the wasteland. Morning light revealed a valley shielded by towering cliffs, crystals shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "Home," the old man breathed, tears streaming down cracked cheeks. Inside the valley, plants thrived against all odds, vines reclaiming steel bones of forgotten machines. Mara knelt, touching the earth, warm and alive beneath the cold ash of yesterday. "We rebuild," she declared, voice steady with newfound purpose. Together with the old man and the valley's sparse community, she planted seeds of hope and recovery. The wasteland outside remained harsh and unforgiving, but here, life bloomed resilient and brave. From the ashes, Mara saw not an end, but a beginning, the last horizon, a new dawn. The morning sun spilled golden light across Maple Hollow, where ivy crept lazily over weathered stone walls. Evelyn clutched a faded map, its edges soft from years of handling, and stepped through the garden gate. "It's just an old legend," she mumbled, eyes scanning for the mysterious landmark marked by a tiny star. Her footsteps stirred the crunch of leaves, as the village seemed to hold its breath in the quiet hum of dawn. At the heart of the hollow stood an ancient oak, its branches tangled like stories waiting to be told. Evelyn circled the tree, fingers tracing the carved symbols worn smooth by countless seasons. Suddenly, a tinkling laugh floated on the breeze, and from behind the trunk hopped a tiny creature. Looking for something special, whispered a voice as soft as moss underfoot. Startled, Evelyn met the bright eyes of a sprightly forest spirit, shimmering in shades of amber and emerald. "I guard the secrets of Maple Hollow," the sprite said, "and I've been waiting for someone brave enough to believe." Evelyn smiled, feeling the weight of the map lighten in her hands. Together, they ventured deeper into the thicket, where sunlight danced through leaves like scattered coins. There, beneath a carpet of ferns, bloomed a hidden garden of tiny lanterns, glowing with gentle light. "This is the Sanctuary of Hope," the sprite explained, "kept alive by those who carry kindness in their hearts." Evelyn knelt and touched a fragile blossom, feeling warmth seep into her very soul. "Will you help protect it?" the sprite asked, eyes wide with trust. With a determined nod, Evelyn promised she'd keep Maple Hollow's secrets safe, nurturing its magic every day. As she rose, the garden's glow seemed to ripple outward, painting the hollow in hues of soft gold and green. "Remember," the sprite called as they parted, "sometimes the smallest light can brighten the darkest place." Evelyn walked back home, the map now glowing faintly in her pocket, her heart full of newfound magic and hope. Late at night, Mia heard faint coughing coming from the attic above her bedroom. She told herself it was just the house settling, but the sound didn't stop. It grew heavier, almost like breathing. Curiosity pulling at her, Mia grabbed a flashlight and climbed the narrow stairs, each creak feeding her growing dread. At the top, the door was slightly ajar. A shadow flickered inside as if waiting. She pushed it open and shone her light into the small, dusty space, filled with forgotten antiques and old trunks. There was no one there, just silence and a chill that crawled up her spine. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and went dark, leaving her in almost complete darkness. A cold whisper brushed past her ear. "Why did you come?" Mia's heart pounded as the door slammed shut behind her, plunging her into absolute blackness. She fumbled for her phone, its screen casting a dim glow, revealing a small, ancient doll sitting on a box. The doll's glass eyes gleamed, reflecting a strange, knowing smile. "I've been waiting." The whisper came again, now right beside her. Fear paralyzed her, but then a memory surfaced, her grandmother warning about a family curse bound to the attic's past. Recalling the old words, Mia whispered, "I release you from this place." The room shuddered, the air lightened, and the door creaked open slowly, as if an unseen weight lifted. She dashed down the stairs, feeling the cold breath fade behind her. Outside, under the moonlight, she stopped and swore never to return. The next morning, the attic door was sealed firmly with fresh nails and a faded note. "Rest now." Mia smiled faintly, the burden finally lifted, and the house felt peaceful for the first time in years. As she walked away, a faint coughing echoed from deep within, but this time it was just the wind. Mira stands silently at the edge of the misty valley, clutching her pendant which emits a soft, pulsating glow. Her bright green eyes scan the hazy landscape, uncertainty and resolve mingling within her gaze. Kale strides into the village, his towering frame and the scar across his left cheek marking him as a warrior seasoned by battles. His hand tightens around the uniquely hilted sword at his side, his expression stern and determined. In a small, dimly lit room, Eldra unfurls an ancient map, her silver hair shimmering faintly beneath the light of her enchanted cloak. Her trembling finger traces the path leading toward the fabled crystal veil, eyes narrowed in concentration. The village elder, his face lined with worry, speaks gravely to Mira about the encroaching shadows spreading beyond the hills. Dark clouds loom ominously above, signaling a threat that grows with each passing day. Deep within the forest, a faint blue light glows from a mysterious mirror shard lying half-buried among the leaves. The fragment pulses softly, its eerie radiance reflecting the growing tension in the air. When Mira picks up the shard, her pendant suddenly reacts, pulsing in synchrony as if resonating with the fragment's power. A sudden chill runs through her, hinting at an unseen connection between the two objects. At the edge of the village, Kale and Mira meet, their concerns about the spreading darkness aligning. Words are exchanged, both realizing the severity of the situation they face together. Eldra joins the pair, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge as she recounts the legend of the Crystal Veil. This mystical barrier is the realm's last defense against the advancing shadow, and its weakening signals peril. United in purpose, the trio agree to embark on a perilous journey to the Crystal Veil. A sense of urgency and determination propels them forward, despite the dangers that await. Unseen among the gnarled trees, a shadowy figure observes the travelers, eyes gleaming with malice. The figure's presence goes unnoticed, silently plotting their next move. As preparations continue, Mira's pendant flares brilliantly, casting intense light that fills the room with an almost otherworldly glow. This sudden illumination seems to warn of the challenges ahead. The village elder presents Mira with an ancient talisman, its surface etched with cryptic symbols. He urges caution, emphasizing the talisman's importance in the trials to come. Testing the talisman against the mirror shard, Mira is startled as the shard reacts violently, momentarily enveloped in shadow. The clash of light and darkness hints at the power struggle they are about to face. Their first trail takes them through a dense, enchanted forest where whispers seem to echo from every direction. The light filters weakly through twisted branches, deepening the sense of unease. A sudden, chilling wind cuts through the air, heralding the approach of shadow creatures lurking at the forest's edge. Their intent is clear, and the hunt begins in earnest. Mira channels the pendant's radiant light, driving back the shadow beasts that attack. Though forced to retreat for now, the creature's bolder advances indicate they will not give up easily. Kale brandishes his uniquely hilted sword, slicing through the encroaching shadows with practiced skill. His defense keeps the group protected, but the pressure of the assault weighs heavily on them all. Eldra murmurs an incantation, her robes shimmering under the faint moonlight as she weaves a flickering barrier of blue light around them. The protective aura brings some respite amid the growing darkness. Suddenly, the mirror shard vanishes from Mira's grasp, leaving behind a chilling emptiness. The absence sends a wave of panic through the group, signaling a grave setback. Fear rises as they realize the shard was likely stolen by the shadowy figure watching from afar. The urgency to recover it intensifies, knowing its loss could unravel their mission. Following faint traces, the trio discovers a hidden cave, its entrance bathed in an eerie, luminous blue. The unnatural glow deepens the mystery and hints at the dangers lurking within. Inside, distorted reflections ripple across countless mirrors, confusing their senses and disorienting their steps. The line between reality and illusion blurs dangerously in the cave's depths. Mira reaches out to touch one mirror and suddenly glimpses a trapped version of herself shrouded in darkness. The vision stirs deep fears and questions about what they face. Reacting quickly, Kale shatters a nearby mirror with a decisive blow, breaking the illusory trap and pulling Mira back from the haunting vision. Their resolve must not falter despite these mind games. Eldra warns of their adversary's cunning. The shadow enemy uses mirrors to warp reality and manipulate perceptions. This revelation deepens the shadow's threat, making their journey all the more perilous. As they venture deeper into the cavern, a shimmering figure emerges, a spectral guardian manifesting from swirling mist and light. Its presence radiates a challenge, testing the strength and resolve of each traveler without a word spoken. The air thrums with tension, the faint blue glow of the crystal veil pulsing softly around them. Mira steps forward, her bright green eyes softening the guardian's fierce gaze. Rather than drawing weapons, she speaks gently, her words woven with understanding and compassion. This unexpected kindness causes the guardian's form to shimmer and retreat, granting them safe passage forward through the eerie silence. Kale scans the rocky floor, noticing footprints deeper in the dust, not just one, but many. The tracks weave through the shadows, hinting at multiple unseen foes rather than a lone thief. His fingers brush the hilt of his sword, muscles tensing in silent warning. Suddenly, the cave quakes violently as a tempest of shadows surges toward them. The walls undulate with the storm's approaching fury, forcing the trio to seek shelter in a narrow crevice, where the crystal veil's faint blue light flickers dangerously. Outside, the storm's ominous roar grows louder, threatening to consume light and life alike. In the dim refuge, Eldra's silver hair glistens faintly under moonlight as she speaks gravely. The crystal veil is weakening, its protective power unraveling and unleashing chaotic storms and disorienting mirror reflections. Their path grows ever more perilous as the balance between light and shadow frays further. Mira clutches her glowing pendant tightly, a flicker of doubt passing across her face. She senses an intangible link, a mysterious pull between her talisman and the fragile crystal veil. A swirling conflict brews within her, between hope and fear, connection and uncertainty. They emerge cautiously from the cave just as the shadow storm dissipates, leaving behind silence and shattered mirror fragments scattered like fallen stars. The eerie calm presses upon them, punctuated only by the faint blue glow lingering in the air. Their journey continues, marked by both danger and fragile beauty. Later that night, beneath the tapestry of stars, Eldra unfurls ancient scrolls by firelight. Her fingers trace cryptic runes and forgotten scripts, uncovering a hidden ritual with the power to restore the crystal veil. The enchanted cloak shimmers softly, reflecting the urgency in her gaze. The ritual demands a union of three forces: the radiant light contained within Mira's pendant, the unwavering strength forged into Kale's sword, and Eldra's potent magic. Only together can they rekindle the veil's fragile light and mend the torn balance. Each holds a crucial element needed to face the encroaching darkness. That night, Mira dreams vividly of a realm beyond mirrors, a place bathed in surreal light and shadow. Whispers brush past her ears, secrets spoken softly by shadows that hint at her hidden past. The dream lingers, stirring questions deep within her heart about her true connection to the Veil. Kale shares stories by the fire of battles beneath long-forgotten constellations, tales filled with courage and resilience. These memories kindle hope in the companions, reminding them that light can thrive even in the darkest hour. The bond between them strengthens, woven through shared history and determined spirit. Together they find an ancient altar, half swallowed by ivy but still regal, the heart of the Veil. Its surface is etched with faint luminescent runes, pulsing gently with the Veil's fading power. The place hums quietly with potential, beckoning them to restore its glory. Carefully, they place the mirror shard and ancient talisman upon the altar's center. As soon as the objects settle, an energy stirs, delicate yet growing, signaling the start of the sacred ritual. Their breaths synchronize, and the air thickens with magic and anticipation. Shadows surge and writhe violently around them, lashing out in fury to disrupt their ceremony. The dark forms twist unpredictably, threatening to extinguish the fledgling light and sever the fragile connection they strive to mend. Each second stretches taut under the torrent of shadowy opposition. Eldra's chanting grows louder, her voice weaving a protective barrier as Mira focuses, guiding a steady beam of light through her glowing pendant. The enchanted cloak flashes under moonlight, amplifying their combined power to resist the encroaching darkness. The ritual's pulse strengthens despite the turmoil surrounding them. Kale stands firm, sword raised high, its unique hilt catching the faint glow of the Veil's light. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance bursts forth from his blade, casting shadows back and illuminating the altar. For the first time, the sword channels a pure inner light, a beacon against encroaching night. Suddenly, the veil between worlds weakens further, and a dark figure steps forward from the thinning veil. Its presence radiates cold menace and sorrow as it reveals itself as the corrupted guardian of the Veil, seeking to shatter the delicate boundary entirely. The ritual falters as tension mounts between realms. The figure claims its role as protector turned prisoner, trapped and tainted by shadows over centuries. It desires freedom, threatening to unravel the Veil's powers completely if unheeded. Its voice echoes with pain and anger, blurring lines between foe and victim. Mira bravely steps from the circle, gazing into the Guardian's shadowed eyes with empathy and understanding. She recognizes the sorrow behind its torment, perceiving a shared history etched in shadow and light. This connection sparks a fragile moment of vulnerability in the Dark Guardian. The Guardian hesitates, the shadowed form wavering as if recalling a distant light. Seizing the moment, the trio recommits their energies, voices, and wills united, renewing the powerful ritual. Their synchronized strength weaves a shimmering web of resistance against the encroaching darkness. Raw energy floods the altar, and the battle between light and shadow erupts violently around them. Pulses of radiant blue flash against waves of swirling black, each strike reshaping the fragile balance. The crystal veil responds, awakening with renewed force as their struggle reaches its climax. Around the altar, the crystal veil glows brighter, a luminous shield expanding outward as the dark figure fades in retreat. The spectral tension lessens, and the air clears with the scent of cleansing light. It becomes clear the veil is mending, slowly but decisively. Kale's sword gleams intensely, its blade now a conduit for the veil's restored power. The light dances over its unique hilt, casting bold reflections across the clearing. His grip tightens, a symbol of resolve as their combined effort takes hold. The mirror shard glows steadily in Mira's palm, now suffused with pure and steady light. It hums softly in harmony with her pendant, both acting as vessels for the revitalized veil. The warmth of the light soothes the lingering shadows around them. With a final, reverent chant, Eldra seals the ritual's power, her voice weaving the last strands of magic into the veil. Above, storm clouds calm, their shadows dissolving beneath a gathering peaceful light. The veil's glow steadies, marking a fragile yet hopeful balance restored for the moment. In the soft glow of the crystal veil, the Guardian's form shimmered, revealing a fallen spirit of light, once bound in shadow but now restored by the ancient ritual. Freed, the spirit's brilliance radiated purity, lifting the lingering darkness to dawn's first light. Mira, Kale, and Eldra stood silently, awed by the transformation that promised renewal. Mira clutched her pendant, now warm with the power of the crystal veil itself, tiny fragments embedded within it flickering like stars. It was no longer just a keepsake, but a symbol of hope and resilience, carrying the veil's protective essence. She felt its quiet strength pulse through her veins, a beacon against future shadows. Kale's scar, once a harsh mark of countless battles, began to fade softly as he gazed toward the horizon. The wound's healing was not just physical but emblematic of his inner peace, earned through trials and newfound purpose. With steady breath, he sheathed his sword, ready to face whatever future dawn held. Eldra's eyes twinkled with satisfaction as her cloak shimmered under the returning stars of night, reflecting the balance restored. The constellations mirrored in the embroidery seemed to dance, celebrating their triumph over darkness. Her ancient wisdom smiled in harmony with the quiet magic enveloping them all. As the sky cleared, the village elder greeted them warmly, his eyes reflecting the returning light to the valley. The once bleak landscape bloomed anew with vibrant colors and life, shadows receding to the edges of memory. Their community, strengthened, embraced the trio as harbingers of peace restored. Mira carefully set the ancient mirror shard into a newly built protective shrine, its delicate surface catching and bending the returning light. This gesture sealed a promise, warding the village against the encroaching dark, safeguarding the balance between realms. The shrine stood as a testament to vigilance and hope for generations to come. Kale took to training the village's new protectors, his voice steady as he passed on the strength and wisdom found on their journey. The unique hilt of his sword caught the sun's rays, symbolizing his commitment to their shared future. His lessons forged more than warriors, they shaped guardians of light and shadow alike. Eldra began teaching magic anew, embracing both light and shadow in her lessons to foster harmony within the village. Her shimmering cloak sparkled under the moon, echoing the unity she wished to instill. Under her guidance, knowledge thrived, planting seeds of balance and peace among eager minds. By the still lake, Mira sat quietly, the pendant around her neck glowing softly, its light reflecting on the water's surface. A profound connection to a wider world settled within her heart, emboldening her spirit beyond the valley's bounds. In that moment, she understood her role as both protector and hope's bearer. Above the valley, the crystal veil shimmered faintly, an eternal sentinel watching over the land. Its gentle light wove through the trees and hills, reminding all of the peace and balance now steadfast in their home. The veil remained, a lasting guardian where light and shadow coexisted in harmony. The raft cracked beneath Mia's hands, as waves threatened to swallow the last of her hope. Struggling against the storm, she spotted a flicker of light, faint but real, an island's glow in the distance. As dawn broke, jagged cliffs emerged, wrapped in thick vines and ancient shadows. Mia's boots hit soil rich, with mystery and forgotten stories hidden beneath moss and time. Ahead, a path carved from stone led deep into the jungle's heart, calling her forward with silent promise. Branches parted to reveal ruins entwined with nature, whispering secrets only the brave could hear. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. A wild creature bounded from the underbrush, eyes glinting like embers. Heart pounding, Mia remembered her grandfather's words. Courage isn't the absence of fear, but moving through it. Breathing steady, she stepped forward slowly, speaking calmly to the creature, earning a cautious truce. Deeper into the temple, carvings told of a guardian and a crystal with the power to heal or destroy. Mia's fingers traced the symbols, and the ground shuddered beneath her. The temple was waking. With quick reflexes, she dodged collapsing pillars and rushing water that threatened to trap her forever. In the temple's core, a chamber glowed with ethereal light, the crystal pulsing like a heartbeat. "This is it," Mia whispered, eyes fixed on the glowing prize that could save her village. As she reached out, the guardian emerged, not a creature of flesh, but light and shadow intertwined. It spoke without words, a voice felt in the soul. "Balance must be kept. What you take, you must give." Mia nodded, understanding that power came with responsibility beyond her own desire. She placed the crystal on the ancient altar, offering her own courage and hope in exchange. A wave of warmth spread through her, mingling with the island's song, sealing their pact forever. Stepping back onto her raft, Mia looked toward home, the horizon bright with promise and new beginnings. Late at night, Emma heard the faintest whisper coming from the attic above her new apartment. She told herself it was just the wind, but curiosity pulled her up the narrow stairs. Each step creaked underfoot, shadows dancing on peeling wallpaper as the whispers grew clearer. Reaching the attic, she found an old trunk, covered in dust and cobwebs, oddly warm to the touch. The whispers turned into soft pleading voices, begging to be freed from the locked chest. Emma's hands trembled as she lifted the rusted latch and cracked open the trunk's heavy lid. A cold breath escaped, and inside lay a faded diary, its pages fluttering despite still air. Flipping it open, Emma read about a forgotten tragedy, a family lost within these walls decades ago. Suddenly, the attic door slammed shut, trapping her with the restless spirits lingering within the room. She felt a chill crawl down her spine. The whispers grew desperate, pleading for release. Emma clutched the diary and spoke softly, "I will help you find peace." Following clues in the diary, she noticed a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. Inside lay a locket and a faded photograph of the family smiling in happier times. As she held the items, the shadows softened, and the voices whispered thanks instead of fear. The attic lights flickered, then steadied, as a warm glow filled the small space. Emma placed the locket and photo back carefully, feeling a calm settle over the room. The door creaked open slowly, inviting her to leave the attic with a gentle breeze. Downstairs, the apartment felt lighter, the oppressive atmosphere lifted at last. Emma whispered to herself, "Sometimes, to silence the past, you just have to listen." She smiled faintly, knowing the voices would finally rest, and she was no longer alone. The city never sleeps, especially under a curtain of rain that smears neon signs into ghostly whispers. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the flame flickering as he stared down the glistening pavement. "Another night, another case," he muttered, the smell of smoke and wet asphalt filling the air. A mysterious woman in a red coat appeared through the mist, her heels clicking a rhythm of urgency. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling just enough to catch his attention. Her brother was missing, vanished without a trace from the dimly lit jazz club downtown. Marlowe agreed, drawn to the case by more than just curiosity. There was something off in her eyes. The club was a smoky haze of secrets and muted saxophones, shadows flickering in every corner. He questioned the bartender, who spoke in riddles and glanced nervously over his shoulder. A matchbook dropped on the floor caught Marlowe's eye, an address scrawled hastily inside. At the location, a rundown warehouse pulsed with danger lurking just beyond the cracked door. Inside, Marlowe found a stash of stolen paintings and a note that chilled his blood. The note warned of betrayal, signed by someone who once called the city home. Footsteps echoed. A figure stepped into the dim light, the missing brother, worn and wary. "They set me up," he whispered. "I was the fall guy for a bigger scheme." Marlowe's instincts kicked in time to untangle lies from truth before dawn. They devised a plan to confront the real mastermind, meeting back at the jazz club when the clock struck midnight. Under the watchful eyes of faded portraits and mournful melodies, the culprit revealed themselves, the bartender. With a quick draw and steady aim, Marlowe ended the night's deadly game, the truth finally clear. As the rain eased, Marlowe lit another cigarette, the city waking up, secrets buried once more beneath the morning light. At dawn, Ira trains beneath towering stone arches, their surfaces carved with ancient runes that pulse faintly under the early light. Her piercing emerald eyes mirror the shimmering veil overhead, its translucent threads weaving subtly in the morning breeze. Kalen approaches quietly, the gravity of his expression deepening the early serenity. He bears dire news about the veil's weakening threads, warning that the very balance of their world teeters on the edge. Together before the ancient veil, Ira and Kalen observe faint tears forming along its delicate surface. A soft, almost mournful hum vibrates through the air, signaling the veil's distress. From the mist, Silas emerges silently, his ash-gray hair catching the pale light. His piercing eyes sweep the horizon with a tension that speaks of unseen dangers lurking beyond sight. Ira clutches the Everlight amulet near her heart, feeling its glow shift from calm blue to an urgent crimson. The shifting light echoes the rising peril coursing through her veins. Suddenly, a vision blazes before her. Fractured memories and shadows mingle, revealing glimpses of a forgotten past, and a looming cataclysm threatening their world's fabric. Kalen breaks the silence, reciting a prophecy that foretells the unraveling of time itself if the veil breaks completely. The weight of his words presses on all present. Ira and Silas exchange a charged glance. Her fierce determination contrasts sharply with his wary skepticism, hinting at a fragile alliance poised on the edge of trust. The earth trembles beneath their feet as shards from the veil flutter down like fallen stars, each one a warning that time's fabric frays dangerously close to collapse. Resolved, they set out on a quest to recover lost talismans essential to mending the veil's rift, starting with the elusive Whispering Stone, said to whisper secrets of the past. Ira scales jagged cliffs beneath gathering storm clouds, the Everlight amulet pulsing erratically with uneasy energy, matching the tempest around her. Silas threads cautiously through shadow-laden forests, where eerie whispers slither through the air, carrying secrets half-spoken and warnings unheeded. By flickering candlelight, Kalen pore over ancient texts, piecing together elusive clues long buried and overlooked by time itself. Unseen by the group, an ominous figure cloaked in shifting shadows mimics the veil's ethereal patterns, watching silently from the distance. The stakes crystallize. Should the veil collapse, time will fracture, trapping souls in an unending limbo between fleeting moments and eternity's grasp. Ira seizes the Whispering Stone, its power awakening hostile spirits that surge toward the group with spectral fury. Silas moves like a shadow, his scar glinting sharply as he fends off the spirits with swift precision, each blow a testament to battles etched in his past. Kalen observes a familiar symbol etched into the spirits, an ancient mark tied to a long-forgotten betrayal within their own order, deepening the perilous mystery. A sudden storm halts their path, the veil above rippling wildly like a wounded beast thrashing against its unseen tormentor. They seek refuge within a cavern, adorned with ancient murals, foretelling their struggle and hinting at sacrifices yet to be made. In the cavern's uneasy quiet, Ira confides her fear to Silas, her emerald eyes flickering with vulnerability as the weight of their quest bears down. Silas responds with a glimpse of his own hidden past, revealing a lost bond intertwined with the veil's very creation, forging a fragile thread of trust between them. Deep within a crystalline grove, they uncover the second talisman, the luminous leaf, glowing with otherworldly radiance embedded in icy branches. As Ira extracts the luminous leaf, a burst of blinding light erupts, disorienting them momentarily and awakening ancient guardians bound to the grove's defense. Amidst the chaos, Kalen's steady voice guides them through darkness, his presence a steadfast beacon anchoring the group to resolve and purpose. In the mist-shadowed depths of the forest, Ira and her companions confront the shadowy figure cloaked in tattered robes. His eyes burn with bitter fury, once a guardian like them, now exiled and bent on unraveling the veil to rewrite history's course. A violent clash ensues as destructive spells cascade through the air, but Ira's Everlight amulet flares fiercely, its radiant glow forming a shield that deflects the darkness. The veil shimmers subtly around them, rippling with each spell's impact. The exiled guardian vanishes abruptly into the swirling shadows, but not before imprinting a cursed mark upon the veil's delicate fabric. This dark sigil pulses ominously, threatening to hasten the veil's decay and unravel time's fragile bonds. Ira's gaze hardens, her resolve crystallizing like the amulet's shifting hues now steady in steadfast gold. The Everlight amulet's light no longer flickers crimson. It signifies strength rooted deep within her heart. Their journey presses forward to the Cradle of Echoes, a place whispered in legend as the resting place of the final talisman capable of restoring balance. The veil continues to shimmer, guiding their uncertain path through shifting realities. As they traverse the cradle's desolate expanse, time itself distorts unpredictably, moments looped and flickering, past and present colliding like waves caught in a storm. The shimmering veil pulses with uneasy energy at their sides. Suddenly, Silas falters, drawn into a haunting memory from long ago, his form caught in threads of the veil that threatened to trap him forever. The scar along his cheek deepens in shadow as the bonds tighten. Without hesitation, Ira reaches toward him, her fingers brushing the amulet resting near her heart. The Everlight amulet's warmth spreads through Silas, grounding him in the present and releasing his grasp from the veil's unraveling strands. Within the heart of the cradle, a radiant glow reveals the third talisman, the heart of eons. It pulsates with rhythmic energy that seems to measure endless time itself, its light weaving into the shimmering veil. Ira's touch sets the heart of eons aglow, triggering a surge that unfolds hidden passageways and long-forgotten truths woven within the veil's translucent fabric. Time's layers ripple visibly, exposing secrets kept for centuries. Kaelin studies the shifting light surrounding them, decoding a cryptic warning etched in luminous glyphs. The veil's restoration demands unity rather than force. His voice is measured as he speaks, the echoes lingering like a solemn pact. Suddenly, the exiled antagonist returns, bolstered by dark reinforcements determined to seize the talismans. Their eyes glint with ruthless intent beneath the restless shimmer of the veil's ever-changing weave. A fierce battle erupts beneath the enveloping veil. Colors and shapes blur and bend unpredictably with each blow and spell cast. The boundary between time and space distorts violently as they struggle for control. Harnessing the combined power of the talismans, Ira channels energy through her Everlight amulet, which radiates a pure, blinding white light. This brilliant glow weaves into the veil, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. Amidst the chaos, Silas moves swiftly to shield Kaelin from a lethal strike, their bond deepening past old grudges and wounds. The flickering light of the shattered veil witnesses their growing trust. In desperation, the antagonist unleashes one final, catastrophic spell, but the veil itself pushes back, wrapping around the group like a protective shroud. The shimmering fabric pulses with renewed strength, resisting the attempt to break it apart. Time seems to settle momentarily. The veil's tears stitch themselves slowly with radiant threads of light. A fragile peace fills the air as the shimmering fabric regains some of its former resilience. Ira places each talisman carefully into ancient sockets carved along the stone arches where their journey first began. The veil shimmers brightly around them, responding to their unity and the completed ritual. A harmonic resonance fills the air as the veil shimmers more brilliantly than ever before, patterns of light and shadow weaving complex tales across its surface. The fabric of time glows with renewed vitality, a testament to their combined strength. Stripped of power, the antagonist fades into a fracture of time, leaving behind only a silent warning that lingers in the air. The shimmering threads of the veil flutter softly, cautious but undefeated. With the veil stabilized yet still fragile, Ira reflects quietly on the cost of their victory and the delicate balance they have preserved. The Everlight amulet hums steadily, its light a gentle reminder of hope amidst lingering uncertainty. Silas and Kaelin, framed by dawn's soft light, swear a solemn vow to watch over the veil. Their silhouettes form a steadfast guard, united in purpose beyond past conflicts. Ira's eyes fall upon the Everlight amulet glowing softly against her chest, its steady hum now a symbol of hope renewed. The golden light pulses gently, echoing the heartbeat of time itself. The ancient stone arches begin to pulse faintly as runes etched into their surfaces come alive with protective magic. The veil's blessing seems woven into the very stones, an enduring shield against future threats. A gentle breeze carries glimmering fragments of the veil, shimmering like ethereal blessings descending upon the land. These fragile lights dance around them, heralding a new dawn infused with lingering mysteries. Beneath the ancient stone arches, a hidden chamber slowly opened, revealing murals etched into timeless walls. These images depicted Ira's arduous journey, each scene illuminated faintly by the shimmering veil draped above, its translucent threads weaving through her story. As Ira studied the murals, the figures shifted subtly, unveiling new paths and other guardians who stood vigilant through the ages. This silent transformation signaled that the balance required constant watchfulness, a never-ending effort to protect the fragile flow of time. Reaching out, Ira placed her hand gently upon the veil, feeling an ancient connection stir within her. Threads of time intertwined seamlessly with her own fate, reaffirming her bond and the deep legacy she carried within her heart, glowing with the Everlight amulet's steady pulse. Kalen stepped forward, his eyes reflecting wisdom earned over countless years, and shared one final prophecy. He spoke of balance as a cyclical force, explaining that with every turning of the veil, new challenges would arise, testing the strength and resolve of those who guarded it. Without a word, Silas turned toward the horizon, his ash-gray hair catching the fading light. His purpose fulfilled here, he departed quietly into the vast unknown, leaving behind the echoes of his scar and a path yet to be discovered. Ira returned to her people with renewed purpose, dedicating herself to training the next generation of guardians. The Everlight amulet now shone with a warm hue, symbolizing unity and resilience, inspiring hope in every young heart under her care. As night embraced the land, stars scattered across the heavens reflected in the subtle shimmer of the veil above. It hovered like an eternal sentinel, its gentle radiance watching over the flow of time with timeless grace. In a humble village beneath the veil's light, a newborn child opened their eyes, a faint glow encircling their wrist. This subtle illumination whispered of future guardianship, a new chapter gently unfolding beneath the watchful threads. The veil stirred softly in the night breeze, its translucent threads alive and intertwined with countless stories of courage and sacrifice. Each flutter carried the silent weight of history, safeguarding the memories woven into its shimmering fabric. Beneath the restored veil, Ira stood with a serene smile, her emerald eyes reflecting the endless flow of time. Fragile yet unbroken, the destiny she embraced carried forward, a testament to endurance and hope woven through the ages. Elena Ward arrives at the dimly lit apartment on Marrow Street, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows that cling to the cracked walls. The night air is thick with tension as she moves cautiously, every step measured and quiet. Her gaze falls on shattered glass scattered beside a locked antique chest against the far wall. The fractured pieces glint like broken memories, hinting at a struggle that happened not long ago. From a shadowed alley nearby, Marcus Flynn watches Elena intently. His calm demeanor masks a flurry of concern as he fixes his gaze on the apartment window, contemplating his next move. Inside, Elena kneels to pick up a silver locket from the floor, turning it over under the flickering light. The intricate engraving catches her eye, pulling her deeper into the mystery woven around it. A distant siren wails through the night as Elena's eyes catch a faded photograph tucked beneath the chest. The image shows 4 figures, one unmistakably Victor Hale, their faces frozen in a moment from another time. Her phone buzzes suddenly, a text flashing, a terse warning urging her to stop digging into the past before it's too late. Elena's fingers tighten around the device, the threat crystal clear. Back in the alley, Marcus speaks in a low voice on his phone, mentioning Elena's name with uneasy concern. His words suggest that the shadows around Marrow Street conceal more than just secrets. From across the street, Victor Hale emerges from the darkness, his intense glare locked on Elena through the window. His unreadable expression blurs between menace and something more complicated. A flashback unfolds in daylight. Victor stands at a park bench, handing the silver locket to a young girl, his face softer than before. This memory hints at a hidden connection tied to the locket and the secrets Elena seeks. Returning to the present, Elena slips the locket into her pocket and moves toward a nearby cafe where Leela Marks waits anxiously. The streetlights cast long shadows, mirroring the unease that settles between them. In the cafe, Leela pushes a folded note across the table, her curly red hair bouncing as she glances nervously at the door. Her eyes flicker with urgency, signaling the risks they face. Elena unfolds the note, reading about a hidden room beneath Marrow Street's oldest building where answers might lie. The promise of revelation tightens the knot of tension around them. The cafe door creaks, drawing a sharp breath from Leela as Victor steps inside. The atmosphere shifts instantly. His presence is a silent threat that chills the air. Elena sips her coffee calmly, eyes discreetly flicking toward Victor. Her outward composure masks the heightened alertness of someone navigating a web of danger. The true stakes emerge. A missing heirloom tangled with a betrayal long buried, its revelation capable of upending lives. The dangerous secret at the heart of the mystery sharpens their resolve and deepens the peril. Elena descends into the hidden room, guided only by faint wall markings illuminated dimly and the silver locket's engraving. The darkness confines her, fragmented reflections hinting at the fractured truths she searches for. Marcus appears unexpectedly, stepping into the underground space with a reluctant offer of help. His cryptic warning about trust hangs heavily between them, complicating their fragile alliance. Faded letters pinned to the walls surround them, words revealing conspiracy threads tying all the main players together. The layered betrayals echo in the silent underground. A loose floorboard shifts as Elena steps, uncovering a hidden compartment containing an aged diary. Its pages promise secrets long obscured by shadows and silence. Flipping through the diary, Elena finds entries chronicling a coup decades ago within a powerful family. Each word deepens the web of intrigue, binding past and present more tightly. Outside, Victor intercepts Leela in the misty street, his voice low and demanding information on Elena's location. The threat in his eyes leaves Leela cornered and tense. Suddenly, the dim light flickers and dies as Elena reads passages implicating Victor in the darkest folds of the mystery. Shadows twist ominously around her, swallowing the room in silence. Marcus pulls a small flashlight from his pocket, its beam piercing the gloom to reveal a hidden map etched behind the diary. The illuminated lines trace a path into the depths beneath Marrow Street's catacombs. The map leads them to a forgotten vault, its heavy doors sealed by time and secrets. The path ahead promises danger, but also the key to unlocking the tangled past. Elena and Marcus move toward the vault's shadowed entrance as Leela sends a covert message on her phone. Each step forward tightens the threads of their intertwined fates, shadows stretching long into the night. The heavy vault door groans under pressure, its rusted hinges groaning before it grudgingly swings open. Inside lies a trove of artifacts and documents, frozen in time and cloaked in dust. The air smells of old paper and secrets long buried beneath layers of shadow. Abruptly, the echo of footsteps ricochets off the cold stone walls. Victor emerges with two shadowy figures at his side, their presence a dark blockade at the only exit. The tension coalesces, thick enough to cut through with a whispered threat. Elena swiftly raises the silver locket, catching the flickering light to reveal a concealed symbol matching the vault's emblem. The gesture freezes the room, the locket's glow defying the darkness around them. This emblem ties the present moment to a deeper, hidden history. One of Victor's companions lunges for the locket, but Marcus intercepts with practiced precision, his hand slamming down to halt the snatch. The sudden clash breaks the fragile stillness into sharp urgency. Elena sidesteps, heart pounding beneath fractured glass reflections. A glance catches Elena's eye on a cracked mirror, its fragmented surface offering glimpses beyond the vault walls. There, faintly outlined in shadow, is the entrance to a concealed escape tunnel. Hope glimmers alongside the fractured truths around them. Seizing the moment, Elena and Marcus slip through the hidden passage, silent against the cold stone. Behind them, Victor's roar of frustration echoes, restrained yet simmering with menace. The night swallows their flight as shadows lengthen across Marrow Street. Leela's intercepted call crackles in Victor's ear, revealing betrayal not only at hand, but woven through their ranks. Conflicted, Victor wrestles with loyalties pulled tight between past alliances and present threats. His gaze darkens, torn between fury and reluctant strategy. Emerging near the aged clock tower, Alina and Marcus catch their breath, the weight of pursuit pressing behind. Their eyes meet, determination flickering amidst exhaustion. The urban night cloaks their resolve as they prepare to untangle the threads of the mystery. Inside the ancient tower, Alina's hands deftly turn gears and cogs, orchestrating a silent dance of mechanism. The hidden compartment swings open, revealing a faded portrait tucked beneath layers of dust. Time's shadows flicker across their faces, frozen in painted stillness. The portrait reveals younger versions of Alina, Marcus, Victor, and Leela, bound by smiles and secrets alike. Their youthful eyes hold unspoken stories, the origins of entangled fates now slowly surfacing. The past breathes in every cracked line and faded hue. Alina's scar tingles unbearably, memories fracturing and flooding through her mind. Shattered moments coalesce around the conspiracy that has haunted her life, each shard piercing deeper than before. The link between past wounds and present danger sharpens with chilling clarity. Marcus lowers his gaze, admitting a hidden allegiance entwined with the family's ruin. His revelation complicates their fragile alliance, threading betrayal into their shared quest. Secrets once buried now surface amidst flickering shadows and fractured trust. Tracking Alina's movements through twisting alleys and dimly lit streets, Victor pieces together fragments of the puzzle. His eyes narrow beneath the play of shadows and streetlight reflections, calculating each step closer. The city itself seems to watch, silent and waiting. Cornered yet composed, Alina extends an offer of truce to Victor, proposing a joint effort to unveil the truth. She speaks with conviction, hoping to channel past enmities into preventing further harm. Shadows and reflections flicker as loyalties hang in the balance. Victor, hesitant but drawn by curiosity, consents to her proposal. He reveals a hidden safe, its lock clicking open to expose a confession letter bound in time. The weight of the letter promises turbulent revelations beneath the fractured layers of their past. From the letter unfolds the story behind the fractured glass motif, a violent confrontation years before that shattered more than just windows. The confession paints a raw scene of betrayal and broken bonds etched deep into their histories. The shards of truth glisten under the dim light. The trio debates the timing and manner of exposing the betrayal, aware the wrong move could destroy them all. Each voice carries the burden of consequence, their shadows tangled as uncertainty lingers. Strategizing in whispers, they weigh revelation against survival. Leela interrupts, brandishing surveillance footage, capturing a crucial scene from the past. Her discovery corroborates the confession's claims, offering irrefutable evidence from fractured moments frozen in time. The flickering screen illuminates faces and deeds once hidden in shadow. United in purpose, the group plans to leak the evidence anonymously, their actions cloaked beneath Marrow Street's lengthening shadows. The city hums unknowingly as truths prepare to surface amid fractures and reflections. Change pulses quietly beneath the urban night. As dawn stretches its first light, fractured glass from a broken window glints one last time, symbolizing the cusp of transformation. The shards scatter prismatic signals across the walls, reflecting hopes and fears alike. The city stirs, on the brink of awakening and revelation. News of the uncovered conspiracy spreads swiftly, igniting public intrigue and unease throughout the city. Conversations ripple from shadowed corners to bustling streets, the mystery no longer confined to whispers. Marrow Street pulses with a tension that refuses to fade. Returning to the antique chest, Alina places the silver locket carefully inside, locking it away from prying eyes. The act is both a closure and a safeguard amid the swirling chaos of truth and deceit. The locket's intricate engraving catches the fading light, silent amidst secrets. Marcus melts into the crowd, his intentions veiled and his departure marked by quiet ambiguity. Alina watches, reflecting on the tangled interplay of trust and betrayal that has defined their tangled journey. The city's heart beats on, unyielding beneath fractured skies. From a shadowed rooftop, Victor surveys the sprawling city below, contemplative and unmoving. The lights flicker like distant memories, each pulse a reminder of battles fought in both darkness and daylight. His expression is unreadable, wrapped in the weight of unfolding fate. Leela joins Alina quietly, their shared glance an unspoken acknowledgement of survival and the burden of secrets kept. Together, they stand on Marrow Street, shadows stretching long around them. In the silence, their resolve hardens against the gathering night. A sudden flashback illuminates the truth behind the locket's engraving. It is a symbol of sacrifice and hope, carved by a hidden ancestor who protected their kin from a terrible fate. The fractured glass from earlier scenes reflects in this memory, breaking the past into shards that finally fit together. Back in the present, Elena carefully opens the silver locket and discovers a folded, aged letter addressed to her. The handwriting is familiar, belonging to someone she loved and lost long ago, the words etched with a deep sense of urgency and care. As Elena reads, her eyes well with emotion. The letter speaks of promises made, to protect, to remember, and to bear the heavy burden of knowledge passed down through generations. The weight of the past settles over her, but so does a newfound strength, as the fractured pieces of truth begin to heal. The group gathers once more on Marrow Street, their faces marked by the trials endured, but now united in fragile trust. Despite the scars and shadows that cling to them, an unspoken bond forms, knit by the shared revelation and the enduring mysteries they've faced together. As the sun dips low, its fading light casts long shadows across the cracked pavement of Marrow Street, mirroring the lingering secrets that still haunt the night. The city's atmosphere holds both the weight of past darkness and the delicate promise of dawn yet to come. Elena steps out from her apartment, locking the door behind her with a decisive click. She leaves the past firmly in that quiet space, but carries the lessons it imparted, etched in the silver locket that now hangs heavy around her neck. In the calm of her home, Elena sets the silver locket on the mantelpiece, its engraving catching the faint light. It stands as a solemn reminder of what was lost, what was fought for, and the silent hope that endures beneath the surface. Across town, Leela tends to a small plant by the window, nurturing new growth amidst the decay of the city. It is a quiet symbol of resilience and renewal, an echo of the fragile beginnings that rise from broken roots. A message pings on Marcus's phone, his voice calm and steady over the recording. He promises aid should darkness return, a reassuring tether to strength and solidarity in an uncertain world. The city breathes as night fades into morning, alive with secrets and shadows that twist through its streets. Elena steps into the soft light of dawn, ready to meet whatever comes next with eyes clear and purpose renewed. The rain hammered down, painting the city in streaks of silver and shadow. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette beneath the flickering street lamp, eyes scanning the wet cobblestones. He'd been called to the alley at midnight, another whisper of trouble in a town that never slept. A woman's scream had cut through the damp night earlier, trailing off like a ghostly melody. Now, Marlowe crouched beside a crumpled figure, pale and trembling beneath the garbage bins. "You saw something," he said softly, fingers brushing loose strands of hair from her face. Her eyes flickered with fear, but she nodded. "They come when the clock strikes one." He checked his watch, 12:55. Time was running thin, and the city held its breath. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the shadowed end of the alley, slow and deliberate. Marlowe pressed his back against the wet brick, heart hammering under the rain's rhythm. A figure stepped forward, coat collar up, face obscured beneath a fedora. "Looking for trouble, detective." The voice was low, a rasp of menace and challenge. Marlowe cracked a half-smile, only the kind that sells in the city. The stranger lunged, a flash of steel glinting in the dim light. Instinct took over. Marlowe twisted, grabbing the attacker's wrist, forcing the knife away. They tumbled, rain mixing with grit and desperation. A flicker of recognition crossed Marlowe's mind, the scar beneath the stranger's eye. "Back off, Kane," Marlowe growled, pushing him against the wall. Kane sneered, then vanished into the labyrinth of alleys, leaving a promise and a warning. Marlowe lit a fresh cigarette, watching the smoke curl upward. The city never sleeps, and neither do its secrets. The old lighthouse stood towering against the stormy sky as Meyer approached, her heart racing with anticipation. She clutched a worn leather map, its edges frayed from years of searching for the rumored treasure hidden nearby. Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating the daunting steps spiraling up the lighthouse's narrow shaft. Maya hesitated, but then pressed her hand on the cold metal railing, beginning her ascent. As she climbed, whispers of the past seemed to echo through the walls, urging her forward. At the top, the door creaked open, revealing a dusty lantern and a faded journal resting on a wooden table. She flipped open the journal, discovering entries from a lighthouse keeper who spoke of a secret passage beneath the rocks. Without delay, Maya descended carefully, her boots echoing in the empty tower. Outside, rain battered her face as she followed the journal's directions toward the cliff's edge. A narrow cave entrance lay hidden behind a curtain of ivy, just as the journal described. Lighting her lantern, Maya stepped inside, the walls closing in around her as she ventured deeper. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a cavern glowing with the shimmer of countless shells and glittering stones. In the center, a chest lay half buried in sand, its lock rusted but intact. With a deep breath, she pried it open, revealing an assortment of old coins, maps, and a compass unlike any she had seen. Maya smiled, realizing the true treasure was the adventure and the history she uncovered. She carefully packed the items, planning to share the story and preserve the legacy of the lighthouse keeper. As she exited the cave, the storm was clearing, and the first rays of dawn painted the sky in soft gold. Maya looked back once more at the lighthouse, feeling a profound connection to its silent sentinel. "Some secrets are worth the journey," she whispered, tucking the journal safely into her pack. With a steady heart, she walked away, ready for whatever new adventure awaited beyond the horizon. In the lively mountain village, Lyra pores over ancient maps by candlelight, the faint glow of her star tattoo casting a gentle light on the parchment. Her emerald eyes trace symbols, searching for clues hidden in the worn pages. Brahm arrives quietly, placing a small glowing crystal shard into Lyra's hand, urging her with a grave tone to seek the lost celestial compass before it falls into the wrong hands. The shard's blue glow pulses softly, mirroring the ancient star on her wrist. Tico, the silver-furred fox-like creature, playfully paws at the shard, the blue light reflecting vividly in his bright eyes. The wooden dagger at his side gleams faintly as he circles around excitedly. Lyra methodically packs essentials into a leather satchel embossed with the celestial compass symbol, fastening it securely. Her tattoo pulses subtly, as though anticipating the journey ahead. Whispers ripple through the village. The Shadow Order, hidden behind their unyielding silver masks and dark cloaks, are rumored to be searching for the same artifact. The urgency grows, tangled with fear in the villagers' hushed voices. Under a canopy of rustling leaves, Lyra, Brahm, and Tico step into the dense forest, the earth crunching beneath their boots. The warm earth tones of the village fade as cool blues begin to tint the surrounding shadows. They stumble upon a carved stone marker, ancient and weathered, etched with the celestial compass emblem. The symbol seems to pulse faintly in resonance with the shard's glow. Night descends, and an eerie silence envelops the forest. Lyra's tattoo pulses brighter, sending a subtle guiding light that steadies the group's wavering steps. Suddenly, cloaked figures, the Shadow Order, emerge silently between the trees, their silver masks reflecting the shard's blue light. Their presence chills the air and tightens the group's resolve. Lyra narrowly avoids a sudden ambush. Her satchel is torn in the scuffle, but the crystal shard remains clutched tightly in her grasp. Heart pounding, she retreats into the shadows. Brahm quickly tends to a minor wound on Lyra's arm, his voice low and grave as he warns that the Order's desperation is growing dangerously close. The tension weighs heavily on them all. Tico's sharp nose twitches, detecting faint magical traces lingering in the thick forest air. He follows the scent confidently, sensing a trail that leads deeper into the unknown. They cross a rickety bridge spanning a misty ravine, shadows lurking just beneath the damp planks. Each step echoes ominously, the cold blue hues deepening the foreboding atmosphere. The group discovers ancient ruins covered in star motifs, with the compass symbol boldly carved into a stone altar at the center. The shard's glow intensifies, resonating with the ancient stone. Lyra carefully places the crystal shard on the altar. The ground trembles beneath them, and a hidden passageway yawns open, revealing a downward path shrouded in darkness. Descending cautiously, they find themselves inside a cavern alive with glowing crystals pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. The cool blue light bathes the chamber in an ethereal glow. Lyra feels a strange connection as her tattoo flares brightly. Drawn irresistibly, she reaches toward a central crystal sphere that seems to hum with ancient energy. Without warning, the Shadow Order blocks their exit, daggers drawn and gleaming menacingly in the flickering torchlight. Their masked faces reveal nothing but cold intent. Brahm steps forward to negotiate, offering his knowledge in exchange for the compass's power. The Order's silence and refusal make clear they will accept nothing less than total control. Taking advantage of the moment, Tico slips agilely between the masked figure's legs, sowing confusion and allowing the trio to slip away amidst the chaos. They flee deeper into the twisting cave, chased by shadows and the echo of relentless footsteps. The air grows colder, and their breath hangs in the silvery light. The path forks and Lyra hesitates, her tattoo's subtle glow pulling her toward the left tunnel. Trusting the ancient star's guidance, she leads the way with cautious hope. The group uncovers an ancient library carved into solid rock walls, filled with star charts and celestial texts that shimmer faintly under Lyra's touch. The compass symbol recurs on many scrolls and carvings. Lyra deciphers a prophecy foretelling the compass's power to align entire worlds, heightening the stakes of their quest. The ancient star on her wrist pulses urgently as she absorbs the weight of destiny. Suddenly, a cave-in blocks the path behind them, forcing the group forward into the unknown depths of the cavern. The cool blue shadows deepen, and the adventure grows more perilous with every step. Brahm traces his fingers over ancient inscriptions carved into the cavern walls, reading warnings about a guardian bound to protect the resting place of the celestial compass. The glyphs shimmer faintly under the torchlight, hinting at formidable trials ahead. Lyra's confident strides falter as she glances down at the ancient star tattoo on her wrist, which dims softly. The fleeting uncertainty unsettles her, a rare crack in her otherwise fierce determination. Before them looms a massive stone door, its surface alive with moving celestial patterns that shift and reconfigure like constellations. The colors transition from warm earth tones to cool blues, reflecting the deepening mystery. Tico scampers around the door's base, sniffing and pawing at scattered gravel. His keen eyes catch a nearly invisible pressure plate concealed beneath the stones, a subtle but crucial mechanism. With a deliberate press of the plate, the colossal door rumbles open, revealing a chamber bathed in ethereal blue light that pulses like a heartbeat. At the chamber's center floats the celestial compass, a radiant star-shaped artifact encased within a translucent crystal shell that pulses softly with an inner glow. As Lyra reaches out, a surge of energy courses through her veins, and visions of converging worlds flash before her eyes, leaving her breathless and awed. Suddenly, the silence shatters as the Shadow Order bursts into the chamber, their silver masks catching the light, and shimmering blades raised in tense standoff. Brahm raises his voice, calling for parley, proposing they share the compass's power to avert the looming disaster threatened by their conflict. An Order leader steps forward, briefly removing their mask to reveal a youthful face marked by fervent zeal, eyes burning with dangerous conviction. Lyra pleads with them, invoking their shared sense of duty and warning that greed will only lead to ruin for all involved. Without warning, the chamber trembles violently. From the stardust above, a colossal celestial lion materializes, its body shimmering with cosmic energy as the Guardian awakens. The lion's mighty roar reverberates through the astrological ceiling, forcing the Shadow Order to scatter defensively amidst falling star fragments. Quickly, Lyra leads Brahm and Tico in dodging the Guardian's astral claws and swirling beams of starlight, their movements synchronized and desperate. Recognizing the compass's power harmonizes with the Guardian's essence, Lyra extends her hand, the ancient star on her wrist now glowing fiercely in response. The celestial lion pauses, then slowly lowers its majestic head, accepting Lyra's genuine intent and calming the chamber's chaos. The Shadow Order retreats, their respect for the Guardian's judgment clear though their vow to continue their pursuit remains unshaken. With reverence, Lyra claims the compass. Its crystal core pulses rhythmically, now perfectly in sync with the steady glow of her tattoo. Suddenly, the chamber groans and the walls begin to collapse, forcing the trio to make a swift escape through a corridor illuminated by cascading stars. Outside, dawn breaks over the forest canopy, the celestial compass's radiant light blending seamlessly with the soft glow of the rising sun. Back in the village, Lyra studies the compass carefully, Brahm by her side, guiding her through its enigmatic secrets and ancient inscriptions. Meanwhile, Tico scouts the surrounding woods, his sharp eyes spotting fresh tracks and signs of the Shadow Order's renewed pursuit. Lyra feels a powerful throb beneath her skin as the ancient star tattoo pulses with newfound strength, hinting at deeper, untapped abilities awaiting discovery. A mysterious scholar visits the village, sharing hushed tales of past wielders of the compass and the hidden dangers intertwined with its immense power. Resolved and determined, Lyra vows to protect the celestial compass, knowing full well that her journey and the challenges it holds have only just begun. Suddenly, the celestial compass pulses with radiant energy, casting a bright blue light that unveils a hidden map floating midair. The glowing symbols and lines shimmer as the map details points scattered across the heavens, previously invisible to Lyra's eyes. The mysterious map reveals locations of powerful celestial convergence points, each demanding urgent attention and intervention. Lyra senses that these sites are critical to balancing the cosmic forces and preventing looming chaos. Determined, Lyra seeks out allies who bear marks resembling her ancient star tattoo, discovering others chosen by fate. Their shared insignias hint at a larger destiny intertwined with the celestial compass and the mysteries they are about to face. With camaraderie forged, the group readies themselves for a voyage beyond their known world, guided steadfastly by the compass's radiant glow. Their preparations balance anticipation and solemn resolve as they brace for the unknown. Brahm offers his final counsel, urging Lyra to place trust not only in the celestial compass, but also in her own instincts and heart. His seasoned wisdom imbues her with confidence to face the challenges ahead. As the sun sets, Lyra and her newfound companions embark under a night sky adorned with shimmering star patterns. The cool blues of twilight mix with the compass's glow, marking the beginning of their epic journey. Navigating through surreal celestial storms and vast cosmic vistas, the compass guides their path unerringly. Each trial deepens their bond and understanding of the forces governing the stars. Lyra's ancient star tattoo pulses and blazes even brighter, a vivid sign of unity between her spirit and the celestial powers surrounding them. This luminous connection emboldens the group as they approach their quest's most critical juncture. Emerging on the horizon lies a new realm, its mysterious beauty promising adventure, revelations, and daunting challenges. The blue tones of the landscape echo the compass's light, inviting exploration and discovery. Resolute and unwavering, Lyra stands clutching the celestial compass, ready to shape a fate intricately woven among the stars. Her journey culminates here, poised to influence the cosmic balance forever. In the stillness of the village bathed by the full moon, Alara's silver crescent birthmark softly glowed, its light pulsing gently with the lunar glow. Her piercing green eyes reflected the moonlight as she traced the familiar mark on her skin, sensing a quiet resonance with the night. At the forest's edge, Alara noticed a shimmering, ethereal ribbon of light weaving silently among the ancient trees. The veil flickered subtly under the moonlight, its silvery hues shifting and fluttering like a living thread of light. She reached out cautiously toward the veil, her fingers trembling as the ethereal ribbon rippled briefly at her touch. A faint whisper echoed on the night breeze, unintelligible yet filled with a mysterious urgency. From the shadows stepped Kale, his storm-gray hair tousled by the night air. His weathered cloak seemed to merge with the darkness as his steady gaze reflected the haunting light of the veil. Kale warned Alara about the veil's power, his voice low and grave, hinting at dangers tied closely to the cycles of the moon. He spoke of forces that could not be easily controlled, and the peril hidden within the shimmering light. Alara held up her silver crescent pendant, watching it resonate faintly as the veil's light brushed against it. The pendant's subtle glow mirrored the birthmark on her skin, linking her to the mystery unfolding before them. A flashback took her to childhood, when she first discovered the crescent birthmark. Even then, she had been inexplicably drawn to moonlit nights, feeling an unspoken connection to their shifting phases. The village elders gathered in whispered tones, recounting the veil's curse that had loomed over their people for generations. Their stories spoke of restless shadows and the heavy price of past recklessness under the moon. Disturbances grew. Shadows began to move on their own, and villagers reported hearing chilling whispers in solitude. Fear threaded through the village as the unnatural phenomena escalated beyond whispers and glances. Determined, Alara knelt by a calm pond under the bright moon, tracing the veil's path through the reflections. The silver light twisted fluidly across the water's surface, guiding her gaze deeper into the mystery. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Kale confessed he had tracked the veil for years. His quest to uncover its source was driven by the hope of mastering or perhaps ending its haunting influence. The veil thickened, pulsing rhythmically as ghostly shapes emerged, mimicking villagers' deepest fears with unsettling clarity. The ethereal light warped into haunting forms that tightened its grip on the frightened souls nearby. Alara's pendant glowed with unexpected intensity, revealing hidden runes etched beneath its surface that had gone unnoticed before. The runes shimmered against the moonlit silver, suggesting a link to ancient wisdom. Suddenly, a fierce gust snuffed out every lantern, plunging the village into deeper shadow. Only the moon remained to illuminate the veil's mesmerizing, yet terrifying, dance in the night. Resolute, Alara chose to venture into the forest to confront the veil's enigma, with Kale reluctantly binding himself to her. Together, they stepped into the shadows where the moonlight barely pierced the dense canopy. Deeper within the forest, they discovered ancient stones arranged in a crescent shape, faintly glowing beneath the moon's silvery light. The stones hummed with a subtle energy, resonating with the veil that now encircled them. The veil wrapped around the stones, growing more tangible as its whispers rose into haunting melodies that wove through the trees. The silver light pulsed like a living heartbeat, intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Alara stumbled, and from the shimmer emerged a shadowy figure eerily resembling her own reflection. It reached out, trying to pull her into the veil's radiant but unnerving light, challenging her grip on reality. Kale reacted swiftly, chanting incantations from his ancient journal inscribed with cryptic runes. His voice cut through the night, momentarily dispersing the shadow and soothing the restless veil's turmoil. Their eyes caught a hidden inscription on one of the crescent stones, referencing an ancient ritual designed to bind or control the veil's potent power. The markings hinted at a fragile balance between light and shadow, old as the moon itself. As the night deepened, the veil became tempestuous, tugging fiercely at Alara's pendant and the birthmark pulsing beneath her skin. The lunar energy strained against her, threatening to overwhelm her senses. Visions assaulted Alara, moonlit battles between ethereal guardians and veil spirits trapped between worlds. The spectral clashes echoed through her mind, revealing a long-hidden conflict intertwined with her own destiny. Kale disclosed that he had once been a guardian, bound by a curse to roam until the veil's balance was restored. His storm-gray hair and weathered cloak marked years of wandering in search of redemption and renewal. The forest shifted around them. Ancient trees whispered dire warnings as the path back to the village faded into obscurity. Shadows thickened, and the boundary between reality and veil blurred dangerously. A sudden change in the moon's phase warped the veil's form, stretching it like molten silver encasing them. The light's fluid motion intensified, binding Alara and Kale in its shimmering grasp as the night deepened. Alara and Kale finally reached the ancient altar, its surface worn smooth by time but still radiating a strange energy. The crescent-shaped indentation in the stone calls to Alara's pendant, which fits perfectly as if made for the place. The moment the pendant settles, a faint hum vibrates through the air, heightening the tension around them. As Alara presses the pendant deeper into the altar, a sudden burst of blinding light erupts, flooding the clearing with silvery luminescence. The veil responds violently, thrashing like a living current before enveloping them in its shifting folds. Both find themselves swept away, pulled through an otherworldly vortex that warps the very fabric of their surroundings. They emerge in a liminal realm where the skies glow with a cold silver hue, and the land is draped in long shadows cast by an unseen moon. This ethereal place seems bound by lunar light, both beautiful and haunting, its edges blurred and constantly shifting like a dream. All around, reflective surfaces ripple oddly, mirroring more than just their images. From the shadows flicker faint, sorrowful figures, lost villagers caught in the veil's unyielding curse. They approach silently, their eyes pleading for release though no words escape their lips. The air is thick with a heavy grief that weighs on Alara's heart, deepening her resolve. Suddenly, Ilara's silver crescent birthmark glows with intense light, casting a gentle beacon that reaches out to the fragmented souls. The spectral villagers respond, their forms stabilizing as a faint connection is formed between their trapped essence and the waking world. This luminous link offers a fragile hope for their salvation. Kale studies the cryptic runes inscribed within his ancient journal, muttering translations under his breath. He reveals that the veil was originally created as a shield to protect the realm from outside harm, but the magic became twisted over time. The intended guardian became a curse, feeding on the fears of those it was meant to defend. They are soon met by a spectral guardian, an imposing figure woven from light and shadow. The guardian warns them solemnly that interfering with the veil is perilous, threatening to collapse both the liminal realm and the physical world. Its tone is grave, underscoring the fragile balance at stake. Torn between duty and fear, Ilara wrestles with whether to sever the veil's corrupt power completely or try to restore its original protective nature. The weight of her people's fate presses heavily on her as the moonlight continues to shift all around them. Kale watches closely, understanding this choice could alter everything. In vision-like echoes, they witness scenes from centuries past, a ritual interrupted and mistakes made that bound the veil's power improperly. Shadows flicker with ancient sorrow, revealing how the once sacred ceremony turned source of torment. This glimpse into history deepens their understanding of the veil's dark transformation. The veil's once gentle shimmer now feeds on fear and despair, distorting the village's destiny under each changing moon phase. The shadows writhe unnaturally, as if alive with malice, and the villagers' suffering becomes a continuous cycle of anguish. This sinister evolution curses the land with dread and hopelessness. Kale confesses that he fled the village long ago, overwhelmed by guilt after failing to stop the curse from spreading. His weathered face reflects years of regret, and his voice carries a somber tone as he admits his past mistakes. Ilara's resolve only hardens upon hearing his confession. Determined, Ilara pledges to confront the root of the corruption, vowing to free both her people and the trapped souls from the veil's grasp. Her birthmark pulses softly, as if lending its strength to her conviction. Kale nods, ready to stand by her side through whatever trials lie ahead. Back at the altar in the forest realm, Ilara and Kale begin a ritual drawn from the ancient runes and guided by the pendant's radiant glow. The air thrums with power as they work in unison, weaving light and shadow to mend the fractured veil. Time seems to stretch as the veil responds to their efforts, but the veil resists violently, twisting in turbulent waves of shadow and shimmering light, fighting to maintain its corrupted hold. The altar trembles under the strain, and the boundaries between realities blur dangerously. It becomes clear that the veil will not surrender its power easily. Summoning her inner strength, Ilara channels the energy from her glowing birthmark, stabilizing the veil's tumultuous flow. Her hands steady as a calming lunar light radiates outward, soothing the chaotic forces. Slowly, the balance begins to shift, giving hope that the ritual will succeed. One by one, the trapped souls start to dissolve into serene moonlight, their expressions peaceful as if finally freed from torment. Their silent gratitude fills the liminal realm, lightening the oppressive atmosphere. Each soul's release brings the veil closer to restoration. At the ritual's climax, the spectral guardian merges with the veil itself, a sacrifice that purifies its essence and dispels the lingering darkness. Its form dissolves into radiant light, vanishing but leaving behind a restored balance. The price is great, but necessary for renewal. With calm restored, the liminal realm fades away under the dawn's first light, gently guiding Ilara and Kale back to the forest floor. The world feels still and new as the sun's early rays touch the ancient altar. Their journey through shadows and moonlight has reached a turning point. Back in the village, clear skies stretch overhead, and the faintest crescent moon glows softly before sunrise. The suffocating darkness and strange whispers that once plagued the village are lifted. A subtle calm settles over the land, promising a fresh beginning. Ilara's pendant has become inert, its light extinguished, yet her silver crescent birthmark remains, pulsing faintly with tranquil lunar energy. This quiet glow serves as a reminder of the veil's lingering presence beneath the surface. Though subdued, the magic endures within her. Days pass peacefully, and villagers report no unusual shadows or haunting whispers at night. The once ominous phases of the moon now bring comfort instead of fear. Life begins to return to its natural rhythm, free from the veil's oppressive influence. Alara and Kale revisit the ancient stones where it all began. The crescent pattern now appears as mere faint reflections of moonlight on the worn rock. The altar's power seems dormant, transformed from feared relic into quiet monument. This subtle change hints at the delicate balance retained beneath the surface. The village elders gather to honor Alara's bravery, sharing stories that reaffirm respect for the moon and its enduring cycles. Their words weave tradition with newfound hope, reminding all of the lessons learned from the veil. Ceremony and reverence bind the community in healing. Prepared to leave the village behind, Alara and Kale share a quiet moment, their bond strengthened by the trials endured together. Mutual respect and understanding pass between them as they ready themselves for the journey ahead. Though the path forward is uncertain, it is faced united. Before departing, Alara conceals the pendant within a secret hollow beneath the oldest tree, guarding the veil's lingering secret with quiet solemnity. The pendant rests there, hidden from prying eyes yet still connected to the moonlit power they confronted. Its silence speaks of mysteries yet to unfold. Suddenly, a soft shimmer returns to the air, subtle and benign, weaving gently through the silvered shadows. It hints that the veil's protective spirit still endures, faint but unwavering beneath the moonlight. Alara smiles, her piercing green eyes reflecting the quiet radiance. She understands now that the veil was never truly lost but transformed, an unseen guardian watching silently over them all. Kale nods solemnly, the storm-gray strands of his hair catching the moonlight as he acknowledges the restored balance between the human realm and the veil's ethereal light. The ancient connection hums quietly between them. As they walk away, the village is bathed in a peaceful silver glow, the moonlight soft and steady. Shadows settle into calm, and the familiar motifs of reflective surfaces seem to hold their secrets gently, undisturbed. Alara glances down and notices her silver crescent birthmark glowing faintly once more, pulsing with a quiet promise. It is a sign of an enduring bond, linking her to the veil and the cycles of the moon. A final flashback reveals the ritual's original guardian, a figure cloaked in moonlit grace, passing the sacred charge to Alara's ancestors. The lineage of protectors is made clear, bridging past and present beneath the shifting phases above. Kale carefully folds his ancient journal, its pages now filled with new runes recounting their journey and the hope born from this night's revelations. Each word is a testament to the legacy they carry forward as guardians. Meanwhile, village children laugh and play beneath the soft moonlight, unaware of the unseen forces that shield them. The veil's silent protection wraps around them, gentle and unseen like a whispered lullaby. Together, Alara and Kale disappear into the horizon, their figures blending with the shadows and moonlight. They are ready to face whatever the next chapter of their intertwined fate will write beneath the celestial veil. Above, the silver moon arcs steadily across the sky, a timeless sentinel watching over all beneath its eternal veil. It remains the silent witness to stories of light, shadow, and enduring promise. Under a heavy twilight sky, Mara walks cautiously through the quiet village street, her eyes darting nervously at shadows cast by the failing street lamps. The fading light deepens the ominous mood as her scar pulses faintly, a subtle reminder of the power tied to her. At the aged bookshop, Mara meets Elias, whose piercing blue eyes glint with unspoken knowledge. He hands her an ancient leather-bound book that pulsing faintly with blue light, hinting at secrets long concealed. Mara opens the book, revealing cryptic writings describing a shimmering mist known as the Veil, said to hide unseen realms just beyond the mortal eye. The words seem to shift on the pages, deepening the mystery surrounding the mist's true nature. Suddenly, the room's light dims as a faint mist swirls outside the shop window, its colors undulating and forms shifting eerily. Mara's scar reacts subtly, throbbing as if in resonance with the haunting presence. Stepping outside, Mara catches sight of fleeting figures within the mist, their outlines appearing and vanishing with ghostly speed. The sensation is both chilling and compelling, drawing her attention despite the growing unease. From behind Mara appears Leora, her glowing amber eyes fixed on the veil as she tightly clasps the delicate silver necklace around her neck. The necklace's subtle shine contrasts with the growing darkness surrounding them. Leora's voice is low and urgent as she whispers of the veil's increasing strength and an impending danger looming over the village. Her warning hangs heavy in the air, fraught with an ominous tension. Mara's scar pulses with a faint, awakening rhythm, seemingly stirred by Leora's presence and the swirling mist outside. A magnetic force connects Mara more deeply to the supernatural threat closing around them. Elias explains gravely that the veil is a bridge between their world and a forgotten realm, whose chaotic merging threatens to engulf their village entirely. His words underscore the gravity of the threat they face together. Determined, Mara resolves to explore the village outskirts where the veil's mist thickens most. Clutching the ancient book and eyes fixed on Leora's necklace, she steels herself for what lies ahead. At the boundary, Mara observes flickering silhouettes trapped and calling for release within the dense veil. Their desperation intensifies the urgency of her quest as ghostly hands seem to reach for her in silence. Without warning, the mist convulses and surges forward in an attempt to pull Mara into its depths, her scar igniting with fierce, burning intensity. The veil's power threatens to overwhelm her, testing her resolve. Leora reacts swiftly, grabbing Mara's hand and projecting a calming glow from the silver necklace that soothes the searing pain. The light creates a fragile shield against the veil's relentless grasp. Elias issues a dire warning. Only by breaking the binding curse that ensnares them all can they prevent the veil from consuming the village whole. The stakes rise sharply, leaving no option but to confront the unknown curse. Resolute, Mara vows to seek the source of the curse deep within the forgotten forest beyond the village's edge. Her determination fuels her forward despite the growing shadow cast by the veil. Entering the ancient forest, Mara feels the palpable presence of the veil intensify, its shifting shapes entwining among gnarled trees. The eerie whispers and pulsating air immerse her in a realm straddling reality and the unknown. Her fingers brush over cryptic symbols carved into the bark, which flares softly when illuminated by the book's ethereal light. The carvings hint at forgotten knowledge and deeper connections to the veil's mystery. A sudden chorus of whispering voices guides Mara into a shadowed clearing, where the earth itself pulses with ethereal energy beneath her feet. The atmosphere is thick with unseen power, amplifying the tensions surrounding her quest. From within the mist, the veil coils into a serpentine shape that sways and beckons Mara with haunting melodies. Its hypnotic lure threatens to draw her deeper into a perilous and unknown domain. Struggling against the allure, Mara summons Elias's counsel, focusing on the steady pulse of her scar as a tether to her own reality. This fragile anchor steadies her amidst the mist's deceptive embrace. Leora emerges again, revealing she can harness partial control over the veil through the power of her silver necklace. Together, they forge a cautious alliance to navigate the treacherous mist. The trio follows twisting tendrils of the veil to an ancient stone altar half engulfed by creeping roots, a relic long forgotten by time. Its presence signifies a possible key to unraveling the curse binding them. Carved into the altar's worn surface is an inscription recounting a forgotten pact between the villagers and a realm beyond the veil. The weight of history presses upon them as Mara prepares to read aloud. As Mara recites the ancient words, a surge pulses through the clearing, causing the scar on her cheek to glow with radiant intensity. The veil's mist thickens suddenly, its shape erupting with newfound fury. In an instant, the mist separates Mara from her companions, engulfing her in a cold, suffocating embrace. She is left isolated within the veil's grasp, the true danger and mystery deepening around her. Inside the veil, Mara's surroundings shift, revealing ghostly figures tethered by shadows of fear and sorrow. Each trapped spirit flickers with fragments of their past lives, their faces etched with despair and longing. The air hums with the weight of memories bound by an ancient curse that holds them captive. As Mara's gaze settles, she recognizes some faces among the trapped souls, including a young woman whose features mirror Leora's in a time long gone. This spectral resemblance deepens the mystery and hints at a connection spanning generations. The silver necklace glimmers faintly, resonating with the vision. Desperate to reach them, Mara strains to communicate through the swirling mist, her voice barely a whisper against the veil's murmurs. She seeks a thread of hope, any sign that the spirits can be freed from their eternal prison. Each attempt shakes the veil, revealing fragile glimpses of forgotten trust. Meanwhile, Elias pores over the ancient leather-bound book beneath the clearing's wan light. His eyes scan arcane scripts until he uncovers a vital truth. The curse can only be undone by rekindling the forgotten trust that once bound the living and the spirits. The knowledge brings both hope and urgency to the moment. Leora steps forward, holding her silver necklace tightly as it emits a delicate, luminous beacon that pierces the veil's dense folds. The soft light guides Mara, pulling her back from the abyss toward the safety of the clearing. The necklace's glow becomes a fragile lifeline amid the encompassing mist. Emerging once more, Mara carries with her a fierce determination, the weight of both realms pressing on her. She resolves to unite the living villagers and the forgotten souls trapped within the veil. This newfound purpose ignites a spark of hope against the encroaching darkness. Gathered beneath the ancient altar, Mara, Elias, and Leora commence a ritual invoking the sacred pact that once protected both worlds. But as their voices rise, the veil reacts unpredictably, the energies surging uncontrollably. Instead of peace, a violent storm of mist and shadow engulfs the clearing, threatening to unravel their efforts. The trees surrounding them shudder violently, roots twisting like serpents into the earth. Shadowy figures emerge, swirling with the turbulent mist as it spreads rapidly toward the nearby village. The atmosphere thickens with impending danger, and every breath feels charged with ominous power. Mara's scar pulses fiercely, each throb accompanied by sharp waves of pain that blur her vision between the physical and spirit worlds. The connection she shares with the veil intensifies, making it harder to distinguish reality from the haunting apparitions. She steadies herself against the mounting assault of sensations. Elias moves swiftly to shield Leora from sudden bursts of ethereal light shards that erupt unpredictably from the altar. The fragments shimmer dangerously, slicing through the shadows even as they threaten the children's safety. His protective stance shows his resolve amidst the chaos surrounding them. Through the tempest, a translucent figure materializes, a spectral elder cloaked in ancient robes, eyes piercing with timeless knowledge. The elder warns that the Pact's betrayal was neither distant nor abstract. It was recent and deeply personal. Their voice resonates with a grave urgency, shaking the gathering to its core. Mara's heart clenches as realization dawns. The origin of the curse is entwined with her own lineage and the scar etched on her cheek. The painful truth reveals that an ancestral promise, tethered to her family, was broken, casting a shadow she now must face. This revelation deepens the stakes of her mission. Desperation grips the group as the veil swells ominously, its tendrils threatening to envelop the entire forest and village beyond. The very air trembles with a suffocating energy, signaling that time is running out. The fragile hope they clung to seems on the verge of collapse. In the midst of turmoil, the spectral elder extends an ancient ring embedded with cryptic runes toward Mara. They speak in riddles about reconciliation, calling it a key to mend the fracturing bond between worlds. The offering feels heavy with meaning, as if the weight of fate rests in Mara's hands. Upon accepting the ring, Leora's necklace flares to life, glowing brighter than it ever has before. The combined light from the two relics casts intricate patterns that ripple through the veil's mist. This harmonious reaction hints at a powerful union of forces forming within their grasp. Armed with the ring upon her finger and Leora's necklace around the child's neck, Mara returns to the altar. Her resolve is steely, ready to amend the broken vow that haunted her bloodline. The air buzzes with anticipation as they prepare for the next attempt at the ritual. As the ritual commences anew, opposing energies surge and clash violently. Mara's scar becomes a glowing conduit, channeling power that radiates through her very being. The struggle between darkness and light manifests physically, the veil writhing in response to the escalating forces. Mara confronts a torrent of painful memories tied to her heritage and the consequences of past betrayals. She embraces responsibility and opens her heart with compassion toward the spirits and villagers alike. This emotional reckoning strengthens her connection to the power she wields. Gradually, the veil's chaotic turmoil begins to abate, its once wild energies calming into a gentle ebb. The mist recedes slowly, revealing faint smiles on the faces of the spirits, signaling their relief and gratitude. A fragile peace takes hold, promising healing across realms. Light breaks through the dense, dark canopy overhead, casting the village's edge into clear view once again. The tension that had gripped the clearing eases palpably, replaced by cautious hope. Nature itself seems to breathe easier as balance is tentatively restored. Unexpectedly, Mara's scar transforms, fading into a luminous silver shimmer that glistens softly on her cheek. This visible change links her unmistakably to the veil's essence, marking her as a bridge between worlds. The transformation is both awe-inspiring and humbling. Leora's necklace and the ancient ring merge their luminescence, stabilizing the fragile connection between the realms. Together, they form a radiant symbol of unity and protection. This synthesis promises ongoing harmony where once there was division. Elias steps forward to reveal that their roles are not mere coincidence, but a destined guardianship. They are charged with balancing the delicate peace between the living and the spirit world. His words underscore the profound responsibility that has been entrusted to them all. Mara feels a profound bond deepen with the freed spirits, now released from torment, yet choosing to linger as vigilant watchers over the village. Their presence is no longer a threat but a blessing, a shared guardianship born from mutual trust. She embraces her new role with quiet strength. The surrounding forest seems to inhale a new breath, alive with a gentle, shimmering mist that no longer menaces but protects. Nature and spirit exist in harmonious balance, secured by the sacrifices and courage of those who dared to believe. Hope glows softly as the veil between worlds settles into peaceful coexistence. Around the warming fire, Mara's voice steadies and the villagers lean in, their apprehension giving way to a deep respect. She recounts the tale of the veil and the sacrifices made to protect both realms. Her words carry the weight of truth, transforming fear into understanding within the gathered crowd. The faint glow on Mara's scar pulses softly in the firelight, a subtle yet constant reminder of her unique bond with the veil's power. This mark, once a symbol of pain, now signifies her duty and strength. It connects her intimately to the mysteries that have shaped the village's fate. In the village square, Leora gathers the children beneath the old oak tree, her amber eyes sparkling with warmth. She teaches them about honoring the ties between their world and those unseen, emphasizing kindness and respect across all boundaries. The silver necklace around her neck catches the sun, symbolizing both hope and continuity. Back in the quiet of the bookshop, Elias returns the ancient leather-bound tome to its sacred place on a high shelf. He closes the book carefully, knowing that the knowledge it holds must be protected for future generations. The tome remains a silent guardian of the legacy they have all safeguarded. From a distance, Mara catches a final glimpse of the forest's edge, where a shimmering gateway flickers with calm, radiant light. The veil there is less a barrier and more a gentle threshold, inviting peace rather than fear. It promises a future where connection and understanding prevail. Feeling the strength of unity and the wisdom gained from recent trials, Mara stands taller and more resolute than ever. Her spirit, intertwined with the power of the veil, is fortified against whatever challenges lie ahead. She embraces her role with confidence and hope. That evening, the village bursts into celebration, a harmonious blend of age-old traditions and newfound reverence for the otherworldly. Music and laughter fill the air, binding the community together in respect and joy. The silver necklace and Mara's scar are honored symbols woven into the festivities. As night falls, stars twinkle vividly above while the mist around the now tranquil trees swirls gently in the cool breeze. The veil's shimmer is soft, casting a luminous glow that comforts the village below. The natural world and the supernatural stand in peaceful coexistence under the vast sky. Mara, Elias, and Leora stand side by side at the hillside, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the worlds gently touch. Each carries a quiet sense of purpose and shared destiny, united by trust and the bonds they've restored. Together, they watch as light from the veil bridges their realities with promise and peace. The story closes as the veil continues to shimmer softly, a luminous bridge of light rather than shadow. It heralds a new era of hope and balance, a testament to courage, unity, and the enduring power of connection. The village, forever changed, embraces this dawn with open hearts. Ira wakes slowly in a village blanketed by the soft embrace of dawn mist, her fingers tightening around a pendant with two intertwined flames that seem to shimmer with a quiet warmth. From the edge of the dense woods, Kale emerges, the subtle glow of his flame-shaped birthmark pulsing faintly as he watches Ira with guarded eyes, assessing the strange quiet. The village elder's voice trembles as he warns them of the restless shadows brewing just beyond the veil, an unseen boundary pregnant with ancient dangers lurking in silence. Ira discovers the pendant responds to the growing shadows near the village's edge, a rhythmic pulsing light that casts fleeting reflections resembling twin flames dancing in the gloom. Suddenly, a haunting howl pierces the misty air, and ethereal spirit wolves with faint blue glows gather, circling the village boundary like silent sentinels harboring untold secrets. Kale steps forward, offering Ira guidance beyond the veil to find the Veilkeeper, whose wisdom is said to hold the elusive answers they desperately seek. Together, they step into the thickening mist, where shadows twist and shapes flicker in and out of perception, turning the path ahead uncertain and alive with hidden movement. Ira's pendant intensifies its glow, casting broken images that morph into a shattered mirror held together by reflections of twin flames, symbols of an unspoken rift. A shadowy figure materializes to block their way, its form shifting in the mist, but the flare of Ira's pendant forces it to waver and dissolve like smoke in the wind. On the forest floor lies a broken mirror, its shards catching slivers of faint light and etched with mysterious, hidden symbols that seem to pulse with ancient energy. Touching one shard, Ira is overwhelmed by a vision, the Veilkeeper gripping a staff crowned with a glowing shard, standing amid swirling mist and shadow. Kale's voice breaks the trance, warning that instability courses through the veil, and crossing it may mean becoming lost to the encroaching shadows forever. Pressing onward, the mist thickens into living forms, whispers of past travelers caught between worlds, their twisted shapes reaching toward Ira and Kale with silent cries. A spirit wolf appears, exuding a protective aura before vanishing as they advance, leaving only the echo of its glowing eyes behind. They arrive at the glowing boundary, where the veil pulses like a fragile heartbeat, flickering unpredictably as if threatening to shatter under unseen pressure. Crossing the threshold, the world warps around them. The shadows elongate, and the twin flames on Ira's pendant flicker anxiously in the shifting air. Within the mist, the Veilkeeper emerges, cloaked in woven shadows that ripple with whispered secrets, eyes fixed with awe and caution on the pendant clasped in Ira's hand. The Veilkeeper's challenge is clear. They must confront the shadow within themselves, a trial to prove their worth amid the twisted mists and fractured truths. Ira faces a shadowy double, her mirror image, who voices doubts and fears, challenging every conviction she holds about her own intentions and strength. Kale's flame birthmark pulses fiercely as he confronts his own darkness, revealing a hidden, jagged scar beneath, a secret he's borne quietly until now. The Veilkeeper nods solemn approval, deeming their inner confrontations sufficient, and grants passage toward the enigmatic heart of the veil. Suddenly, the mist fractures into swirling shards of broken mirrors, each reflecting divergent paths and possible fates, shimmering ominously around them. Ira watches as the flames on her pendant tremble and split, flickering uncertainly between unity and division, echoing the fractured futures surrounding them. A voice murmurs from the shadows, seeping into their minds, whispers of doubt and mistrust designed to fracture their bond and turn them against one another. Kale grips Ira's hand, steadying her trembling spirit, reminding her that the twin flames are strongest when united by trust and unwavering resolve. Together, Ira and Kale confront the swirling illusions whispering deceit around them. As they break each falsehood, the pendant in Ira's hand flares brilliantly, its twin flames weaving stronger strands of light. Amid the dissipating mist, the Veilkeeper materializes once more, his form cloaked in shifting shadows and woven mist. He speaks solemnly, revealing the veil as not a barrier, but a test of balance between opposing forces. Through the Veilkeeper's words, they grasp the peril concealed, a rift dividing two realms, threatening collapse unless harmony is restored. The fragile weave between world strains, mirrored in the silver flickers of mist around them. From the depths emerges a specter of chaos, a formless shadow feeding on the fractured reflections and broken trust between realms. Its presence distorts the air, splintering shadows as it seeks to unravel their fragile unity. Stepping forward, Ira holds the pendant high, twin flames radiating fiercely to bind the fractured shards of their reality. Her emerald eyes burn with resolve, the pendant's glow threading warm light through the creeping shadows. Kale takes his place beside her, his flame-shaped birthmark igniting fiercely as he stands guard. He wards off the attacking shadows, his stoic stance a bulwark against the chaos seeking to tear them apart. With a surge of fury, the Chaos Spectre lashes out, cracking the ground beneath them and scattering the swirling mist into fragmented wisps. The air chills as fractures deepen, threatening to sever their fragile hold on balance. The violent upheaval separates Ira and Kale momentarily, thrusting them into solitary trials shaped by their deepest fears. Each faces a gauntlet of shadows, the twin flames dampened yet flickering still. Ira's fear manifests as a phantom village set ablaze, flames licking the air with haunting familiarity. But she clutches the pendant tightly, its warmth anchoring her against the searing illusions of loss. Kale confronts a shadow self, a murmured echo embodying his silent regrets and lost hopes. His birthmark pulses defiantly, as he battles this darker reflection to reclaim his inner strength. Reunited amidst the scattering mist, Ira and Kale combine their strength, reigniting the twin flames within the pendant. Their bond stabilizes the fractured veil, the glow molding reality anew around them. The Veil Keeper appears once again, shadows parting to reveal a deeper truth. The pendant once belonged to a forgotten union of flame and shadow. Their intertwined legacy holds the key to harmonious balance. He tasks them with restoring the pendant's full power to mend the rift permanently. Only through embracing both light and darkness can the fragile veil be healed. Guided by fading echoes, Ira and Kale journey to an ancient temple etched in mist and stone, its air thick with whispered histories. There, they seek to reignite the twin flames and fulfill the Veilkeeper's charge. Inside the temple's shadowed halls, they place the pendant on an altar carved in the shape of intertwined flames. Yet the pendant glows only faintly, as if awaiting a missing piece to complete its power. Shadows shift and rise within the temple, testing once more the delicate balance between light and dark. The air hums with tension as the twin motifs of fire and shadow reach toward one another, hesitating on the edge of union. Ira recalls the broken mirrors glimpsed outside, understanding that unity requires reassembling all shards into one seamless reflection. The fractured image is a symbol of their own divided strength needing repair. Kale moves through the temple, collecting fragments embedded in walls and floors, each shard catching flickers of twin flames. Piece by piece, he gathers the remnants, his birthmark glowing softly in the shadowed gloom. Together, they assemble the mirror around the pendant, the twin flames surging brighter with every joined shard. The reflection ripples, the veil responding to their combined devotion and harmony. The completed mirror pulses with waves of light and shadow harmonizing through the veil. The air vibrates with a renewed balance, shadows receding as order weaves through broken realms. The rift stabilizes, reality solidifies, and the shrouds of mist lift, unveiling the world's renewed edge. A fragile piece emerges, held together by the twin flames burning defiantly within their hearts. The Veilkeeper expresses gratitude, shedding his woven mists to reveal his true form, an eternal guardian forged from flame and shadow. His presence embodies the delicate balance they have fought to restore. Ira and Kale feel the pendant warm in their hands, now a living symbol of balance and shared destiny tied eternally by twin flames. The glow weaves between them, a silent promise of unity against future storms. Passing back through the dissipated veil, the village mist clears completely, revealing spectral wolves no longer ominous, but transformed into vigilant guardians. Their faint blue glow speaks of protection and newfound harmony. The village elder greets them warmly, sensing the changed air, lighter, filled with promise and hope. The renewal they have kindled is tangible, a quiet blessing carried on the breeze through the streets. Ira held the pendant carefully, her emerald eyes reflecting its twin flames intertwined in delicate silver. She revealed that the pendant was a binding relic forged in ancient times, to maintain harmony between the mortal world and the veil beyond. It symbolized the fragile balance that once united the two realms before their fracture scattered truth like shards of a broken mirror. As Ira spoke, Kale's flame-shaped birthmark on his left arm flickered and faded slightly, the change subtle yet profound. This signified his emerging role as a healer of the fractured veil, a bridge mending the rift between shadow and light. The motif of twin flames now pulsed softly within him, connecting him to the relic's ancient power. The village erupted into celebration, lighting twin flame bonfires that danced beneath the twilight sky. These fires honored Ira and Kale, whose union had restored balance long lost. The flames flickered in unison, a luminous tribute to the renewed harmony that embraced both realms once more. At the edge of the festivities, Ira and Kale exchanged a knowing glance, their gazes drifting together toward the horizon. In that quiet moment, the weight and depth of their shared destiny settled firmly between them. They understood that their path forward was intertwined like the twin flames adorning Ira's pendant. From the shadowed forest at the village edge, spectral wolves emerged, their faint blue glow casting ethereal light. Once menacing spirits, they now stood silently as steadfast guardians, protectors of the newfound peace. Their presence was a living testament to the healing woven through the realm's mend. Near the ceremonial altar, the Veilkeeper's staff remained embedded in the earth, its glowing shard pulsing with soft light. The staff stood as a beacon for future guardians tasked with preserving the delicate balance. Mist swirled gently at its base, a quiet reminder of the mysteries still held within the veil's depths. Under the Veilkeeper's watchful shadow, Ira carefully inscribed fresh runes onto the pendant's silver surface. Each rune fortified the relic's power, weaving purpose into its flame-shaped embrace. The mist seemed to deepen around her, lending an otherworldly solemnity to the ritual. Kale gathered the village children beneath tall trees, their faces illuminated by flickering firelight. He taught them stories of balance, explaining how light and shadow must coexist as natural parts of life. His voice steady, Kale passed on the wisdom that would guard their world for generations. As night fully descended, twin flames burned brightly atop the village hearths, casting long shadows that intertwined with strands of silver mist. This fiery emblem symbolized unity and perseverance in the face of fractured truths. The villagers stood together, hearts steady, beneath the endless sky. Hand in hand beneath the tapestry of stars, Ira and Kale stood quietly as the pendant's soft glow mirrored the twin flames above. Their story, once woven from scattered shards, now blended seamlessly into the fabric of the veil's enduring harmony. In this moment, destiny